Let's see. Are we live? I see we are live. I believe we're live. I think so. I'm seeing the button. Hello, chat. Wait, are we here? It says the stream's healthy. We are indeed live. That's a good start. It's a good start. Okay, excellent. Let me just make sure audio's up. Apologies, I had to delay this sucker for a bit, because of some meetings that came up, but I wanted to do this because it feels overdue. It's one of those ideas I had promised that just needed some time to come to fruition. So let's see, let me pull this bad boy up. There we are. The big 50K Q&A /thank you. And then I'll ping the server. So that we got people ready for what's up. How y'all doing tonight? How y'all doing? Audio is up, audio is down, Frey Cheqama spotted. Yes, correct. Hello, welcome. Howdy, fellas. Happy 50K, thanks. We aren't ready? Well, that's about to be your problem now, isn't it? Okay, let's get that ping going. We're live with the funny parasocial concept that started like 3 months ago. 50K Q&A, baby. There we go. And the link is here. Okay. For whatever reason, I am actually not getting a lot of the regular info that would come up on the stream yet, and it does look like it's not showing, so I'm just gonna give a quick refresh. Let people trickle in. Already an amazing Q&A, thank you. I tried, I cleaned up the place. I even blurred the Great Lakes for you. But no, let's see. So, hey Apollo, welcome. Win rate son or damage daughter, win rate son. You kidding me? I don't even know what the hell damage will do. I can't predict that. But let me now move this. I want to be able to hear music, so let's do that. Congrats on 50,000. Thank you. This has been. Well, let me give you a soft introduction of what's going on. Ooh. So, about 3 months ago, I made a post asking y'all if there were any questions you wanted answered that weren't in the member and patron Q&A, because you know what? We're reaching 50,000. Frankly, I feel like I've been busting my ass this year, and I think it's paid off, and it seems like y'all like it, which makes me very thankful, which is why I say a thank you, because it really is, you guys helped me get through last year so much. That is not a joke. Parasocial or not, that's not a joke. And I want to do a little something to commemorate it, a little celebration before we get back to the norm. Thank you very much for subscribing as well. I see that coming in. Congrats. Yes, Rihanna's a pain. Yes. Let's see. Is Dante Diaz? Fuck if I know. Probably not, but we'll see. And I got a lot of your questions. I don't think any of them are dated. Oh my god, hey Curve Yosh, thank you for the 20K. Or not 20K, no. Thank you for the 20 bucks. And I want to let you guys know, I don't have TTS voices up yet, but we're gonna talk about that. For those that have been here, I would normally have like TTS voices coming up. For a lot of the donos, some things have changed. We're gonna address that because I want this to be in part Q&A, in part some information on anyone that wants to get into streaming and actually get to a certain point with it. A bit of a reconnect chance with us here. Oh, and you became a member too. That's very sweet of you, Curb Yosh. And then lastly, we're gonna make a tier list of all the videos that have come up, because it's a nice sign of progress, a little bit of introspection, a little bit of memory lane too. And I've seen like 2 creators I'm gonna talk about already do it, and I thought it'd be fun. That'd be fun. Yo, Frey, will you review the idea I made you? Probably not. It might come out as something fun to do when we need a conversation topic, but not now. Not now. Let's see. Your analysis video, especially the content part, a lot of that you said was kind of wrong. That's because it was based on limited information, which is something that I go into knowing. We can talk about that more with what happens when we go over each of the videos. But no, I know it ended up being wrong. The thing is, it's always a gamble, and I'm willing to take that gamble. but it was the best we could do with the information at hand, which was the point, so that someone is able to experience the Kanto with the full context. Incorrect or otherwise, I'm pretty sure I even said, like, hey, this is theory, this is not. So, I wouldn't call that an issue. Hello, Chad and Frey. Hello. Hey, guess what? We can guess later. We can start. So, a lot of these, I'm gonna break these questions up into segments. I had to make this very quickly, but we're just gonna go at it one at a time, all right? All right. What's your opinion on Greencliff? I don't know what that is. Let's go over personal questions. I split these up into a few different categories. And I'll also answer questions from chat while we're here too, like if anything feels really pressing or really interesting. But we got 4 categories to go through, like around 30 questions. And they're going to be some things I'm sure people have asked a lot, some things no one has before that I thought were cool. But this one starts with the most parasocial shit, and we'll get that out of the way. Let's go. Watch Greencliff's story. What is that? Is it a fan-made ID? Like, I need more context here. Anyway, let's start with question 1. What caused you to fall in love with the PM games? Like, was there a reason? Why are people saying Greencliff? I literally have no context for that, so I can't watch it. It's a shitpost video? Oh, then absolutely not. Last time I watched a shitpost video on stream, they said slurs. Anyway, question 1. What caused you to fall in love with PM games? Like, was there a reason or person that made you fall in love with PM? Or did you find out about PM on your own? Truth be told, that was from Archangela's video on it. Does anyone here remember Archangela? She was like, I think the original motherfucker that made a wave of people that are into PM. Hold up. Lobotomeme Corp. Hold up. Maybe let me throw this up here. Lobotomeme Corp. You guys see this shit? Oh shit, Jex made another video on this. Hell yeah. Wait, oh wait, no, it's Lobotomy Corporation. Lobotomeme Corp. Wait, why are they saying Lobotomy Corporation? Oh, because Project Moon made it, and Project Moon is showing the video of Ren Sinclair and Lamp Gregor. Incredible. They're up to date on it. Let's see. But no, let's go Lobotomeme Corp. All right. No, has anyone here seen that? Has anyone here seen that? All right. All right, if you guys are good, we can look at Greencliff, but we're not starting with that because we have actual premises to start with. But like, anyone seen this shit? This is the video that launched like thousands of PM fans. 1.8 million, damn fine for her. And she even explains it. She took on the burden of explaining this shit so that by the end, like if I go to most replayed, for those that haven't seen it, here's the most replayed part. So she goes to the flesh idol, uses it for too long, causes everyone to die. The frames are also dying. And I'm pretty sure she had like a sequel where she just goes over the different fucking core suppressions. I don't want to turn this into a react video, of course, but like she was very pivotal to getting people involved, so that's one of the biggest reasons. So, also, if there's a mod here, can you guys review what's going on with the Greencliff thing, so that I can know if that's like a fine thing to watch? I'll trust you guys mostly. But like, if I put this up again, we had like a lot of opportunities to get into it. Beyond that, though, that's just what got me into LobCorp, right? And then when I played LobCorp, I was at a point where things were just really mundane with life. And I love the fact that you were a main character that was eventually given the sense of power that's like in a fantasy or RPG, but you have no means to like do anything about it. If you want to save people, that's rough as fuck. If you want to get through the day, that's rough as fuck. If you want to progress the story, that's rough as fuck. But the story itself was worth it. Every day was a little mystery box where you would just be challenged by something new. It kind of felt like an episode of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, learning how a stand worked every time, except you just kept compiling them all at once. And then after getting through that, I was like, damn, this really shows how indomitable the human spirit really is. I love this story. It didn't have the same pitfalls that anime has, where it makes me say, well, you can like this, but it's kind of grody. But no, the only pitfall is that you need to learn about it. You need to study it. You need to understand it. You need to be willing to read shit. And then that transferred to Library of Ruino, where admittedly I had a rougher start with that, but I got through it and eventually got to Limbus Company. So that was it. That was the main deal. Yeah, that's the idea. You can live throughout some things with day resets, but there's no day 49 without casualties. Funny thing is that I got White Knight on day 11 because I got Plague Doctor and saw that they were building up agents on a clock. And I thought, oh, I can reset. Let's find out what happens when we get all the way there. What's the worst that could happen? I just reset and then it's done. Duh. And then I did that. And as you might imagine, the consequences could not be avoided. And that was the first message that I got, like, oh, there isn't a way to cheese this game. Not easily, anyway. Oh, they thought about that. That's so cool. I have to engage with it. And then literally everything afterward was engaging with it. Right? Okay, I watched a few seconds of it, and it seems like pure brain rot. How long is it? Chat, you can answer that. Because if you guys are good, I can deal with brain rot. Personally, don't recommend the green clip video. It's 10 minutes? I might watch the first 30 seconds. 20 seconds or so, too. You guys are not... I can't trust anything you guys say. Just watch it. You need to calm down, buddy. You need to calm down. Here, you're gonna go on a little timeout for 30 minutes. And I mean that in the most literal way possible. But that's basically my experience with it. Let's go into question 2. So, in the case of you running out of ideas to talk about PM games, because that's literally all we've done, would you try to expand to another fandom like Arknights? I've been thinking about it. What did he do? He demanded that I do something after I said no. And we're gonna get to why that's a good thing later in the stream, trust me. You're gonna understand. There's so many little tidbits you're gonna learn about here. I've thought about this. There is gonna come a point where I move away from Project Moon. Absolutely. I don't really feel interested in going into Arknights. Sunil can do that. Enfield looks kind of cool, but I don't want to get into another gacha, and I don't really want to get into the gacha space. If anything, I might lean into Slay the Spire 2. I actually do plan to stream that unless something goes really awry, and I can't when it comes out. But more than anything, there's a creator that I'm planning to bring up that I would like to start using his style with for Project Moon videos. And then once that style feels like something I can own in my own sense, I'll try that with other games. So maybe that'd come up with Slay the Spire 2, or to come up with Lobotomy Corp and Library of Ruino, or if we move past PM and Limbus, then it goes into Balatro, or Slime Rancher even, or Pokemon. I would probably lean more into being a variety streamer that also has PM as a mainstay. Kind of like what RT Game does in a way, but try to keep up a certain level of quality. Maybe have a side channel that's more like regular highlights. That's just a thought. I still want to do a ton of essays, of course, but I would probably just let myself do a lot and keep to a certain format more than a certain franchise. That's the idea. Yeah. PM has so much to cover. I see a lot that I haven't seen people cover, and I want to get into content creation and do it myself. That's what got me into making shit, dude! Okay, there's a section There's a section specifically for you later on if you want to see this. It's so cool. It's so cool, dude. It's so cool. Some frame eugenics vids would be really, really cool. I'd love to see your thoughts on it. I might fuck with eugenics. I might fuck with eugenics a bit, yeah. Let's see. Number 3. What was the inspiration for your mascot or avatar? I remember being visually staggered once I clicked in a video of yours and then hearing your voice. I fucking can't win! So here's the deal. There's a long story for this, and I actually wish I had images of this. I guess if Sun makes this into a video, I can have it be like that. But there was a time when I wasn't non-binary. I just identified as fucking male. That was fine. I didn't really have my thoughts about it. But I worked in a call center, and I worked in customer service at a restaurant. Those are 2 things I did in my life. And in both of those, I was regularly just called the gender I didn't associate with. People thought I was a woman a lot of the time. So like, I feel like no matter what I do, there's people that don't know what the fuck I am. No matter what I do. So when I go non-binary, it's just like, oh, I don't know, you're male, oh no, you're female, oh no, I don't know what you want to be called. I don't give a shit. I've learned that it doesn't fucking matter. This shit doesn't matter. Frey lore, I'm taking notes, by all means. But yeah, it was like, and I mean a 70-30 split on like, people saw my voice as feminine. I know that might sound wild, because I think maybe you're trying to see it from the other direction, but that's what happened. I could count it. I was told by my coworkers. It was really fucking funny. That being said, the design was something that was a collaborative effort. So I like a lot of different kinds of characters. I always liked punks. I always liked Backstreets kind of dwellers. I liked people that were like willing to run and like the scrappy shit. A lot of my design was focused on the idea of being a wannabe villain, but the more I think about it, what I like to lean into more is like, oh, this has first boss energy. This is like the first boss that like maybe becomes an ally later, or is just like the recurring one that's really annoying but really fun to beat down over and over and over again. Like, 'cause I feel like the first boss in games has some leeway to be kind of fun. I feel like they don't gotta be serious, but like the big bad, oh, that's a big deal. Please tell me it's Madutsuki. I don't know what that is. Majima vibes, kind of Majima vibes. But designs, I remember like fucking, I definitely liked Luffy from One Piece. I think Karen Demon Dice was in the mix because I had a phase of Demon Dice. I'm pretty sure the pose indirectly was inspired by Nagito Kamida, which makes me laugh to this day because I didn't want to look like that. I didn't want to fucking look like I was shrugging all the time. But I gave the inspirations of like, I don't think I even mentioned Nagito Kamada. Wait, no, I didn't even mention that. I used a Demon Dice shrugging phrase, but I also like Giovanni Potage. If anyone saw Epithet Erased, whatever your thoughts on Jello, I just like that series. I thought it was fun. You can see a lot of my origins would make you be surprised that I've never actually had a Tumblr account. But it was like, I want to pull this up so I can give it to Sun so I can remember more of that shit. But it was definitely like, I like scrappy shit. I like folks that had quote unquote attitude, but we're also kind of just silly folks. So then I thought it was Frey strangling the camera. It might be holding up the frame. It could be a lot of things, but like that was the idea. And then I made that, the artist made like a whole shrugging pose. And then when I sent that art to like the VTuber artist, they kept the pose. I didn't want it to be this pose. That was just a reference. And we had like a lot of communication issues because we had a language barrier. And also I wasn't very good at being clear about what I wanted. So I kind of made my own bed with this, but I don't really mind it. I'm not really upset with it. But Yokami, Tenma Yokami, who made Longcom a while back. With those videos, Tenma Yokami helped me with the colors. Tenma Yokami's the one that helped inspire the orange, the blues, the reds, like all the bright, vibrant colors I wanted. But I wanted to feel cohesive, and I trusted them on this. So they're as much the reason that I look like this as I am, and all the other artists. And as far as the design, I was more in the VTuber space before I was in the Project Moon space. Like, I played Project Moon games, but Yokami was more interested in being a VTuber, and Yokami's like the first person I made friends with when I got into content. And they just love VTubers and shit. VTubers are how I got my first jobs because of that. And I saw like there were these really, really effeminate. Okay, this is gonna be wild, you guys. I'm gonna move on to the next question, but this is gonna be real wild, you guys. Just go search up Madotsuki. You guys are still talking about this? Why are you saying dinner with Sancho? What is Madotsuki? Madotsuki. What is that? Images. I have no idea. Is it because of the checkerboard background? Is it because of this shit? From Yume Nikki? Like this? I mean, that's kind of fire. I can't deny it. You know, this can be a back and forth. I can give you guys some, I can lengthen chat's leash a bit. Why not? Yeah. I have no idea who this is, but I guess I see what you're talking about here. That was actually, you're talking about the shirt. Oh, so that was from something different. Believe it or not, that was from something different. I used to have a different channel called Cheqama. If I can find it, I'll put the image on screen. But that used to be literally, the logo was of a channel that was meant for 2 people, so it was a checkerboard. Like, it was a black and white deal. So, you know, it was a whole duality thing with a question mark over it. So, you know, checkerboard mark, CHEQ. And I wanted to translate that onto the model in some way. So I kept, like, the fucking, you know, checkerboard part. And if you look at the bad in a lot of the sprites, that's what's led to there being a little yellow dot. In fact, I can pull that up right now at least, yeah. Here. But that's what inspired that part of the design. If I go into my social media assets, let's see. We've got VTuber-ish. Like, if we look at the bat, like yeah, actually this is perfect. We go into these. If you look at the bat, you can see there's like a little ring of yellow that ends with a dot. That was the question mark translated. And I really like how the artist for this made it look like the black and white was colored in. And that's where this kept up. That's where this stayed. Like, also this art is just really fucking good. Holy shit, man. But yeah, that's what inspired that part. I have not heard of this before. I thought the shirt was Yume Nikki reference. I've never played Yume Nikki. Never at all. But I get it. I get that. But the design was more like, I was seeing a lot of VTubers that were saying like, man, VTubers that like are female get a lot more action on streams. Oh, you gotta look like you got fucking big tits or something to make that work. And I was thinking, that sounds like you're making excuses for yourself for not being a good streamer. VTuber community's its whole deal. I don't want to get into it. But I wanted a character that was like, I was feeling more androgynous lately. And I still am. My hair's definitely grown longer. And I wanted a design that felt like it looked like me. So I wanted something blonde. I wanted something that was not really, you know, not really fucking too masculine or feminine, but I knew I loved to run. So I made it so that the design reflected all that. And I also wear jackets all the time. So basically what I'm saying is, I kind of look like this minus the scar, dead ass. I wanted it to feel grounded. I wanted it to feel realistic. And that's where it went. That's where all that went. Needs not such base access to be a good streamer. That's not the point. It's not that having a model that has cleavage is bad. I don't want anyone to have that. Make your design whatever the fuck you want. If that's a part of it, sure. I mean, your mileage may vary if you go overboard, and your audience will probably fucking vary to an extent, but like, there was, and maybe even still is, a stigma that like, female VTubers have an easier time of it. Like, women who are VTubers have an easier time of it. And in my opinion, it's like, did you fucking try to be a good content creator? And I feel like I've done well enough to say now that that's what matters more. All right, let's see. I love the baseball bat though. All right, let's see. Are you streaming from a trailer? I heard you were homeless. I was almost homeless, and we'll talk about that later. All right, let's see. Wait, question. Who's the artist who did the Limbus sprite of your persona? UNOers. I'll actually be getting to more of that soon. But let's go into question 4. And this one is more of a lore-oriented one, but that's fine. I'll make sure to sweep over like any quick questions that I haven't gotten to in a Q&A after this that we'll do before the tier list. So don't worry, I'll make sure to have it. You guys will get your taste. Let's see. You and Owen was the one that made a lot of the sprites. Let's see. This is a simple one, but may have a more complex answer. Let's get something chill. I like this. Say what you want about Danganronpa. They got some bomb-ass music. A simple one, but may have a more complex answer. Who is your favorite antagonist of Limbus so far? Temporary or recurring? Fuck! I mean, I really like Ricardo. He's a lot of fun. He's like relatable in a big way to where I guess maybe not relatable, but humanized, to where he's just a lot of fun to deal with, and I look forward to seeing him again. And he's got that energy of, next time we see him, we're probably either killing him or recruiting him, right? Again, we're middle code. I can see it, Paul, yeah. I don't even feel like that's a good enough reason, though. I don't know why. Something in my brain says that feels like a cop-out. If I had to give a different one, though, my mind, and this isn't just because of the Bag Bass video, my mind comes back to Ahab. There's something about a person who is such a good manipulator that she's able to get people over to her side. I love manipulator enemies. I love manipulator antagonists. And I feel like she contrasted Ishmael really well. I guess the third would be Silver Don Quixote, because I think he's just a good man's that fucked up. Which is perfect for being a Limbus antagonist, right? That's it, that's it. Where I put the Frey documents? You can put them... I was gonna say you can put them next to the Epstein files, but that has a lot of implications. I don't know why I don't know why my brain immediately went there. You can put them in the server if you want, that's fine. Does Diaz count as an antagonist? Could be, could be. I'm sad now, I'm sorry. Not really though. You might die soon. I don't know if I need to be too invested in you. He was a genuinely good guy who was in the wrong place, yeah. Does Diaz count? If Diaz counts, she might actually be my favorite, though. Ooh, that's a hard one. Okay. If Diaz is an antagonist, the answer will be absolutely yes, Diaz. But Ricardo is second, Ahab is third, and then I guess I just like fucking Don Quixote Sr. That's it. All right. Let's go into this. Oh, fuck. Motherfucker. Explain your distortion, we want to know. I don't have ideas for that! I don't! I've had reasons to want to make one. Honestly, though, an idea I think is really fun. I don't know if I want to say it. I like the idea of there being a character in Project Moon who is incapable of manifesting ego or distorting. Like someone who can meet the same circumstances, but Carmen just doesn't care. Or Carmen just won't hear them. I think that is a really interesting idea for a character and a way to explore the world. But if I gotta make one up, I've also got notes for this entire stream, by the way, and this one says, fuck it, make it up live. I think if I were to have a distortion, it would be anywhere from either running away from problems instead of running towards, or being like the fucking bull and just ramming into them with reckless abandon. It's gonna be one of the two, but running's a part of it. It's either away or towards with too much abandon. Definitely forcing a smile, because customer support, baby. That forced optimism sucks. And then to put the best explanation of it, whatever the opposite of face the fear, build the future could be. If people want to have fun with that, sure. What? You know what? Fuck it, I'll enable this. Frey, what upcoming ID do you predict or want most? I like Valentina. I think Valentina's a fun ID. I want to see what the hell happens there. So Sans Undertale? You're not wrong, but that's also like saying, oh, everything is a JoJo's reference. Technically that counts, but I feel like reducing it to that is just the easiest thing to say. Fuck this or fuck it, we ball? Something like that. Okay, wait, I feel like you're really cooking. Y'all can have fun with that if you want. I like the idea of not having either, or having some fuckery with that concept, but if you want to do it, that's fine. Question 6. Oh, this is a good one! This is a good one! Let's see. Question 6. If you had a chance to make your own abnormality, what would it be based on? Funny thing about that, I did! I made my own abnormality. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find that shit. Hold on. Oh my god. Please. Yes! Yes! Okay. Holy shit. Wait, hold on. Gimp it. So you guys aren't gonna believe this, but before Limbus existed, I'm pretty sure before I finished Library of Ruina too, I had this whole deal where I made a little funny game where Lobotomy Corp was being inspected by OSHA. And it had to be OSHA compliant, and that led to like a few stream gimmicks and challenges, which I thought was fun. But when I made the Frey character, eventually I did a lot of like little transitions from the old brand to the new brand that were scrapped. But one of them was that OSHA itself was an abnormality. And OSHA was short for Odd Smiles of Happy Arms. And it would just like start leaking this oil-like substance whenever its clip-off meter went down. And eventually like create a portal. Wait, why can you see two of them? Why are there two of them on screen? Hold up, why the fuck are there? Oh, fuck. Hold up. Why are there two of them on screen? There should be one. I only have one of these up. What is, oh, because window capture, because GIMP. That's why. Okay. But no, this was the Odd Smiles of Happy Arms. And as you might imagine, Odd Smiles of Happy Arms is an aberration. Do you want to know what that's an aberration of? The fucking mountain of smiling bodies. I was already coming up with shit based on the mountain of smiling bodies before the whole Moses deal. Like, and that's kind of what led to the mask design too. Like, that's what happened. That's what happened. Like, I always loved that little critter. I love that thing. It was one of the easier abnos to manage, but also if you let it get out and didn't handle it, it was a lot of fun to have the consequences for. But no, I made a whole thing where its name was Cecil. Hold up, I wonder if I can find this. I really hope I can. I really, really hope I can. Cecil. Like, hold up. Sort by oldest. Let me make Cecil into an emote. I swear to God, I hope I can find this. This is like some old shit. Some way too fucking old shit. If I can find it, I will, but there's this video where I just created this character named Cecil that was like a mass of eyes and a mouth that was really well pitched down. And I just had this really fucking troubling phrase that it would say, like, imagine this pitched down. Hello, my name is Cecil, and I'm here to tell you you could be saving money on your electric service. That was it! That was it! If I can find the video, I'll give it to Sun if this becomes a video, but it was a lot of fun. Okay, I can't find it. It was great. Fucking Cecil, man. That was a time to be alive. Why? Yes, sea salt. Sure, you can call him sea salt. That's okay. But no, that existed. That's a real thing. Looks like the bacteria that gets killed in an ad for some kind of store-bought medicine. Oh my God. Yeah, the abnormality is kind of Mucinex coded. You're right. You're right. All right. Wait, you have a mod? I mean, I've got Discord mods. All right. Question 7. Let's see. Ooh. If you ever happen to come across some singularity of the city and bring it to the real world, what would it be? I thought about this. I thought about this a lot. This one made me rack my brain. And I had to kind of accept that, like, oh, why do you always go back up there, motherfucker? I had to kind of accept that the answer to this question isn't about which singularity is best for humanity, but which one would do the least harm. I think there's a world where that answer is H-Corp, where even if it brings in the outskirts fucks and the boluses are made out of them and transforms the people into animals, that's not as bad as like manipulating time or being able to save state human beings, because that applied knowledge where you can basically have someone sit in a chair like W Corp does, get their imprint, and then let them do something or experience something, then wipe their memory and go back is existential terror if used outside the warp train. That's whack. But the answer I came to was N Corp with canned experiences. Because let's be real for now, the suicide venting machine is at least something you can voluntarily go through. And the parts that aren't voluntary with like the N Corp Inquisitors that will indoctrinate you into extremism or being a fucking prosthetic terrorist. That is, oh, hey, Moonlight Stones. The thing about Moonlight Stones is that I know how those shits are made. Or I know where they come from. I don't trust those. But I think as far as doing the least harm, I feel like it has to be Noggle Hammer. Because let's be real, people are already like radicalized by other means. This would just be another tool that AI might create later anyway. So at this point, it's just a little fuel on an existing fire we have to learn to put out anyway. Whereas, let's say we get moonstones. Call you're gonna like seeing this. Let's see. I need to find I need to find some old shit. How about I need to find the Leviathan files. Unironically, I need to find my Leviathan files. Leviathan, there you are. I think it's chapter 10 that this comes up. You can use Microsoft Edge for this. Fuck it, fine. Okay, hold on. No, it's earlier. Chapter 8? Hold on here. Yeah, if you guys want to see what goes inside of a moonstone, you should be aware that... Is it in chapter 9? I'm not looking at chat right now, by the way, because I'm having to use both screens. But there is... Give me a second. I'm almost there. There is, within Leviathan, a look at what moonstone deliveries are made of. And, you know, they are used to, like, maintain people's mental health and shit. That's fine. It's meant to help them. M-Corp has therapy as well. That's good. However, where is it? I know it's in here. I have to keep scrolling to find it. I know, but the company name for M-Corp we already know. I might have to go to the wiki. I really want to show you guys this because this is fucking disgusting. Let me go to the wiki, actually. Limbus Company Wiki, and then M-Corp. M-Corp. District 13, MDM Enterprises. Okay, please. Can I just see in Leviathan? You're not gonna show it to me? Come on, you're gonna show me the logo? M-Corp Leviathan. Okay, I kind of give. What is the chapter that you guys know about? It has it in. It's in 6 or 7? Genuinely? All right. I already checked 7, so I'll check 6. Let's see. I should also go offline on Steam. Let's go down to 6. And then in chapter 6 at the end. No, it's not in 6. I might have just gotten fucking trolled. But like, it's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. Serious, no, I'm sticking with this. I'm going to chapter 10. Okay, no, it has to be before chapter 10, because that's when they're delivering the M-Corp moonstones. Like, if I keep scrolling up here, I'm bound to find it. This is when they're doing the eye leakage. No, this ain't it. I swear to God this exists. I swear to God, it's real. It's here. M-Corp is disgusting. I know I'm belaboring a point for so long. I don't care. Once you see this, yes, okay. MDM Enterprise. This is M-Corp. MDM Enterprise. And then this is the delivery. You got word on the delivery due today, right? Yeah. MDM, sign the papers. Okay, the box is shaking a little. This thing's built to stay upright. This is the box. This is MDM Enterprises. But then if I go into like chapter 11, I feel like it has to be 11. Like, that's where it starts. If we go up and ignore whatever's going on here, don't worry about it. We see, outside of this, does that have to be chapter 10? It might deadass be chapter 10. There's just some weird fleshy shit. Oh, here it is. No, this is it. This is the moonstone box. They're opening it up. They're opening it up here. Ka-clank, grip, grab. Time for a freshness check. MDM Enterprises. Look at this. Look at this shit. I need you to gaze in the terror of what lies inside of this. How do I ask questions? I'm gonna be getting to questions later. I will tell you when it's time. But like, this is what's inside. They're covering their noses and mouths. People are shuddering because this does actual SP damage. They keep expanding it. It's all flesh. It's all flesh and sinew. And look. They're having to cut into it. They're having to cut into it like mad. Must return home. My hair is sound. Must return home. It's all faded, breaking the waves. I can't breathe here. Help me. Should have worn the earplugs. It was right there in the instructions. It's disgusting. Yeah. No, it's fucked. Guess I'll have to finish this myself. Got enough space. They're cutting through it. I don't even know what they're doing with this. We never find out, really. But they've got to, like, it makes them pant and gasp from being close to it. They can barely do it. It's all right. I read that I'll have a better after a short wave of Hirath. In the sea, families should stay together. What are you talking about? What do Moonlight Stones do anyway? They're like a means for handling mental damage. They keep your mind mentally resilient. That's the shit that a certain someone used on themselves in Kanto 9. There's also the shit that is in the Liu's outfits. All of them. That's in their gear. That's in their outfits. Okay, I saw someone choking inside, so is it all done with now? Like, they prepared it, and they got something out of it. I don't know what the fuck it is. But if that's what MDM Enterprise is getting up to, I want no part in that. Is it related to Dreaming Silk Current? I don't know. I really don't know. We don't have any other info on this, really. It's mad. But yeah, that's why I think N-Corp is still not as bad, to put it bluntly. Also, hold up. Let me just do something real quick. I'm gonna go offline. There we go. I don't think I should just get pings about this now. So N-Corp is best? It's the least worst, in my opinion. All right, next. Question 8. I think this is the last of the personal questions that are like more directed towards me. Egg looks tasty? Yeah, that's messed up. All of it's messed up, dude. All of it. I mean, I'd still take M-Corp probably over like the Time Vaults or W-Corp shit or even K-Corp shit. Because no matter the benefits, you know the world will twist that in a way. All right, let's see. What about K-Corp? K-Corp has the most benefits it can give, but it relies on torture. It genuinely relies on torture to function. And I think the world would fuck up even worse because of that. K-Corp means no world hunger? I don't think they would do it that way. I really don't. I don't think they would make it happen that way, because if they could have, they would have done it by now, frankly. Question 8. If you have to come across some singularity of the city and bring it to the real world. Oh, did I already do this one? Okay, I did. I accidentally left that duplicated. That's fine. Now, believe it or not, those weren't the lore questions. Now we're on to the lore questions. Is it too late to ask a question? And be in the PowerPoint? Yes, but I'm gonna have a Q&A later. I will actually make a ping for that. Chat Q&As. K-Corp could do it, they just wouldn't. Exactly. Q&As will come later. Will come later. Let me just pin message. There we go. So lore questions. This one is more about stuff that's like, hey, I was wondering about this about the lore. Can you answer this? And I'll do my best, because some of these I'm not sure, some of these I'm not. So let's go. PM never really gives us 100% information on a district or corp except L Corp, or even something as simple as an in-universe concept. Do you think that helps the universe or actively hinders it? All right. Also, congratulations on 50K. Thank you. Very sweet of you. Look at the stream. Just want to say howdy. Tune your chats where I had to do responsibilities. Go do your responsibilities, man. Thank you. That's very sweet. I'm going to start a poll. Have y'all read/watched One Piece? I'm not saying all of it. I'm just saying enough to feel like you know it. I'm making a poll because that's going to be relevant to a lot of this. That's going to be relevant to a lot of this. Because I think you can explain a lot of what happens in Project Moon storytelling by them using a lot of principles that exist in One Piece. So Project Moon, so the way I see it, any good kind of long-form storytelling that's make take place over a decade at least or two, right? That is meant to be done by giving people an interesting concept and then giving them interesting stories in the moment, and then slowly drip feeding either obvious or ideally not so obvious things about the world that comes later. Like for those that are into One Piece, so you guys know Arlong Park, like 5th arc of the series, 50 episodes of the over like 1,200 episodes or so we have now. First 50. That's like very early on. They mentioned the name, oh man, Jinbei the Warlord of the Sea is also out there, but and I think he had something to do with them before. And Jinbei's someone that doesn't become relevant or even show up until like 400 episodes later. It's just a little fun fact. It doesn't even need to make you think, oh, we're gonna see him. No, it's like, no, this is a part of the world. You might see some parts of it, you might not. And it keeps the cycle of drip fading things that lead from one arc to the next and making openings for that. And then in those drip feeds, they continue making those, I like to say it by planting seeds, harvesting them on the side where they can, and then working out how to add that in and paying it off for those that paid attention. I really liked that. Thanks for the big 50s, Walter. Thank you. That's really sweet for you. No spoilers for Egghead? No worries. I'm gonna keep this very vague. I'm not gonna give those. But I think Project Moon does this to a similar extent, except with a lot of what happens in the city, it's not like One Piece where you go to one island, you're done with it usually. You go to the next. You go to one island, you're done with it, usually go to the next. And eventually we might see this island. With One Piece, it's like, oh, we're in the city. It's a contained area. It's large as fuck, don't get me wrong. But we might come back to these places, so we might not need to see everything about these places, or these factions like the Fingers, or like Fixer Associations at once. So they hold their cards to their chest a lot more than One Piece, right? All right, thank you, Manicotti. So when they do that, it does create a sense of letdown when you say, like, go to H Corp, and then, well, H Corp's a bad example because I think they gave a lot of context on what happened in that place. Kanto 8 arguably was a little bit flawed because they focus so much on H Corp. But when they go to, like, say, U Corp, and we learned about the lakes and we learned a bit about the singularities, but we didn't really have an intervalo in U Corp that felt like it was about more of the lakes. It left us wanting more and wanting to learn more about the wing. I feel like that's not necessarily a bad thing, but it does put this like pressure on Project Moon. And Corp is a good example. We're probably getting them next Kanto, so I feel like jury's way too out on that. I feel like that's a good example of like, if that's all we ever got, I'd feel dissatisfied. I'd be sad. And I think with some of the Fingers and like the Finger Bobel, we can have that. It makes for this negative possibility space, which on the upside means they can fill it. But outside of L Corp, which is entirely done, it makes you wonder, are they ever going to fill some of these? And I have faith they will. I do. I think they've proven they want to explore every nook and cranny with many games if possible. But I personally think it's fine if you can gauge your expectations to say, hey, I know you want to learn about the lore, I know you want to learn about the world, but as a person who was so sure we'd learn about the Finger Bobel in Kanto 9, and that categorically did not happen, and we barely still know more about the Pinky after Kanto 9, by the way, you gotta kind of accept, this was a big lesson for me, you gotta kind of accept that the main story is what takes place, the main personal story, and I think as long as they do that, it's fine, but you need to understand it. You need to accept that is what this is to do it. And I'm a person that likes to very much think, oh, okay, so this is how this series works? Okay, I'll adjust my expectations, that's fine, as long as they maintain that. That's cool. I don't come in saying, a story should do this, X, Y, or Z. I say, oh, this is how the story works, this is how they like to write it? Okay. Well, then I decide if it's for me and if it's for not. And if it's for me, I stick with it and I enjoy it for a while, and if it's for not, I say, I've got other things I can focus on, I don't care. That's it. So yeah, that's my take on that. It does make for some downsides and some upsides, but as long as you're willing to play ball with knowing that we might not know anything beyond the immediate for a while, you can have a great time. Next! Oh, here we go. It allows for a lot of fan-made content. It does. That's true. Random thought, but I don't hear anyone even mention the fact in the beginning of the story. We begin in D Corp, the first district alphabetically after the head. We have very little info on it. This is also true. We have very little info on it. Let's see. Mermaid Ice Cream is U Corp's peak world building. It was nice. It's a nice little tidbit that I'm glad got attention. I'm not gonna try and pick and choose and say, no, this should have the attention or this should. I think as long as we can have the trust that they will follow through eventually on something, kind of like they did with T Corp, but also kind of not, because you know my thoughts on T Corp. Then we would be better off with that assurance. That's the main deal. So let's see. I'm wondering, question 10. I'm wondering about E Corp. Like, is the only thing we know that they were in the war? Is that really all? Because if E Corp is up for grabs lore-wise, then Mr. Eus Man shall grab it. Maybe no promises. No, you're right. That's about it. I think all we know is that E Corp was in the war. And even based on that, E Corp's one of the few other E Corp mentions was in was in G Corp Otis's Uptie story where they said that E Corp lost the war. not have even been on that side of the smoke war. I'm pretty sure they did, because based on experience and context, they very likely did. But I'm not even sure if we have confirmation that that's what the side they were on in canon, like in our main mirror world. So yeah, we legit do not have more information. That's one of the few examples of a corp that we just haven't explored yet, which is dwindling over time. Let's see. Okay. E-Corp is Escu Corp? No, then they'd be talking about it more often, because that man's can yap. Alright. Next. This one's hard, because it touches on what I think is my weakest part of understanding the lore. Is there an explanation for who or what the red, white, black, pale fixers in Lobotomy Corp are? Is that effectively retconned, or can we formulate a better explanation than guess we do an emotional damage specialist fixers now? May I learn more in Escu's? May I learn more in Gregor's second conto about E-Corp? Maybe. Maybe. We're still assuming they have second contos, by the way, which I think is likely. I think it's likely. But they might mix it up. Let's see. This one is tricky for me because I've read it over several times. This might be a skill issue. This might just be me having a skill issue on this particular topic. I don't fully get the meltdown, or not the meltdowns. I don't fully get the ordeals. The closest I come to is like two explanations. Like one, it's a failed abnormality. Like they're the byproduct of abnormalities that just leak out, and sometimes they come out into being remnants of the mind, of Ayin's guilty mind that take form. Or they're literally just Ayin's cogito coming to form. Either way, it has to do with Ayin and humans' guilt and worries and fears and experiences that are related to the city. And I think this is just the experience of people being afraid of fixers. I don't think it's much deeper than that. It's just what Ayin is scared of. I think that's probably as good as we're gonna get, yeah. Good game mechanic, yeah. I don't think it's deeper than that, though. Lobotomy Corp, if anyone wonders why some parts of Project Moon lore, when they're explained, are like, well, wait, do you have a source for this? Why do you sound so uncertain about it? It's because Lobotomy Corp brings up so many concepts that were not fully expounded on in Library of Ruina and Limbus Company that are phrased in such obscure ways. If you guys have heard how arbiters speak and they talk in like really roundabout phrasing, that's to an extent how Lobotomy Corp worked. They're not great at being direct and giving exposition because the translation was not perfect. But even when the translation was improved, it still felt very roundabout because the ideas were not expounded on greatly. Which is fine, that's kind of what you buy into. So there is that. Regardless, I think it's just that. I think it's that simple. You think the ordeals are kind of similar to Picatulum? Not really. Because Picatulum are their own deal, which is like caused by the light. Maybe there's like a cousin deal to it where I can kind of see them being related. But if anything, it's distant and kind of forced. But yeah, that's that, and this is this. Question 12. Where'd you get most of your information about the water in the most recent video? So when they say recent video, they're talking about the distortions, ego, and abnormality video. They are talking about, just so I can get this up, for a visual, they are talking about this sucker. If you will load. Motherfucker. Motherfucker, pull up. Everything you know about distortions, ego, and abnormalities. You get the idea. It is this one. So, I start that one by talking about the waters. Of the river and all that goes into it. And that's one of those topics that like originated in Lobotomy Corp, but was very vaguely expounded on in there and only kind of expounded on in there later. But to keep it simple, I get a lot of my shit from the wiki, but only in the way like a teacher would tell you to. Like, I use it in order to get a baseline and then go for the sources inside. Like, I'll start with here, I'll read it. Like, this is from Angela in Lobotomy Corp, but then I'll go down here and say, like, wait. So this is from day 47, I'll then go to day 47's cutscene in Lobotomy Corp. And then stuff from Kanto 7, a little bit from Kanto 6. And then even Family Hierarch Canon Ishmael's voice lines, this just works as a really handy starting point to understand it. But that's where I got it, really. It's a lot of, whenever I do those big overview videos on lore, I check for as many resources as I can where it's like out of the 3 games cutscenes, out of ID stories, out of announcer voice lines, out of like gameplay voice lines. Just a lot of shit like that. Yeah. But no, that's ultimately it. Expansion on the red, white, black, pale stuff. What the heck happened to that? Mechanically, I get it was overhauled, but lore-wise, would it be? I think we just found a way to translate it and said that maybe not all damage fits into those categories, but maybe that's just part of a larger system. It's also kind of related to the 4 virtues, based on Dante's Inferno. By the way, guys, you can tell I got busy with a meeting because I didn't finish my coffee today. Oh, and that hits right. That hits so right. Anyway, so go to the Wikipedia, use the references kind of deal. You got it. Yep. Let's go. Next. Question 13. Oh, okay, I just duplicated it again. Question 14. Any Project Moon agents, nuggets, or OCs you want to share? Any world-building headcanons you have at the city or outskirts? Like hearing your take on lore stuff. I don't tend to do a ton of world building. At least with OCs in ways that I'm really proud of them. I don't get too much into that. I did, however, and we'll talk about this later. I guess Frey themselves is the OC. I like to be very careful when I handle OCs because I always fear, like, if a creator tries to put themselves into the world that they're talking about, I don't know about you guys, and as much as I say cringe culture is dead, I feel like I have a personal, not universal, personal ick with a creator that tries to, like, insert themselves into an existing lore world and kind of make it like a fucking Control-Alt-Delete energy, or like Mary Jane, not Mary Jane, what's the fuck? Mary Sue, not weed. They can be high if they want. A fucking Mary Sue, Gary Stu energy, where, oh, hey, I'm the sarcastic fucking creator that's meant to be fucking, I say fuck a lot. I'm the sarcastic creator that's meant to be really cynical or just call out stuff. I don't like that. So I like if I make an OC, I want them to have a lot of flaws. Does Frey play ASR? No. Mary Sue? Yeah. The Frey character would be the closest I have, and I get a lot of ideas on how to handle it. A part of that, I want a character that doesn't get ego or distortion would be really funny. But I like it when the characters have flaws that aren't over the top. Like, the flaw is they're maybe a little reckless, like Heathcliff. Or maybe they aren't very smart outside of this one frame of reference. Or maybe they're from a nest and they're very good at, like, analyzing stuff or doing office work or understanding office politics. But they're not, like, geared towards the back streets where you gotta keep your head on a swivel. Like, they're feather-coated. Does Frey play HSR? No, I do not. As for OCs, not really besides that. I did have a couple of nuggets that I really liked. I had a nugget named Owen and a nugget named Menno that I turned into a librarian from Library of Runa. Owen was just one of the... He's like that situation where you have an agent that lives for long enough that they become a character. They become all reliable in your facility. And that's just what his deal was. And then Menno's was like, oh, there's this clerk that has this really fucking menacing face. I think I can show you guys. This is from a pre-Frey video. I can show this to you. Yeah, I think this will be fun. That didn't loop. That's fine. Because I can go to videos and go to oldest. If I throw this up, yeah, oldest, the Lobotomy Corp training arc. Like, here's that old shit. If it'll play. I might be overwhelming the computer a bit too much, because my setup is, it's not ancient, but it's almost 4 years old now, which for streamer years is ancient. Can we play it, please? It doesn't want to play video. I don't think it wants to play video. That makes me sad. That's upsetting, even. I got to play with the Lobotomy Corp, though. That was up. Why you like this? Let's make an attempt. Oh, here we go, here we go. Yeah, alright. There it is, there it is. Let's just go down here. We'll get into this more when we get into the actual video stuff. I think this was really fun. This was back when I was getting used to editing, too. The context for this is that I just finished a loop. I wanted to make a video showing off one of the fun days. and some shit happened with like one of the ordeals. And here's what happened that led to the creation of like a mainstay character. Yeah. God. There's Owen. Yep. Much calmer Frey energy, though. See? And then we have Menno on the left. And it was this fucker! It was this agent. It was this clerk, even. Why did they stand there? Why did they stand there for so long? The game isn't paused. You can see the level of editing, too. Oh, but wait for it. Wait for it. What the fuck was this? This was so inefficient. And then they just became an agent. So yeah, that's the closest I got, really. That's the closest I got for like a little incident or story. They fear nothing? Yeah, I guess so. They're high on Keflin? Maybe. If you want to count OSHA, I guess that counts, but that's about it. I didn't really have too much. Oh, Buttercup knows this. Buttercup knows what I'm talking about. You were there from the olden days. All right, there we go. Now? Oh, wait, shit, it's this one. They face the fear. No, exactly, you get it. Cyberpsychosis, that, you know, we can't rule it out. This is honest. Okay, now we're in the rapid fire ones. Questions I can answer really fast. I want to get all these out in like a minute. How many questions do we have? I got like 25, 30, I think around 25, really. But I want to get these out fast. Let me just get what's some really intense music? Oh, I know what the intense music is. Do the Ghost Strike. All right, let's go. Run it. Rapid fire. Did you ever have a Pokemon geek phase back when you were younger? Also, what's your favorite Pokemon? Answer is yes, I was way too into it, and I really like Reuniclus and Obstagoon, but I gotta pick Reuniclus because I love that smiley little shit that can't be eaten. How much money have you spent on Limbus? Also, why do you hate Sinclair so much? Probably like 300 bucks or so if I had to guess. Not as much for being here for like 3 years. And that includes the battle passes. Why do you hate Sinclair so much? I don't hate him. I was just really disappointed in him. And when I tried to make a How It Feels video about him, I realized that there was so much left undone that did not feel like I could make sense of it that I low-key canceled the entire series because of it until he got better. Maybe forever. Fourth favorite ice cream flavor, go. Cotton candy flavored. Next, how many hours does I have when it comes to the 3 games? I gotta go to my Steam. Scroll. Limbus Company, 1,744 hours. Library of Runa, 400 hours. Let's just get that up to 2,150 hours. Lobotomy Corporation, lobotomy, 270. So that's like 2,400 hours. That's 2,400 hours. If you could traumatize a character or traumatize it more, who would it be? Rodion! That's how you progress her story. And then Yi Song so we can do something new, and Ishmael so she could do something new. Loki, kind of bored of Ishmael right now. Who draws your character for videos? Oh, you and Owers! Oh, fuck me. Do you think you'll get a Kanto entirely set in the outskirts? If it's gonna be that, it's gonna be Otis's. Who do you think Dante is? Han Hee-jun from Distortion Detective. What is the largest stolen part of Chekhov's ONPM's narrative? What the fuck is the aspect? That's it. We made it. Okay. We made it. Woo! Okay. A little late, but the job was done. I'll take that as yep. Okay. There we go. So with that, this next chunk is something that we have to talk at length about. So, you might see this and think, this is a really interesting list of questions that you got. That doesn't seem like it's under any kind of theme, does it? We make a video dedicated to side characters. Which ego would you get for real-life practicality? Why the MOB obsession? What happened to the How It Feels to Dawn video? Are making video about the thumb? Herbert video when? and then editing business stuff. Originally when I made this, Originally when I made this, I thought I'd be giving you a big story about 2025. But that's not happening, and the parts that are remaining on that are gonna go into either a separate video, because 2025, I've said it a couple of times, it was a really fucking rough year. It was the most it's so over year I've had until the last 4 months, which were fought tooth and nail to be we're so back, which is why I'm so grateful to still be here in the community. I would be here as a person. I want to be very clear, that wasn't in question. But to answer some of these, about the will you make a video dedicated to side characters? I have learned ever since 2024, and this is a lesson that I thought I would be in a stable state enough to eventually promise videos. Literally, life just happens way too frequently, and these videos take so much work that if the wrong thing happens, it has to be canceled. I cannot be sure what's gonna happen from 1 month to the next. And so even though I thought, like, let's say, I thought I'd go through all the fingers after Kanto 9 because we'd have all the information, which I can probably take care of 4 of them, or at least the 2 remaining ones. I might. Literally, I don't know what would happen. Like, 2025 started for me with me losing the job that saved my career because the company went under, and then being told we would have to move, meaning that I had 60 days to find a new job, and literally being a creator and being an editor ended up being the best choice. So I spent like 16-hour days for the first 6 months, more often than not. That's a slight exaggeration. It was closer to 10 to 12, but somewhere 16. Trying to just stay the fuck afloat. Like, you never know what'll happen. If you want to know more about this, watch this. That is it. Look for a video called I Can't Keep Doing This and watch it. And then that was released at the end of 2024. That addressed why certain promises made during 2024 from like June to the end, like the Philip video or Citywide Tour didn't come out. But then you can just take the same logic and then whatever happened in the 4 months that are expressed in this video and apply it to all of 2025. And you'll have your answer on why other things like How It Feels to Dawn didn't come out. That's the long and short of it. Realest shit in the world, Froggy! Yo, dude, you get it. You fucking get it. Holy shit. Dude, hey, I'm glad to see you, dude. I'm happy you're here. I'm glad we were able to work on a lot of shit together. And I plan to talk a bit more about the stuff that came up throughout that year when we get to the tier list. But we're about to get into stuff, my advice for other creators. But before we do that, I want to start a Q&A. Let's see. What questions do you want answered? 2025 was my most heart attack year of my life, but goddamn, it was fun. Yes. Yes, it was. And if you want to stay for like the video tier list, if you happen to be here, there's no obligation. You don't even have to say yes or no. You can just dip if you want. But I'm gonna talk about the stuff that happened to both of us there. I'm gonna talk about the wildcard files. Either way, before we get to that though, let's start the Q&A. Here is the Q&A for chat. I will choose when it ends, when it feels like I've answered enough questions that have dried up. After that, fine, I'll check on Green Heathcliff maybe, and we'll look into that as much as I feel I want to. Oh, let's see. Let's go to Pursuit. I'll just search up Greencliff in the meantime. What the fuck is this? What? What the hell? Okay, yeah, I'll watch it for 30 seconds or so. We'll see where that goes. All right. Frey, why do you make me suffer with rapid fire? Dead dove do not eat. I told you it would happen. Also, all of my streams are specifically a test to see who are the kinds of people that are willing to sit in a room with a button that only shocks themselves. It's the only difference is that I administer the shock at random intervals because psychologically speaking, you will want to do that. I don't know, man, you could have left. So I want to become a streamer. Some people say the gang followers at the very start, every channel is really hard. How do you climb the ranks? Make something. I've go a little bit more about this in the podcast with the Paulu from Wednesday if you want to check out that stream. Do not think about it as climbing the ranks, though. If you think about it as climbing the ranks, that's going to be bad. If you think about the algorithm, that's going to be bad. Actually, no, I have a really good reference for you. I have a really fucking good reference. Go to youtube.com. Look up Doug Guide for New Content Creators. Watch this video and do what he says. It's literally 100 minutes. It is better than any guide on how to start doing content I've ever seen. They'll focus on marketing. They'll focus on how you get followers. That's not what's important. Focus on this. Focus on what he has to tell you and do it. That's the best advice I can give anyone. Let's see. I'm gonna be picky about some of these because there's a lot coming in, which I understand you're excited, but I'm gonna do my best. Frey, what do you think are possibly that Center Space Egos were awakened thanks to your Raya research LCD helped finish? Like she did with Moses' pipe and helped Ezra with volatile ego? Non-zero? I'm gonna be real. Theories on Limbus? This might sound wild coming from me. Some people are gonna be very surprised to hear this. I don't care a lot about Limbus theories. I don't care a lot about who Dante is. I don't care a lot about, like, whether or not someone's secretly a color fixer. Or one theory I heard about, like, Heathcliff being a relic boy or something. I don't know. I even though I've made theories or theory videos, I only make those when A, it's a situation where I'm already having to do some prediction work with like the index Dawn ID, where it was literally the only choice for me to make a video that I was happy with that would be a kit review. Or it's for fun where I played this little cat and mouse game with Kim Ji-hoon to see if I can predict what's going on with the next Kanto right before it comes out, which I want to say, I'm going to give myself a 3 out of 5 for Kanto 7 and like a 2 to 3 for Kanto 9. But Kanto 7 gave me the confidence that it's possible to get close to some degree. But as like the long scale stuff like who is Dante or who is Ayin or the Sinner machinations, I just don't feel too much of an interest because I don't feel a lot of validation from saying, haha, I called it! Because if you try to call a lot of things, then eventually they'll become meaningless. And we can go to the example of like the Moses deal with Diaz, and it was like, that was less about me wanting to be like, I'm super smart in calling this and say like, hey, there's a lot of the shit that lines up. It feels like it's really hard to explain against this, and I never found any explanation that was against this, or that could reasonably go against this. It was like, I don't know. I know it's not confirmed, but it seems pretty accurate, and I did sound more assured of it than I really was. Or maybe I just made myself feel more assured of it. It could be one or the other, column A or column B. So that it would be clickbaitable a little bit. I'm not gonna front on that, because I wasn't as confident in doing that style of video as I might have been for others, because it was technically theory crafting. But I also really want to talk about Distortion Detective. It was like, it was very interesting. I felt like I was showing some research, but I feel like a lot of theories that I've heard are just, I really want to sound right and like I got ahead of the game, so here's why this could work. And when you focus on what could work instead of what feels like the most accurate and against all other evidence, it feels like you'd have to make a case more against it than for it. To an obscene degree. If it's not that formed, I'm not really interested. So I guess that's it. Do you plan on doing solo runs for any more characters or IDs? Only if I run out of other ideas. I'm trying to stop doing super long streams for a few reasons. I've just realized streams aren't really great for me career-wise right now, and I gotta focus on career, unfortunately. Still, lore's where it's at. I'm branching out a little bit and trying to stream more on other stuff, but those tend to be long. It's kind of affected my health, which I need to draw back on. I don't really want to be a soloer, but I do want to get good at solos, if that makes sense. I think it's a skill that I want to develop, but I can't promise I'd like to ever do an MDE or an MD10 solo, you know? Let's see. I'm gonna go down the line. Real talk, how have you been lately? You doing all right? Real talk? I think 2025 was a traumatic experience. I'll be a little, like, trauma dump on main for that, since you're asking. I genuinely think the entire year of 2025 was a traumatic experience, and then I spent a month after Kanto 9 finished processing that. And now I'm kind of here where I feel like I've mostly processed it, and I'm more out in the open about it. And I hope to explain it better, but I literally tried to explain everything at one point, and it led to the longest essay I'd ever written at 30 pages that would probably have lasted 2.5 hours. And there was just no way I was gonna do it. And I wrote it before I processed everything, so it's like really whiny and complainy, which is not inherently bad, but when you've gotten to the point where you know you're gonna go outside your audience, you don't want something that personal just going to people that think it's in bad faith, you know? So that's where I'm at. I think I'm definitely at a point where I am resilient and in a good state to do better. I have full confidence in that. Do you ever plan on doing a literary analysis of the center sources occurring library, ruinous lower content, or LOR literary sources? Not really. Mainly because I want to focus on Project Moon because I find Project Moon's world and lore to be interesting. I don't inherently find the other sources to be interesting. And I've kind of come to peace with the fact that character-driven videos, like here's how Herbert works, here's how Ryoshi works, and the whole How It Feels series, is probably something I'm fine with being dead. And I would only come back to it if I've run out of all other lore to talk about and I wasn't ready to move on to something else yet. That would be like, I find that there's something that feels unfinished and I really want to come back to it. Because the thing is, those take more work than anything else. To like, make you empathize with the characters, to address all of the info that's come out about them. And it takes the greatest amount of effort at every step of the process to where just about every time I've kind of gotten sick of the video by the end. Which I don't love, but some videos I just really like because I get to make great moments. It's one of those you're not happy during the process, but you're glad it exists kind of deals. And I just find myself happier with the process with other videos. Have you ever been interested in Friday Night Funkin'? I helped someone write a mod for it. Yokumi was into it, so I spent time with them on that for a bit. I tried playing it once. I don't have the dexterity for it with my fingers. Absolutely not really. I'm gonna go over a few. Okay, will you make a video on the different relics of Limbus Company? Real talk, I know what I said about promising videos. I have 3 videos in mind. That's probably one of the ones I want to make sooner rather than later, but it would probably be as an update to secondary power systems, relics, Shin and Mong, likely something else too, because I don't want to just have another excuse to update Shin and Mong, but it also feels necessary. That might be the next one. It might not be. I don't know, but it's one I've got my sights on. When I get back into lore, which is like starting in March, like at the very start of March, I'm getting back into lore. Might have a sponsored video before that though, because I unironically need to refill the budget. So don't be surprised if that comes up. All right, 10 more. I'll say 10 more. Oh shit, this is a good one. What was your favorite Kanto-wide challenge that you've done? Fuck, I really liked I think the 2 I've really liked. Okay, the 2 I've really liked are ones that probably won't come up in a similar way again, for different reasons. I'd probably do something similar to what we did with Kanto 9 again, but with Kanto 10. But the 2 I liked the most were like Kanto 5 with the Ishmael AI, because we got to make a little character, we got to slowly put in situations where I had to improve the game to do better. But it very much felt like it was a fun time where chat got invested and I was still challenged. I don't think we could do it again. For several reasons. One, I think the pendulum on AI has shifted both internally for me on what I care about with its place in the world and also for the public, which unfortunately I have to care about both right now. That, it sucks, but I'd rather be upfront about it. And also, I don't know if I could do it again and have it pay off as well. I'm not opposed to having other AI characters come in, and I can explain why, which we'll get to quite soon in the next section, but yeah. And then the Kanto 7 one, where anytime an ID is used, it's banned. You can only use an ID once in the Kanto, except for a single ID Don Quixote does, which I think was a big flex. That was the flex that said, I don't give a shit how many times we lose a fight, we are doing it to do this challenge. And I had a lot of fun with it. But it did lead to a lot of situations where we'd stay on a fight for like 2 to 3 hours. And I'm not gonna lie, it was the start where it was the first time I felt like, why is my chat being insufferable about having to restart a fight? Lobotomy Corporation needed to do that a lot, and then I had to remember this is Limbus Company. The point is, I value my relationship with my chat, so I'm trying to negotiate boundaries on like communicating, but also kind of enabling, kind of giving y'all a bone, but kind of like being frank so that we have a real like understanding with each other. I don't want to be one of those creators that's hostile with their chat or just disengages with them, but also I'm gonna fucking go ham on backseaters that don't understand that. I like losing. If a fight can make me lose, that's a good thing as far as I'm concerned. Because I like a challenge. I like being humbled. That's it. And that was definitely one where I felt like, despite all odds, we made it to the end. That was fun. But yeah, let's see. Can I borrow $20? Yeah, I'm sure someone will give it to you. I said 10. I don't genuinely know how many more are here. Let's see. I'll scroll up. Anything else? Someone asked about Shin. I did say that I would do more on that. Planning for any challenge runs for Runa or LobCorp? That might be an APR thing. That might be an APR thing. It would have to be a special occasion. I've been asked to do collabs about Library of Runa or LobCorp before. This comes back to, unfortunately, I still gotta be business oriented. I'm at a point where I need to build up the channel in order to survive well. And I've done that enough to feel safe to an extent. But I can't start becoming that free. That's usually reserved for, and I shit you not, creators at like 800,000 to 1 million subs or higher. That's just how it is. That's just how it is. But I hope to not have to be so strategic in the future. Do I know how the Honor finger grades their fixers and people? There's exams, I think. If you saw what happened in Kanto 9 with one certain person that said they passed an exam, it's kind of like that, I assume, but I'm pretty sure they're just exams. What's your absolute favorite background music from PM? I really liked the Kanto 7 fight music B. I don't know if I got my favorite, but it's my easiest one for editing. Outside the fingers, you had to... What syndicate would you join? That's a good question. Fuck, what syndicates are there? I don't want to be in the Twin Hooks, that's annoying. The TLA is technically a syndicate, but they're also really annoying because I don't think they have a good philosophy. You said no fingers, so technically even if the House of Spiders is a syndicate, I wouldn't count it. Stray Dogs is annoying. A lot of syndicates are annoying to me, I find. Shit. Are there any syndicates I like? Blade Lineage, unironically, maybe. Blade Lineage I could fuck with because their cause is just. Yeah. That's the best one I can think of right now. We can go with that. Do you like doing collabs? I'm still testing the waters. It's kind of like if you bite into an almond. Sometimes you get a really good almond and it makes you want to do more. Sometimes you get an almond that's like, that hit me the wrong way and I kind of want to step back. But it's also like, I can only do so many and feel pure. That sounded wrong. I can only do so many and feel like I'm not becoming a ship of Theseus. Because I like to have my own voice. It's also like, when I do a collab, I feel like I'm diluting my streams and sometimes they're for other people. Which I want to do stuff that helps other people. That's why I like doing shit with Kamui. It's more of a... I like to do them when I can and when I'm in the place to. So the answer is yes, but in moderation. What's your favorite faction? All Project Moon. My favorite is T-Corp. Favorite faction. Shit. You're asking a good question. I really like the concept of the Index. I think the Index is really cool. I think the entire concept of there being potentially a god of the city, man-made or otherwise, is so fascinating because it's chaos theory. All right, 2 to 3 more. What's your opinion on custom limits content such as fan-made oddities or Ego? Have you seen any well-designed ones? I don't really engage with it. There is someone that made an ID for me that I think they said they wanted me to show off at one point, which I guess, Mochi? Now's your chance. I'll pull that up because I'm pretty sure you said you were down with it. Here's I'll open the link and I'll show it off. I don't know if this is gonna look good on screen, but I'll scroll it. The only one I got is like literally one where someone made it of me. This fellow Mochi. If you're here, shout yourself out in chat and I'll shout you out. But like, that's only because I had to be there for it to exist, right? I don't really care. It's just not something I engage with, right? But I did like say, hey, you know what? I really like the idea of being burn sinking because I feel like the, you know, hot and cold, the black and white idea is fun. And they decide, fuck it, give me Mong, which was cute. And I don't know. I think it's interesting. I'll leave that there to screenshot it. It's just not something I'm too interested in, but from the experience I've had within it, it's nice. It's nice. Okay, 1 or 2 more. Let's see. Actually, I think that might have done everything. Oh wait, what's the most dangerous nest to live in the city? I feel like S-Corp right now. S-Corp is like going through a major upheaval. Like District 19 with all that's going on with the Blade lineage, that feels like it. If not that, then either H-Corp or T-Corp. T-Corp is fucking miserable and you'd want to literally kill yourself. Whereas H-Corp is like, the buildings shift around and you can just die. It's amazing that their population hasn't left. Okay, 1 more. What ideas do you want or predict for Wall? Give me the birds. I want the birds and I want Nameless Fetus's Roulette. I want Nameless Fetus's Roulette on a pike! And also Mountain of Smiling Bodies. And also Silent Orchestra. Those guys fuck. Okay, that's it. That's enough. That's all. That's all for those Q&As. You guys have been good. You guys have been good. You know what? This has been very sweet. This is a very wholesome engagement activity. I'll do this for you, chat. You can have Greencliff. I will give you 30 seconds of Greencliff. And then we'll see if we go for another 30 seconds. Okay? End Q&A. Yes. Congratulations. You've earned it. I will give you Greencliff. Let me load it. I will give you literally 30 seconds of it, and then we'll see where it goes. It has to load, though, of course. Okay, yep. Let me make sure that the audio's up, too. Yeah, this is already great. Put this in. Let me just play it. Oh, this was made by I Want Luna Z, with a Z, by the way. So, good job. You clearly have struck a chord with some people. Let me just make sure that you can hear all of this. Not desktop audio, browser audio. Properties. There we go. Now, let's see about Greencliff. Let's see what this is.
Greencliff.
Yep, okay. I'm gonna lower that, because that's way too loud.
Greencliff.
Okay. I'm gonna lower that a little more, but that should be it. We're good, we're good, we're good. Frey, I'm not sure about this. Frey, no? Wait. Should I really not do this? Okay, finish your series on Districts Explained. Check a video named I Can't Keep Doing This. It'll give you more context. Explained it a few times. Wait, Frey, I'm not sure about this. Frey, no. Is it brain rot? Like, okay. Let me check with my mods. I'm gonna go into the mod chat, guys. I'm not gonna show the mod chat on stream. I legit want to know what you have to say. Let's see. Hold up. Too afraid? No, I trust my mods. Okay, they're typing. I mean, if it's harmless, if it's just a shitpost, that's fine. Or are you saying, like, it's actually an issue? I think this, bear with me here. I need to understand, and then we can evolve. We can do better. It's a learning process. Everything is learning, chat. You are going to experiment with everything you do, which means that any opportunity for a lesson is what's important. I'm facing the fear, but I'm getting the packet on it. I am reading the enemy's kit before I understand whether to process it. That's what's happening. You gotta understand, you gotta be willing to take those. I'm waiting for my mods to type. You gotta give them a second, too. If you wanna go do something, you gotta make a pit stop. Maybe this will take a minute or two, who knows? I'm just waiting to see it. And where it'll go. But I got my own limits. And we're gonna test them. Let's see. Okay, it's fine, I think. Okay, I'm gonna read these out because I think that they're not problematic to share. I won't say who has them. I think it's fine, I think, but it has weird discrimination allegories. I mean, so does Heathcliff and Wuthering Heights, so I think it's fine. I don't trust Brainrot on principle. That's okay. From what I've seen, there seems to be a lot of confidence that this is fine, so I'm good. I'm good with it. Thank you guys for saying something, though. PM Stop with AI voice. 30 seconds to appease the people because I promised. I did promise. And we will go. If it's 11 Labs, also, I personally find them to be kind of okay. There are not many companies that generate AI shit that I think are okay. 11 Labs is the only one that I say is like, you're on thin ice, but you're okay. And I can explain that later. But for now, let's give it this 30 seconds.
Greencliff.
Bro, it's 10 minutes? That's way too much time. I'm giving you 30 seconds. Greencliff.
Greencliff. A man of great power and the most formidable adversary for anyone who gets
Owen
in
would
his
love
way.
this.
And with the power to literally change fates, how can someone obtain this much power?
Okay.
Today we will cover the story of Greencliff the Greened One.
All right.
Everything has to
Okay.
start somewhere,
I don't hate this so
and
far.
Greencliff did not have a good start in the city during the era where red folks were supreme and powerful.
Okay.
While the green folk is mistreated, abused, and labeled as lesser beings by the red folk.
Okay, if that's the allegory, that's okay. It exists. It exists. That's real. That's true to life. It exists. Okay, you've got me. You've got me. Let's go for another 30.
In District 23, Green
District 23, W Corp, okay.
Had his parents taken away.
That's sad.
Rummaged through the city like any commoner
That's
in
very
the
sad.
backstreet would. Red folk, rich and powerful.
Okay, laugh track,
Greencliff
sure.
for being weak and a part of the lesser society, only comparable to rats in the sewers.
Okay, so discrimination
Being mistreated
exists. I
every
get it.
single day burns something inside Greencliff.
He has trauma.
Hatred, pure raw
He has wild
In
trauma.
the darkest of nights, Greencliff
Why
would
is
run around
Iori
the park
here?
where Red folks walk around and murder and rob them of their belongings.
Okay, that's another 30 seconds. So this is, this is just how, this is a cycle of violence. We have perceived a cycle of violence. What is this community even about, man? Froggy, sometimes I gotta keep up with this shit too. The story I can explain. I can explain the story 12 times over. The community, this community is like JoJo, but if it collapsed in on itself, dog. I don't know. But I'm still sold. We can keep going. Of course. Okay, so he supports Greenton. Sure. Okay, I'm pausing this to say I really like this art of the city. I don't know if they just took, like, the original image and decided to distort it, or if they found this somewhere. This looks good! I fuck with it heavy. Wait, you can't hear? Wait, what? It was just playing. Did it lose? How does that lose track of it? Excuse me? How did you lose OBS? How did you lose track of the audio? Dog. Properties. Set you here. Properties. Greencliff. Play. Literally nothing. Why are you like this? OBS gave up. Yeah, I'm just gonna make another, like, you know what, screw it. Desktop audio. Where it's the ultimate answer. Testing.
The city has caught on.
I'll turn that down a little bit. But okay. Until it says cut on to Greencliff action, okay.
The Greencliff action and label
Sure.
green folk as murderers.
Oh, that's
and nothing
bad.
But filth in the backstreet.
I don't think the city would outright do that out of one person, but I get this is fan and I get this is fanfic. A little extreme.
This gave them an excuse to exterminate
Oh
them
shit,
with
this is
a
escalating.
to exterminate all green folk alive.
This is
in the
escalating.
backstreets. Green
I don't think this would happen in the city. Not to this extent from one person. But I get you got a story to tell. I'll let you cook.
Greencliff was caught by one of these hunters, but Greenton, his sickly brother, pushed the hunters away and told Greencliff to run.
Okay,
Greencliff
sacrificing
can't
himself.
do nothing but weep as he runs away.
Unfortunate.
Knowing he will never see Greenton ever again.
Thank you,
Tears
Cromer.
down from his chin.
We're gonna keep going to
Blood
2 minutes.
gushed out from open wounds as he finally exhausted himself and collapsed.
That's unfortunate. That is not fun. Is he
When his eyes opened
carboning?
Again, he saw something different. Bright
Wait.
light looms around him as it appears
Is he going to the library?
and an unknown purple figure step out of the brightness.
Okay.
It's the purple mist.
Uh-huh. Of course it is. We're not gonna watch the whole thing. We're not gonna watch the whole thing because I'm skipping around. I'm gonna skip like, we're gonna go from 5 minutes in to like 30 seconds and I'm gonna go without context so I stay confused. So I'm gonna stay confused. I'm gonna watch the first 30 seconds of every minute. That's how we're gonna do it. That's how we're doing it. Because I think that's funnier to me. And that's all the reason I need. How do we... Uh-huh. Thank you, McDonald's purple mess. Okay. So she took him under his wing. Protect... One Piece spoilers, I guess. So the red one took purple mess away, whereas Greencliff Luffy here has to watch. Oh, Red Akainu, no. Sorry. Red Inu. I guess One Piece spoilers. Damn, man. That's rough. 30 seconds ahead.
All his life, Greencliff has only been told to run and hide before watching his loved ones get slaughtered.
Okay, wait.
It filled his heart once again, and a voice called to him.
Oh, did it? Wait. Is this Carmen? Is that a sweeper? Wait, no. Show me in the next 7 seconds. Show me the next 5 seconds. Wait, I'm gonna have to skip it. Oh, fuck. I don't get to have context. You gotta move on. We gotta move on. His strength, his body felt greatly enhanced. Okay.
Greatly enhanced. Greencliff counterattack Red Phillip.
Red Phillip! Okay, so it was Phillip that killed the purple mess. Got it. Oh, wait, I know who this is. Oh, shit. Yeah, okay, great. The green shall bear its fangs against the red. Okay.
Sensing a dangerous presence from Greencliff.
Oh, shit.
No.
Sukunu Phillip, no, please, be kind. I can't continue, but this screenshot is fucking mad. I love the idea of Phillip cloning himself, crying child style. Alright. This is kind of great, actually. It's kind of great. This is kind of mad. Alright, let's see. That's such a good pause, right? It's so nice! Okay, oops, I loaded something. It's probably fine. Alright, next. Oh, shit.
In a last-ditch effort, he conjured all his mans.
Yeah, total of 150. That's a shit ton. Oh fuck, it's the final clash. And there's still 2 minutes left. That's like a cylinder of light. That's a fucking raw Mong. That's a bad dragon Mong that you're throwing out there. Oh god, he's gonna finish him. But I gotta T-corp myself. Oh no. He's on the ground!
The green Kathy and wish she's safe from the rain.
Now there's green Kathy.
Of light shine through the library as he shuts his eyes closed.
Oh, and this is before the White Knight's Dark Days? Or is it a third one or second one? Oh, never mind. It's Jeremy Rochford destroying him.
Done so much for us Greencliff.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's the Pablo and Angel on his shoulder.
I will always be there with you.
Oh, she's teaching him kindness. I think. Okay, low-key, this might be similar to what we wrote for the Friday Night Funkin' mod that I did as a favor. I refuse to elaborate on that. I guess we'll finish the end. We need to see what happened? No. You can watch the video. I don't want to be a reaction streamer. This wasn't even planned. I'll spoil the end, though. Sorry, you know what? Hold up, I gotta update the stream real quick. Wait, it says OBS has crashed! Wait, I literally can't touch OBS anymore. Okay, never mind. I got a pop-up that said OBS is crashed. It says it's crashed, but if I don't close it, nothing happens. If I don't close it, nothing happens. Wait, can I still edit shit? Okay, hold up. I think I can still edit shit. As long as they don't acknowledge it, then I think it's fine. Okay, hold up. Properties. Warning. Greencliff spoilers. There you go. Warning, Greencliff spoilers. That was fine. It was a fine video. It's fine. Yeah, it's a shit post, which is okay. Good for, you know what? You know what? I went lunacy. I'm glad you had fun, and people seem to enjoy it. Not perfectly my cup of tea. It was fine. I get on board with a good chunk of this shit. But yeah, let's mute that again. The stream might crash any second, to be real with ya, but that's a risk we're gonna take. Oh, there we go. Let's move on to, that was more like a YouTube pooper in the brain rot. Yeah, actually, you're right. That was more like a YouTube poop, and YouTube poop is just classic art. There really is a fine line between that, isn't there? Yeah. Damn, dog. This is actually a really good opportunity now. What I should do is I should, I think, let the stream crash. Because literally, this is the message that popped up. The stream is crashing. I'm gonna let the stream crash and then restart it, okay? Or, what do I want to do? I think, no, wait, I will stay on stream and then allow the stream myself to duplicate it. Allow myself to duplicate it as like a part 2. Keep it crashed, it'll be so funny. It might corrupt the recording is the issue. That's what I'm more concerned about. I guess it's fine. You know, fuck it, I guess it's fine. We already got through the main Q&A. Let's just do it. Crash it or whatever. Send it over. Yeah. All right, cool. Let's just keep going. So, next step of this, we went through Greencliff, we went through the Q&A, and we went through the chat Q&A. The next step of this is I want to talk about what can help folks that want to get into YouTube. Now, I've already said that there's a Doug video that helps them for it. That's good for getting you to get to your first, like, 0 to 5,000. Again, frame it as, I want to make something that I really like, and then maybe if it becomes a career, that's cool. But if you, for whatever reason, have been doing this for a while, and you wanna get some more greater principles down. Oh wait, frame rates dropped, did it? Wait, is everyone able to see the stream? Hold up. If I go to live, is it good? Yeah, it looks fine on my end. It looks local. When I load the stream itself, I think it's fine. Alright, cool. That's fine then, cool. But like when you get to the, let's say, 5 to 30,000 mark, when you're around that, you kind of want to learn to organize stuff. You want to get principles down. You want to figure out a way to feel more comfortable with what you make. Now that you're done like experimenting with seeing if I can make something, you want to make it more often and feel better about it. So, I have come to not just become a channel manager for other creators because of this, but come up with like a 3-part system on what makes for a good idea for a video, and in part a stream. And that's based on 3 different ideas. There's the stream concept, where it's just the idea of the stream. Like for me, a prescript run that I'm doing tomorrow night, where I use a random prescript generator to go through Refraction Railway. Let's see, I love this, the technical difficulties. Cam! Oh my god, long time no see, dog! I hope you've been doing great! Dude! Oh my god, I didn't expect you to ever interact with Project Moon stuff in general, but thank you for the support, that's so sweet! Cam, by the way, I used to work for a podcast called The Transgender when I was getting my start, and these guys were really sweet, accommodating to my rates and schedule. They're in part of how I got to get a list of LGBTQ resources in my Discord. That's so sweet of you, Cam. I hope you're doing great. I hope you and Raven are doing well. But yeah, thanks for dropping in. Let's see that. The star is the concept. The concept is literally the concept of the stream. What is the thing that's happening? Are you doing a certain challenge? Are you just playing a game? Are you doing a tier list? Are you having some other event? It can be anything else from like something that is interesting to a person at a glance makes for a good concept. When you think, why doesn't this exist? And then think, can I make it? You've found a pretty good concept. If you think the average person will find it interesting, or if you, most importantly, find it interesting to share to people. All right, number 2 is the execution. how well does the stream go and how does the streamer add to it beyond the concept? How many of y'all have seen Pokemon Nuzlocke videos and streams? How many of y'all have watched Let's Plays? How many of y'all, to a lesser extent, because this is less congested, have seen mirror dungeon runs or solo runs? Right? This doesn't mean that you're wrong for watching those. I don't want to imply that. They're fine. They're all in art. They're all in art form. But that's all the same concept, right? That's all the same concept that's already out there. The execution is how well the creator does with it, right? That's what the creator does with it. A streamer is just as important as a piece of the puzzle, defo, in terms of the challenges. Otherwise, there isn't much that sets it apart. Jade Animation Nuzlocke runs? Well, kind of. I'll come back to that as an example later. But I think the execution is not necessarily how the video goes if you're streaming it. If it's, I think the execution happens during the stream or the recording. And it's how well does the person that is running it run it to make sure it's interesting? Are they quiet? Do they go into the analytics and numbers and strategy and focus on that? Or are they able to like make jokes with chat? Are they able to make a social dynamic with chat or a third party? Like, again, one easy example to come back to is like an AI character that Doug does. There, I'm sure, are other options, like maybe you order food midway through the stream and you make an entire big deal about that. Maybe you give yourself a personal challenge. Maybe you just eat out of a trough for whatever reason. You do something that builds on the concept and makes it interesting to perform it well. Maybe you're a really good orator. We're gonna get into that as well. But it's really just how well are you able to execute on the concept in the recording/stream. Just more Doug examples. Frey, we know what you are. You guys know what I am. You guys are gonna see how much of my nose is up Doug's pepper by the end of this. And then production. Production is more at the end if it's made into a video, or sometimes if it's just like, no, if it's made into a video. Someone mentioned the Jade Animations Nuzlocke before. That took a lot of work. That was genuinely animation. That's a lot of effort to frame something, because not only do you have to do the animation, you have to make the script to make sure it looks good. You have to run the challenge to understand why there were interesting points in it and pick those interesting points. And you have to ensure that entire team's on base with it so that you tell a good story. Sometimes it's as simple as saying, I just want this to exist, so I'm gonna do a very simple cut and show what's going on. Maybe I'll throw in an intro. Wildcard alum creator Volpixie did that a lot. And other times, you're gonna make a creative narrative/fanfic that goes into it that another creator we're gonna talk about that's on this list does. And I bring this up because production, execution, and concept, the more effort you put into these, the better the end product will be. I'm gonna tell you right now, you do not have to do all three of these perfectly to make it work. You don't. I saw Jade Animations, and I was like, it was genuinely got me back into Pokemon. That's a great example. Even little bits of that, small moments will get people interested. Which one do you think matters most? I think it depends on what you find the easiest to execute on. I think you're gonna see that if I had to say, I guess based on my information and gun to the head, I don't want you to think of this as there being one that's best, because all of these grow in tandem, your skills at these grow in tandem over time. If I had to say one, I would say execution. Because you're getting fundamentals that you're learning all the time with how to run a stream, how to have interesting conversations with your chat, how to orate and feel confident there, and how to understand what it is that makes your stuff interesting. But it doesn't have to be that. It really doesn't. 10 concept, like, if we rank them from 1 to 10, a 10 in concept and 1 in execution can be fine if you got some stuff in production. A 10 in execution and 1 in concept and production can also be fine. The only thing I think that cannot survive on its own is production. I don't think anything you polish to a certain extent, if you can't do good at having an interesting concept or make it interesting in the recording, no matter how you polish it, you're polishing a turd. I'm sorry to any people I've worked for. I'm not gonna name names. The people you're probably thinking of are not adequate names that would come up anyway. But a lot of being an editor is polishing turds that come in, even if they're really good recordings. Unless the editor's a beast, true! But I feel like even then, the editor's a beast because they have to, and this is what I do with Volpixie, tell them, hey, this part might jazz it up if you get a scripted segment, or if you're willing to lean into this and let me make sounds for it. But that's true. The editor can be a beast and add a lot. I do think that there's only so much that can go with it, though. And I'll give you some examples. All right, let's see. Doug is the most powerful individual to ever live because remember when he went through old bad ideas and still ended up making it entertaining to chat? Let's use that as a process because we're going to talk about Doug Dub. I have one creator that I think executes on all three of these better than anyone else, and I've been using them as references. Doug is a great one. Doug is excellent with concepts. Question. Does production rely on execution and concept, or do you think it's necessary to move to one or both? I think production is the least interesting, but I think that there are a lot of people that have interesting concept in production. Or, I'm sorry, I think there are a lot of people that have interesting concept and execution, but don't put a lot of effort into production. Meanwhile, if you are able to put, like, a 5-5-1, like 5 concept, 5 execution, 1 production, you can get by. I think you will make something incredible if you have something that's like 3 concept, 3 execution, and like 7 production. But there has to be a baseline. 2 on both of those? No. I even think 3 is a little low, like 4. The higher you get into production though, after those 2, it's like exponential. So a 5-5-1 video is good, but a 5-5 like 5 is, ooh, mama, that's really good. I think Doug is good at 5-5-5s. 5, or I guess 8 5-5s, or 9 or 10. 10 concept, 5 execution, 5 production. That's it. RLZ to Doug for now. Because he's great at concepts for streams and videos. He will come up with the most off-the-wall stuff and figure out if he can make it. But that's in part because of 2 things. 1, he has the technical know-how to do a lot of this stuff. He just knows. He just has skills that allow him to make things that he wants to exist. Number 2 is that there's almost always a social or interactive element to it. He will be, let me see if I can just throw this up. Let me pull up Doug's channel real quick. He will make it so that there's always something interesting between his relationship with his chat, or his relationship to a certain idea, or anything. Like, I let Twitch chat fill a bingo board, now we race to beat it. First off, who is we? It's not him versus Twitch, it's him versus a friend. And Twitch chat fills the board. His chat is socially interacting, and he's interacting with someone else. I think streams and videos are really interesting when you don't just have an off-the-walls concept, but also there's a social aspect to it that makes it feel grounded in reality, and after you kind of get the idea, there's more to build off of. Chess every piece is controlled by a viewer. Again, viewer interaction. You kind of get the idea after a while. Personally for me, this one was a little stale by the end, but it made a story of people talking with each other. I built 3-word range AI and forced them to play D&D. Kind of the same idea, carried by the interaction. This one is an exception to the rule where he basically tries to do the opposite, where he has little social interaction other than people saying this challenge is boring, and he fakes it. But he even made that into a bit. Like, I'll even just use this as an example. Like, there's some really good ideas I think are in here, where he will just try to say, I will give an AI idea, or I will give an AI info on my video so that it can give me ideas to do. First off, that's interesting because we don't know of an AI that's done for that. Second off, it's based on him, so we can see just how interesting it is to be based off of him. And 3, you want to know what the ideas are, you want to know if they'll be good. For instance, I'll spoil this part. I'm pretty sure this is what I think it is, where he specifically asks people to... where he specifically asks the AI to come up with the biggest, baddest idea possible. And it leads him to have these conversations. But here's how this goes. If I can skip by. And he also has his way. This is an execution. He's building hype. He is building up how to build interest. It's foreshadowing. It's rising action. That's something I would probably make, or Mr. Beast would. That's a really funny idea that will never happen, but it's funny because it will never happen, of course. But then he builds up the hype. It drops. It drops. Oh, the audio is dissipated? Fuck me.
So we need one more good idea.
Like, here we go.
Eating pizza on stream.
He's eating pizza.
A banger idea.
He needs a really important idea.
I want this to be one of the longest, most thought out.
He wants it to be long, thoughtful, interesting. He's building interest.
One other person have to get a poker chip in a burning building.
And then the delivery of the AI is really funny. Like, to be clear, I think there's a lot of issues with generative AI. I feel like Doug toes the line well. I feel like the tool he uses for voices, 11 Labs, is one of the few ones that I can kind of allow to not worry about because they actually pay the actors and the actors consent to being into it, which I think is the main crux of a lot of this outside of the energy costs. But as far as the performance goes, he is setting himself up for a punchline by foreshadowing and building interest, and then it falls off. Little beat, little hit, little joke.
Okay. I'm gonna go
Streaming is genuinely just another form of storytelling. It is. That's what I feel like it should be left as.
do that. Do you have another idea? Please make it long.
And I was doing it again.
Long ideas.
The fake out,
10 steps to it.
10 steps, long ideas,
I feel like he really genuinely has felt like me, and I'm excited.
and now he's waiting for it to load. He's building interest.
How long?
He says it's a magnum opus. And then here we go.
Okay, I'm ready.
So it's got an idea. It's really enjoying the idea. Language has crumbled.
What is the idea?
What is the idea? That is the question.
Oh my god.
And then he looks at it. Here's the reveal.
That's all he wrote.
That's all he wrote. And then now chat's having a good time with it. The communication's breaking down even more. Frey, why is it high? I don't know what to tell you. It's green.
I don't care.
And he leans into it.
Hear him out.
They're saying to hear him out. He's having his back and forth. Very simple principle. Nothing too impressive there. He's showing what's interesting about the message here. Why it's so long. Very simple principles, but you continue that. He has his own system for TTS that encourages interaction. Like, to be clear, that's more execution. That's more like, hey, we want to have really good execution so that you can create the environment to where you can talk with your chat. I want to kind of do that. And it's so overwhelming. It's so overwhelming. It's so overstimulating.
Do I do this? Like when I have a good idea for stream.
And I was building off an idea of like, hey, this is me. Do I have good ideas? Is this what I do? And most importantly, he yes ands. He lets this play out in full. He commits. He lets it play out in full. Now, I thought it was more funny for me to skip parts of Greencliff, not just for time saving, that wasn't really what I was thinking of, but because I thought it'd be funny to like not know what was going on and infer. But that's me experimenting. He's experimenting too, but he's had a lot more experience. They're voting on where this goes. You can see, we'll let it play out because it's funny, then move on. You can see that he is taking every opportunity that has made it into this video to encourage an interaction with his chat, to make a signal that something is about to happen, to show the joke, to show the payoff of the joke, to then emphasize why it is funny in a way that doesn't hit you over too much with the head with it, like this explanation does, show the reaction that was up in this corner, and then he leans into it more. This is all execution, but this is what a lot of concepts build up into. That's how it works. It's funny seeing the AI's face, yeah. But he has this, like, planet coast where a random disaster happens. He also makes interactions based on that with an AI creating stories. Which, you know, your thoughts on it, I'm kind of split on it personally. We can have a vote on that, I want to later. But, like, he uses a lot of tools to this end. So, the stream is usually about what chat does. He uses tech skills, sometimes with AI, sometimes with the tool he makes with his chat specifically, sometimes both. And stream involves making an AI character or combinations of the above. He's really good at setting expectations and handling a large chat. He's exceptional at this. That's why I think it's very important to have really good execution, of course. Again, that's more on that, but it's the concepts that are carrying. What I'm seeing here, good concepts will have a snowball effect. It's up to the streamer to guide that in the right direction. Really well put. Really well put. A lot of this, I feel, is that socializing is key. Socializing is like the glue that holds a lot of bits together. If you can make a human experience out of it, that's great. Fallout also has great videos of similar concepts. I've made a Fallout video that's done shit like that for Jabo before, and yeah, he does that where he has bits with the chat. But there's more storytelling with the game. That's a different story altogether. He's really good at setting expectations. Many of these concepts pay off of him focusing on there being a social aspect in addition to there being unique, but that takes technical skills a lot of the time. The issue I have with him being as a greater reference is that it either relies on using AI tools or having tech for a lot of the concepts he has, like coding knowledge, or sometimes both. And I, despite working in tech support, do not fully have that, so I can't build off of it. But I do know how to use some AI tools, which makes me feel a little bit off with it. I'm still reconciling my thoughts on it. However, Failboat, great example on concepts. That man's worth studying in itself. But then we've got, like, sometimes he has ideas that are obtuse or rough. I will glaze this guy for his ideas and willingness to commit to them. He's what led me to try to eat 100 chicken nuggets at once. But he has stated that at least 5 ideas involve drinking his own piss. He's been willing to tase himself or wear a shock collar. And he has eaten cheese out of a trough, which means that you've got to get really creative and willing to go outside your comfort zone. But that's where concepts as a core can bring you. That's the extreme of it. Let's see. Still an awful idea, by the way. Harming yourself is just you. So what he did, it's not that he wanted to harm himself from a masochistic deal. He comes at it from an attitude of like a frat guy. Like, oh man, I want to tase myself and see what that's like. So I'm going to do it. If I can't beat this Mario Maker world in 20 hours, I'm going to do it. I got to deal with that. He's doing it because he wants life experience. Are there concerns about this? Absolutely. He also forced himself to eat spicy shit and then had his friend take away his source of milk. That caused problems. In fact, I should show that off. I should show that off as a great example before we move on to the next guy. Actually, wait, pull this off. Just for the sake of example. Now, your mileage may vary. This is something that someone who is very comfortable with themselves and these ideas should do within reason. You have to know yourself a lot. This is not something everyone should do. My own idea with the chicken nuggets and refraction railway, where I would eat 1 per turn, that pushed past my limits. I've learned I've got limits. I've learned that there's only so much I can deal with on that. And most people, that's gonna be the case for. Doug, scary game. And then there's this idea where he had 1 chance to raise his heart rate. Basically, people would submit horror games to him, and he was wearing a heart rate monitor. And if it got his heart rate past a certain level, then they were safe. But if it didn't, they were banned. And I think that's really funny. He'll ban his chat too. Let's see. If I can load this. Also love that start. But he ate a lot of spicy food in this, in part because he wanted to raise his heart rate. So, when he did that, he also allowed himself to have milk. This is him eating spicy stuff. And he brought his friend Parkser in to help him out. And here's what happened.
Doug is going to be ripping some hot ass later when that works its way through.
And that's when the TTS speaks. And you can see there's a movement. You can see there's a movement here.
That works its way through.
Parkser is picking something up.
No!
Oh, he's not taking milk away. He's taking olive oil away.
No! Parker! No! I did that! That's fucked up!
Yeah. And Parkser took away his means of stopping the spice. There is a mutual understanding they have here. This can get dangerous, don't get me wrong, but there's mutual understanding where they know the limits of each other. But you wouldn't expect your game is 1 chance to raise my heart rate or your band to necessarily mean Doug is gonna eat spicy chicken, lose his fucking olive oil because of his friend, have an interaction based on that, and then come back to it. Olive oil's milk, yes. So that's it. That's it. That's part execution. That's a lot of execution. But there's another deal. There's another deal. Because there's a man that is great at execution. This is a man that has streams and an entire channel that's built off of 1 out of 10 concepts, 1 out of 10 production, and 10 out of 10 execution. I don't know why I'm pulling this music for Northern Lion. No, it's more like, honestly, he kind of gives this energy. I write fanfiction, paint, practice guitar for fun. I'm happy for you. This is Northern Lion. So, he can play anything. Yeah, someone's saying in chat, he can play anything. And that's because he is a man that knows he min-maxes performance skills. He is an orator. He knows how to carry a conversation from nothing. If he was speaking to 0 viewers instead of like 2,000 to 3,000 or more, he would still be an interesting person. Because not only are his videos barely edited, but he is excellent at doing something very important. Have opinions. You have no idea how many small creators or even large creators new to streaming that make the mistake of not sounding interested in something. Of not sounding interested in what they're doing. If you're sounding very casual, if you're sounding like you're kind of faking it, Or your expressions are limited to, yeah, this is kind of fine to, like it's either all or nothing, which I know I'm loud. I know I'm loud. I'm trying to fall not, I feel like I do better, but I'm trying to not fall into that pit either. But you need to have a wide breadth of expressions and interests in order to do execution well. Northern Lions like Great Asmongold? Kind of, actually, yeah. I don't watch Asmongold, but I trust you when you say that. He is excellent at having opinions and conversations. You could arguably say he is made up of opinions. I'm gonna put it like this. If you like watching Ezgu, you'd probably like Northern Lion. That's how that works. Conversations flow out of him like oil out of the ground. His entire ability to speak, I feel, should be studied. He has invested in what he has to say and is willing to discuss what would be otherwise mundane topics that carry with his own interest and ability to orate well. This means he always has chat to bounce off of since he gets reactions and feedback. But even when there is nothing, he can talk about what he got for dinner a few nights ago. And I want to show an example of this. Let's go into Northern Lion Unfair Flips. Because, by the way, he has someone that runs a fan channel for him named Librarian, who, fun fact, just got into Limbus. Library of Returno, also Librarian for short, has just gotten into Limbus Company. This is not a joke, and they have fallen down the rabbit hole. I think in maybe a week or two, they're already at Kanto 7. But
I lost 10.
But he is a man that will be very willing to make anything interesting. Right here, he's playing a game called Unfair Flips. Can the example of holds chat accountable be the movie Puritanism? Because I think that's a shining example. We can check that out. You know, I'm willing to run that. But I want to show you guys this one, because this is a really important example of how you can be combative or have conflict with your chat because you have the confidence to like speak well on it. I don't know why. I think after the like month-long, let's call it what it is, kind of depression and introspection I've had, I'm not quite on the mark with like my orating skills. As I usually am. My flow is not as perfect as it once was. But he's talking about a game where you flip a coin. And if you get 9 heads, you win. That's it. That's all it has to be. And his chat is backseating him. So I will tell you guys this right now. I got my attitude for how to handle Kanto 9 in large part from what you're about to see. The idea of type A and type B chars is already interesting. I agree.
Flavorless and you suddenly realize you have bad breath. Why
Let's see. Here we go. Check this out.
The analytics on TikTok are not that good.
Okay. Well, we'll skip around this a little bit. I'm trying to find the perfect part.
Game has no skill Andes when they beat the game faster than me.
Oh, here we go. Here it is.
Of wearing it. I won with 55% chance. So-called, this game has no skill Andes when they beat the game faster than me.
This, I will say, is something more tuned for streamers to find funny, I feel. I think anyone can find it funny, but I think it's a perfect catharsis for a lot of creators. And Paul Louvier introduced me to him.
Upgrading single flip by 5 increases your odds of flipping.
Wait, okay, so he's playing Limbus Company, basically? You're about to find out how right you are.
I've had 10 heads in a row by roughly 40%. Yeah, but my odds of flipping 10 heads in a row are 100%. So going from 100 to 140 doesn't change anything. The only thing it changes is how long it's going to take. You realize, sorry, I have to point this out.
And this is all off the cuff. This is not practiced. This is his habit. Check out this little monologue he has.
Loaf that you ate lunch in the bathroom stall in high school. We get it, NL. You're refusing to buy it out of spite so you can try to get a viral TikTok clip. Shut up about it. First off, I don't really...
Interesting comeback.
TikTok are not that good anymore. I think that YouTube Shorts has eaten its lunch, and the sovereignty crisis of will it be banned, will it not? It's like people are just...
Address the social media premise.
I'm not really fucking with Reels, but I'm on YouTube already, so I post Shorts. Secondly, the game is a mirror, okay?
Here's where we get into the real shit, the core of it.
And then observing your reaction. It's a one-way mirror. I'm looking at the Joker inside of the holding cell right now. And you're saying some shit like, oh, I hate this game. You're only playing this game to get viral clips. No, man. I'm playing this game to see what the reaction is.
He kind of made up a guy.
This is like when you eat something flavorless and you suddenly realize you have bad breath. Why so angry? Why so angry?
This is what I mean when I say holding chat accountable. Is it cathartic to me specifically because I have found that I get annoyed by backseating? Yes, absolutely. Does this give me some catharsis because it proves that people will backseat literally anything and you have no repercussions by talking back after a point? Yes. But I also think it shows that you can keep something interesting, because I think you guys were interested throughout that to a decent degree, by just being able to communicate well, by just being able to be entertaining verbally. He doesn't have AI like DugDug. He doesn't have a chat module that's speaking to him or a concept that's more than just playing games.
It's supposed to be fun. You don't like having fun playing video games? You weren't of the opinion that there was any higher-minded ideal going on, right? Like when you play Deadlock, you're not transmuting that in your brain into like chemicals that make you think you're improving yourself.
And he keeps
right?
going.
It's all entertainment. It's all leisure. It's all one.
The flow doesn't end. They're cutting out silences.
Down the pit of everlasting oblivion, and this is how you want to spend it. As you cling to the edge, as your fingernails get dirt underneath them. I don't get it though. You have the money and you have the button. You can just press it.
Talking about optimization?
I'm a man. And a man chooses. A machine obeys.
Choosing the experience over the quote-unquote right choice.
Better off watching a machine.
Making the chatter accountable.
I'm happy to have you here.
Encouraging the
If
alternative.
you don't get it, you never will. It's okay.
And he keeps going!
Basically, you're rage baiting? No.
This is important.
I'm just playing the game. If you're getting angry, that's not you being baited. That's just your natural state of being, I guess.
Turning it around. See, a lot of people are very concerned about not being friendly with their chat. Which, again, I like to think of it as, I'm being real with you guys. I want to shoot you straight. I want to give you the respect of not trying to appeal to everyone, but also not just be dismissive. I think there's a middle ground here.
Like how you respond to something
But also,
you don't fully understand.
he's just a
It's
great
not good. I'm
articulator.
playing this because it's fun. I'm not playing it to make you mad. Maybe I'm playing more of it because it's making you mad, but that's not me rage baiting. You got mad on your own.
I think I've made the point on this one. We can move on, but there's a lot more in this. Someone wanted to see the example that was with, what was it? It was about the opinions on movies, right? Northern has the confidence of both knowing his chat, knowing when to stop, and also not being too much of an asshole. Having conflict with chat is a superb way to make it more engaging as long as the chat doesn't feel any genuine hostility. Yes, that is it. Movie puritanism. Thank you. Movie puritanism. Okay, Northern Lion. Puritanical audience rant. Let's just go into a rant. Let's just see a rant. Something he's actually sounding upset about. And you just enjoy the flow. Just enjoy the ride. Because that's it. It's nothing else. It is a podcast that is also a dance that you listen about.
Miles Morales talking about some I can do both type shit. You know what? My grudge.
I don't know. We're just gonna go in. We're just gonna go in raw. We're gonna go in cold water. Let's hear what he has to say.
Good restaurant. Smelled a little funky sometimes. It was like run by like an anarchist co-op, but
Okay.
cheese fucking slapped. And real Kingstonians will know.
The perfect yes and machine. Yes.
I don't need to drop the name. Someone drop the name so I can go yerp, yerp.
You kind of get what he's talking about from this.
Immediately.
And he's still having fun.
Immediately.
He's riffing. He's yes-anding. Okay, so I guess that wasn't the best example. Let me just look for his facial expressions. Just so we can see it.
Who raised the people who raised you are real.
Okay, here we go. It's about... This is a rant that's about how people that are really sensitive to watching stuff in movies or having this on dates or watching movies on dates, how there could be a bad movie to watch on a date when you're both adults. I don't know. It's about how if you're an adult, you should be able to say something like that. What are we doing? We're talking about creators that I think do really good jobs in really different parts of their work, and we're talking about execution and how someone's own ability to articulate themselves can carry a stream.
14? I don't give a fuck, man. I can't believe we have grown adults covering their eyes during sex scenes in like R-rated award-winning films with their parents. Just watch the fucking movie. It's
Okay.
not real. It's a fucking movie.
And this is an example of him sounding angry.
To a Tarantino film? Because he's lived long enough on planet Earth that he can appreciate true cinema. I'm fucking dying. I'm fucking dying. You don't believe that these are real people. You don't believe that the person you're taking out on a date and possibly wooing and maybe falling in love with and getting married and starting a family with is a real person with interiority and some autonomy of their own. You don't believe that the people who raised you are real people with complicated emotions that can and mature sensibilities that can actually handle stuff. I'm freaking out. You think you're the only real person. You think you're the only, well, you're literally looking at the demography of it, and this movie wouldn't be appropriate for them. They're not an 18 to 35-year-old male who spends 8 hours a day on Reddit. What are you talking about?
So, again, we can see the principles once again coming up. He takes an idea and reads it out from his conversation with his chat. He turns it into something that's very human. Being human comes up a lot with this, as we saw with Doug. And he turns it into something very human. Hey, I expect as a person that if you're not comfortable with this, you say something about it when it comes to watching a movie as adults. Instead of like saying, I don't know if they would inherently like this. Like, that's a conversation you can have. You can put the impetus on communication on them, but you can say, hey, I don't know if my grandfather would like this. He's a person that's old enough to have his own taste. You are people, you can have your own nuanced thoughts and opinions, and sometimes it's just cathartic as a human being to be told, we are masters of our own lives. We do have agency. We do have the means to do this. Why does he sound so damn valid? That is how he gets you. That's how he gets you. That's how he gets you watching like 17 hours of him pushing a boulder up a hill in a Sisyphus simulator. Yeah, no, I don't want to watch people having sex. I have a problem with them having sex, but I don't want to see it personally. You can say that, though. He's not saying that you have to watch someone having sex and be okay with that. He's saying, like, don't assume that is the case as a blanket statement for everyone if you're both adults. Because that is a part of an experience in society. If you're not comfortable with that, you will say something. You'll just say something. If it's important to you, you'll have made it clear before you even get there. But he's saying that the norms and the extremes of that are kind of ridiculous. He's saying just be a regular person and communicate. Yes, exactly. But that's it. That's really it. I didn't catch that. It's quiet for me. Well, I gave the context here. I'm sure you can find the video if you really want to later. You don't have to. It's okay. It's okay. But that's the idea. Again, it comes back to being human. A human experience. Here's the thing, though. Streamer's a streamer who is incredibly skilled at communication, speaking about communication by communicating. Yes, that goes for me and Northern Lion. Opalu loves this guy, and I can understand why he's your streamer's favorite streamer. But this does have a downside when you use this specific method. The confusing motivational speech is also a good example, yes. If you make a habit of being semi-antagonistic to your chat, you're going to have a habit of making straw men. You're going to have a habit of interpreting things people say in a negative light. So his specific flavor of being antagonistic is a great opener to him orating and roasting, which I have taken on. I'll admit it, I've taken on. But for me, I've had to recognize sometimes I'm reading things, especially in the Project Moon community with backseating, where someone's just saying something like, this ID is really strong and this is only on normal mirror dungeon. And they say like, after I say something like, oh wow, he's doing a really lot. And the person in chat says, remember easy mode, I think, are they saying this isn't valid? That because this is an easy mode? Are they saying I'm not valid for doing this because I'm in easy mode? Are they a type A? I have to wonder that. And I've made some strays before. So you've got to find that balance and read it. I think learning with errors on both sides of that, like erring on caution, erring on being too daring is fine. Learning is part of the process, that's the pendulum. But that is the risk. It's also more possible because he often plays simple games that do not need a large amount of active thought. That's it. Let's see. I don't think it's necessarily because he creates drama, he just looks at every angle of opinion relevant, tries to counter it or address it. I think so. That's another level to it. Social cues, my hated. It's important. It is a human and social experience in the end. Is my stream still crashing? Yeah, it's still crashing after like 45 minutes. But then we get to what I think is the least appreciated creator in this list. Don Schnack. And he deserves this. Don Schnack is one of the most inspiring creators I've ever seen in my life. The Don, the voice of Ricardo from the middle video, and someone who goes under the radar because they're criminally not doing themselves favors with their titles and thumbnails. This is execution of the concept. I forget if I said execution as... Wait, hold up. Go back? Okay, it's performance and execution. This is an editing. This is post-production. This man makes exceptionally well-paced, scripted, and edited videos for streams that would not be as well orated as Northern Lion, or have as good concepts as Doug Doug. Doug Doug will go outside of the game. He will not just play a game or play a game with a challenge, he will play a game with a challenge and something on the side that's social. And he's not gonna go on these rants or focus on the interaction to the same degree that Northern Lion will. He's a man that uploads once a month with a video that takes like countless numbers of streams, and he essentially turns them into a fanfic. Hey Frey, what's going on right now? I'm explaining tips on content and the 3 pillars of it. And we're on the final one, execution. And his videos will appear on the surface be kinds of challenge videos. Has this just been an hour of Doug Glaze? Interspersed. It's been Doug Glaze and a few other things. But let me look this up. Don Schnack. First off, and it's all in the editing. His editing is really good. You don't need really good editing to be a great creator, but it helps. What he does is all these videos. You know exactly what you're getting. You know exactly what you're getting from the tin. I attempted the first Mario 64 Nuzlocke. Interesting. Nuzlocke on Mario 64. Cool. Not hard to understand. What's the worst copy ability? Interesting question. You can answer that. What's this here, though? Why does that look a little different? Can I beat Donkey Kong using a guitar? Kind of whack, kind of out there. Don't fully get it, but it's unique. Let's see. I find it interesting how all forms of creation, whether it be content, games, art, cinema, are also very similar, that the advice can be applied cross. Yes. Saying this as someone who wants and is working towards a career in engineering, there's not very much that's different between the stages of creation across those careers. I agree. I think there are very common principles that mean you can find them in your everyday life. Like, he's trying to 100% the worst Kirby game. However, when you think of watching a Mario 64 Nuzlocke, what do you think you're gonna see? Something like what Jaden Animation did and Making Animation? A story of how you beat it? A story of how you got through it? Don't worry about the green cliff in the corner. No, let me show you. Let me show you. Because you're not gonna understand the beauty of these unless I show you, and that's why there's a problem. Remember when I said there's a human element to this? All these come back to there being a human element or a social element. Doug Doug did it by incorporating his chat into his challenges, or incorporating a character named an AI. How do you think you do that in editing? How would you do that in editing? First off, get people on board. 30 seconds is all you need to know what's going on.
All right, so here's how this Nuzlocke works. I'm playing through Mario 64
Yep.
with a bunch of characters added, all with their own custom movesets.
So that explains how the Nuzlocke's possible. They're custom characters.
I am met with a brand new random encounter that will join my team. But here's the big kicker. If I happen to
Really
die
nice
with a
effect.
specific character, they are dead and can't be used for the rest
Explains
of
the
run.
Nuzlocke.
So naturally, if I happen to lose all my characters, the run is over.
Very simple.
However, before I can get any of this
He's very good at production too. He will use sprite animation of himself to get into it, which I admire.
started, like any good Nuzlocke, I need to pick my starter.
But here's the thing. He will regularly insert himself into videos as a way to make it more cohesive. Something that's human. But it can get a little annoying if you do it wrong and make yourself into a Gary Stew. So, let's see where this
If I
goes.
can get any of this started, like any good Nuzlocke, I need to pick my starter. I want to go with
Another
the
good
blue one.
effect. Another really good effect.
Man Luigi here, and he's a little different than Mario. So, Luigi, the
35 seconds. Entire challenge is explained that it's mods, all the rules, 35 seconds. Is that complex with a Nuzlocke? No. But he doesn't waste time with these. Some of the explanations are in 15 seconds. Some of these are in 20. They're really fast. But he's willing to do a little catch and pass where he will start off scripted. These videos are mostly scripted. And then he will get into the content immediately. Something essayists like myself can have problems with. But let's see. If I were to go to some random section of this video and see what would come up, what would you expect? Have you seen the Green Clip video? Yes. What would you expect to see?
I'm gonna vomit everywhere, projectile. You motherfucker.
Great.
This is
Okay, maybe I don't want to see that. Maybe I don't want to see that. I almost don't want to spoil a part of this for you, but I'm trying to find a specific segment. Oh, most replayed. Okay, most replayed. That would be... That would be around... You can kind of see what I'm getting at here, too. Here we go. This is good. Now, remember, this is a Nuzlocke. Nuzlocks, in the end, are born out of not wanting people to die.
him. He's gone.
Where the hose?
He's also kind of raunchy for a Nintendo creator.
Wherever you are.
After
That character was intentionally made to be dislikable, by the way.
abandoning
But he
the
made
battle
characters!
path, the crew and I head back down to the basement of Lethal Lava Land,
Scripted
where our
segment?
next encounter awaits us.
Encounter? Who's this Joel Haver-looking motherfucker?
Okay, Waluigi. I actually forget what Waluigi does. I'll throw a dust ball at it, I suppose.
Pat,
Yo, what's up, guys? It's me.
look at
Waluigi.
this!
How we doing on this Thursday night? You guys chill?
First off, you can see there are several characters. He will incorporate characters from the challenge, give them their own personalities, give them their own voice actors, their own art styles, and then have them thrown in.
So what's going on, Don? We running a team or a circus here?
Hey, dude, we just met the guy. Come on now.
Nah, dude, honestly, it's totally fine. I get that a lot. You see, I actually don't work at the circus. I'm
Also, I just want to throw this out there. He uses actual fucking cinematography! Look how small Waluigi is in this shot. There's so much space to the left of him and to the right of him. See how I'm turning his streams into a fanfiction? Yeah. There's so much space to the left and to the right of him that he looks small in here. His position is very limp. He's not striking a real pose. He's not doing anything unlike
Nah, dude,
what Malawar. There's thought here. There's inquisition here. There's even a little bit more thought where, like, the shoulders are leaning in sideways with Don, where he's more listening.
So what's going on, Don? We running
There's
a team or
intent.
a
There's
circus
active.
Hey, dude, we just met the guy. Come on now.
They're active there. But Waluigi,
dude, honestly, it's totally fine. I get that a lot. You see, I actually don't work at the
he's small. It feels like there should be something more happening in contrast to that.
circus. I'm actually a marketer for Cheez-Its. You guys fuck with Cheez-Its? We like Cheez-Its?
I like cheese.
He's monotone.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I'm more of a cheddar jack guy.
And his gesticulations are also smaller. Like, look at Malo here.
I like cheese. I like
Huge expression change.
the white cheddar.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I'm more of a cheddar jack guy. You like cheddar jack?
Cheddar Jack's pretty good. I like that.
Yeah, all right. This is gonna be a good team. I like this group. We got a good group tonight. Yeah.
So Waluigi here.
That's interesting. He's able to showcase differences in characters. This is legitimate storytelling. This is legitimate storytelling. And if you're down to see spoilers, actually no, let's see a montage. Let's see a montage. Let's actually see a little bit of this. So it's an oh, actually one more thing. I'm gonna keep glazing this video. I'm gonna keep glazing this. Because there's the most replayed segment. He loves his materials so much. He loves being able to lean into what he makes so much that he made this. Peter Griffin is a character you can get in this mod.
This is all I've ever wanted. Oh, you're telling me this is better than that time I was in Pikmin. Okay, no, I'm not saying that I did.
He
I'm
made
not saying
this!
that I did, but if I were to fart, you guys wouldn't be able to smell it, right?
It's not even super highbrow. It's a Family Guy joke.
Well, that answers that question.
Like, that's it. It's literally Smiling Friends humor, yeah. But, okay, before I get into the next clip that I used to glaze this guy, because this is literally his best work, and I kind of feel bad for spoiling it, what comes out of this is that his streams, you haven't seen much of his streams. You've seen mostly edited stuff, right? His videos on the surface appear to be challenge videos, but then transfer into a documentary, casting call presentation, or even a Smiling Friends episode. But the streams themselves aren't anything special. I've barely shown you anything from a stream so far. And that's because what he does is he takes some pretty decent interactions on the stream, which I don't feel the need to show you right now, and concepts, which I think the Nuzlocke concept is fun, but he uses those to plot out a story. He finds the highlights of them, the beats, the story beats, the main events. Imagine you had to summarize what happened in Kanto 9. The main beats of part 1, 2, and 3, turns them into a script, or an outline for a script, scripts that, and then turns that into an entire story so that you go from what was starting here
All right, so here's how this Nuzlocke works.
on, hey, I'm going to give you the information to know the challenge, to This is Peter fucking Griffin doing a Peter Griffin style joke. To guess what? Guess what? Watch this. Watch this. I'm gonna spoil this video, by the way. Tab away for like 1 minute if you don't want to get spoiled. Check this out. 54 minutes into the video.
Oh my god! Make it.
There's tension.
Oh my god!
You've gotten attached to the characters and you don't want them to die.
Yes, the knock. This is the Waluigi shot. Ready? This is Waluigi when he gets a star. Oh yeah.
Also, he's not afraid to eat his mic, which I love. I did kind of get that from him.
Dude,
And look at this.
I actually freaking did it.
Character development.
Knew you had it in you.
Yeah. Yeah, you wanna know what else I have in me?
And then
I am simply just dying.
there's a sex scene.
All right, guys. It's been like 7 minutes. Can we wrap this up, please?
Yeah.
Guys.
You get the idea here.
We're schmoovin'.
Now I'm gonna skip over to something
We
else.
are finally.
Now imagine here that the next step of this, you've seen a lot of joy. You've seen a lot of bits. You've seen a little bit of character development. Waluigi seems to have gone through some kind of arc, just take my word for it. You've seen explanation. You know what's missing? You know what's missing?
Look at that. Don't matter though. He's too shiced.
I finally feel free. Like a bird flowing in the breeze, or like a spring chicken flowing in the breeze.
Still not moving, by the way. Still in the center of the screen.
That's great, my dear Waluigi, but be sure to remain cautious. Let us not forget, you do take more damage than most.
Or like a giant blit flowing in the breeze.
Continuing the flow.
All right, let's just make sure it's not the Hindenburg, and then be careful.
Yeah.
Look at these eyes. What do you think happens next, chat? What do you think happens next in the next 5 seconds?
Yeah, the breeze. I finally feel free.
Wait, am I him?
And then he goes to his own clip, as if it's a catch and release.
Oh! Oh my god! I can't fucking ground pound. That was stupid.
And then he's dead. And
that
the
was so
stream,
dumb. I can't
in the stream, it sucks. You lost a Pokemon. You lost a guy.
fucking ground pound out
In
of
the
it.
stream, that just
my
fucking
God.
sucks.
I tried long jumping, and this is what I tried doing. I'll show off my thought process. I tried doing this. You can't double jump out of a long jump. But you can double jump out of this. That's very tough.
So we're understanding, we're getting knowledge of how this happened. But there's space. There's quiet. Why is there quiet in the highlight video?
We lost a real one, man.
We lost a real one.
We lost the real one.
And listen to this.
Broccolini, you okay?
He had a wife and kids.
And yet you still made out with him.
Do not pin this on me!
Look, I'm sorry. Okay, how was I supposed to know he was just gonna fly off the rails like that? It was an honest mistake.
Death is real.
I am really sorry, though.
Death is
I
real.
could say to make this better. I don't think I can, but I'm sorry.
Mourning is real.
Dude, can you say something to me? Just anything, please. I need to
As
know.
a man of faith, I was always taught that if I have nothing nice to say, I shouldn't say anything at all.
We lost a lot of good soldiers in this fucking pit.
Look! This is a Let's Play video. This is a gaming video that I promise you, if I got, how many people are here? Probably less than usual because of the subject matter, which is fine. 137. If I got y'all in there, 137 to watch this goddamn video, I think at least 10 of you would cry. This is setting up emotions. It's getting you invested. It is storytelling. And it came from barely any of the stream. The stream is there to support it. The stream is the skeleton of the video. If we go to Doug, he will make scripted segments that are meant to go into it and he'll be able to perform it well, but the scripted segments are like a side dish. They're a spice that accentuates it. Northernlion has none of this. He doesn't have the great concepts. He doesn't have the super editing. He's all performance. Don Schnack? This is where his streams are the skeleton, and he builds off of it. This is what execution is. This is what execution on what you want your video to be is, and you have high fucking hopes. I can't overstate how impressive this is enough. And I haven't shown you all of it. I haven't shown you all the story arcs. I haven't shown you all the conflicts. It's truly impressive. And this is his best work, but you should check out all this other stuff. Hello, Sea Lion. Oh, Paul Luffy is Sea Lion. But like, I think I've belabored the point long enough. You get it. And he's able to be creative with this. This is what I want to do with future gaming videos. This is the template I have for at least inspiration. Video's kindness, therefore I bless you, good pulls, very sweet. So that he really uses the Nuzlocke as foundation to create a story rather than, well, this stinks and something dies? Yes. But he also, even building on top of that, he doesn't only say, well, this sucks. Jaden Animations was able to say, I was really mourning this a lot. There's a lot of people that say they're mourning it, and they'll maybe have a little moment that said, that was really hard. He made an entire character arc, preemptive death scene through the stream, aftermath, with a really good dialogue exchange that characterizes the fucking green funny toad with both jokes and heartbreaking statements. As a man of faith, I was told that if I have nothing nice to say, I should not say anything at all. You don't do that in child-friendly game videos. You get it. You get it. You get it. All right. The issue here, though, is that a lot of that effort goes unseen because a lot of people will not watch the video expecting this kind of stuff in it. They will watch it expecting there being a challenge, like I randomized this is the hook. I decide to play a Kirby Nuzlocke. I randomized Pikmin 4. I got all the achievements of the worst Kirby game. Can I beat Shadow the Hedgehog as a pacifist? He gets a lot of good views, but in comparison to the amount of effort, this one highly slept on. If you're interested in being a creative, you should watch this Donkey Kong video to a T. You can see he's using live action, multimedia, just from this. He doesn't stick to one art form either, not just sprite animation. He'll use entire IRL skits. These take a lot of work, but are extremely original and the best executed of the three in the end. So, that's the issue. Sometimes, when you focus so much on editing, you're going to do a lot of work that people won't see. That is why some creators choose to sacrifice editing for the other aspects, for the performance, or just for the concept. But if you know how to execute this well on a vision, you can virtually create any goddamn thing you want. That's why it's exponentially more meaningful the more you put in. But it also takes exponentially more work. That's the point. That is the point. That is it. And that's the end of the presentation. That's the end of the presentation. Someone's saying clay? I don't know what that is, but good for them. That's the end of that presentation, which means, oh my god, it's been 2.5 hours. I'm gonna level you guys. I don't know if I want to keep going. Let's see. Do you want to do the tier list? So much ever that goes unnoticed. I know that from personal experience, that's what happens. That's what happens. It's a shame. All right. You know what? Yeah. Let's keep this up. Let's keep this up. Let's go into. Also, I want to be very clear about something. I don't mean Maxor-like editing. Maxor-like editing is fine, but I feel like that's more algorithm-focused editing. I feel like that's more, hey, keep watching this, jokes per minute. That's not a bad kind in general. It's just not the kind I'm talking about. I'm just talking about something different. That's it. That's it. It's not a problem. I think people hate on it a lot because it's overstimulating. It's for some people and for others it's not. But let's go into Tier Maker now. Oh, wrong song. I don't want to go to tirerack.com. Let's go into Tier Maker and rank all the videos, shall we? This, Maxor has less intense style than the people who followed him? Yeah, that sounds about right. All right, let me go to my account and pull this up. So Properties. Maxor editing isn't algorithm-based because his editing takes forever for him to do. No, I think it can still take you forever to do and be algorithm-based. I don't think putting in effort has to go against being algorithm-based. And even that, I use loosely as a term. Algorithm-based, I more mean to say, hey, are you trying to keep people's attention a lot? That's not necessarily the algorithm, the spooky fucking algorithm. But it is like engagement farming that's not like trying to tell a story always. That's the main deal. Jokes per second, high intensity. That's more what I mean. That's it. All right. All right, let's see. So, algorithm-based could quite literally just be trying to appease their engagement. That is. But normally you won't get like stories told. You only get those slow moments where the pacing has to slow down in order to let the viewer rest. Because that is a chance for them to leave. A lot of people are scared of that, and they don't want that. Oh, hold up. I actually don't want desktop audio here anymore. I want Stream Deck. That was probably really loud now that I think about it. Okay, this is good. This is good. This is good. Okay. So, quick stretch, quick reset. I've had a salad in front of me for several hours that I'm gonna nosh on. Oh. Oh. Mm. Mm, mm, mm. Mm, mm, mm. There we go. There we go. Mm. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. All right. And water. Drink water, right? What kind of salad? Berry vinaigrette with some homemade bacon bits cut up with tomato and onions and tomato. Aight. So how are we doing this? Slop versus thought out ones first? Chronological order. Chronological order. I want to finish this in 2 hours. Let's see if I can. I don't know if I can, but let's find out, eh? Today, we're gonna do something that I want to come back to every so often, and that is ranking all of the videos I've ever made on this channel. I think it's really good to be introspective every so often. I think it's great to see the journey from where you've come from to where you are. And I think there's a lot of insight to get as a creator from this. So, let's start off by naming the tiers. I'm just gonna be very simple with this. By the way, both Doug and Don Schnack have done this. So, I'm stealing ideas. I'm not original. It's okay. Pretty good. We'll say great video. A is like one of the greats. No, one of the best. And then easily the best. Okay, we know our tiers. We know what we're doing. Let's go. I am also including, by the way, some videos that were made before the channel changed the name to Frey Cheqama. And that is because a lot of people still are familiar with those videos. Some of those include an old sprite that I don't use anymore, and that is fine. But I think there's a lot of baseline interesting stuff here. So let's start with the very first one. How it feels to play Lobotomy Corporation. This one, solid line, great video. Middle of the road. This was the first essay I ever made. And if I pull it up, which I should be ready to pull these up at a moment's notice. Let me in fact do that right here, right now. Go to YouTube and go to my shit. Let's go here, let's go here. View the channel. And get into the videos and the oldest ones first. If we go into this one, actually screw it, I will just pull it up. Yeah. I'll pull it up, we'll refresh. It's loading. I know you guys can't see it yet. So here we have the first video ever. This one, despite despite being the first video essay, being only like 5 minutes, had a lot of the stuff that would become like tenets of what later videos would be. Have you watched the 3rd anniversary of Limbus Company? Yes. First off, despite the voice not being nearly as like confident or outspoken, this is one deal that was here from the start. I will just use whatever fucking asset and just say whatever comes to mind and let the intrusive thoughts win. Literally an analogy about lobotomy and saying you can lick the door. That was it. feel like I've watched this before, but I can't remember shit. This is old. It's gonna be like deja vu. Info overload. And there's barely any flow to it. It didn't even really need to mention the infinite IKEA. That was just there. That just happened. One other thing that would come up a lot is not just phrasing things with letting the thoughts win, but this is where there was less confidence in that. Like, watch. Can't hear the vid? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Let me fix that. Shit. We're gonna commit to desktop audio for this. I think that's the simplest answer, so I will mute the stream deck, because that should still come up. Like, but you can see from the licking the door part, that was clear, and just using whatever assets were available to explain what was going on.
The world needs electricity, and trivial methods like oil, solar, or conservation just won't cut it.
I'm pretty sure I just found this because I was looking for a picture of the Lorax that felt like it would fit what Lobotomy was going for, and this weird felt FNAF-like looking bozo was it.
Luckily, your new company's mission statement was built off of finding a cryptid out in the wilderness and somehow making power by poking it with a stick in the right way. Don't think too hard about that last sentence.
Nah. Have more confidence. Have more confidence in just letting weird shit lie with your audience. You need to do that. One other thing that this really made a trend with, despite being short, was having some kind of escalation at the end.
Surprise you, and by that I mean kill, infect, or even befriend your coworkers. Or not. The point is,
like,
you never know what's going to be in that box. Start the day, fight,
here we go.
grind for energy, learn about said creatures, rinse, repeat, reset, grind, fight, reset.
Music's pitched down.
Panic, learn, fend off invaders, reset, upgrade, therapize, breathe, breathe, breathe. Spin the wheel, reset, run, recoup, plan, fight, extract, call him a good boy, pray to Punisher Jesus, have a frosty one, call him a bad boy, wait for it, finish
Music
the
sped
day.
up.
It's just another day at the office. See you tomorrow.
Like, that wasn't really intense at all, but you could see there was an intent to escalate and, like, kind of have the video decay in a way, have the events decay in a way. The skill wasn't there, but the intent was. And I think that, like, that puts it up there. I think that puts it up there as being one of the greats. Or not one of the greats, but, like, a great video. The bones for what would come later would still exist. I hope it's okay if I didn't sub sooner. Dude, you live your life, mate. I think that's totally fine. That feels like a normal Frey video, but not confident. That's a good way to put it. It was the what would soon be born. This next one is the Lobotomy Corp training arc, which I will put as, I think it was pretty good. I don't think it was quite great. And the reason is that this video was meant as a stopgap video. It was meant, because I did, not popular, goddammit. It was meant as, when I was going through Lobotomy Corp, I was eventually posting all of the VODs up. I took them down for reasons because I felt like they kind of diluted the stuff I wanted to show. But there were some cases where I just made highlights of what happened during that. And this was one of them. And this was like one of the better attempts at making a highlight, I feel. But it still very much felt like anyone could make this. It was good, but anyone could make this.
So we've got backward clock and... The nest is back! We've got a chance at the nest again!
The excitement was there, though. It wasn't Show Me Moses levels, but the excitement was there. 2nd PM YouTuber I watched, Peak Nostalgia. I still remember you from there. This is also still during the era where I would just throw in whatever images I could find because I was afraid of copyright. But what... This child looking down, disappointed, I feel like has a good energy to it.
Hey guys, so since
And then just Ronald McDonald looking sad for no reason. This is explanation, this is explanation.
come out, so please, on the job. Okay, did we get all the...
And then we have...
I know the general idea behind this abnormality already.
And see, the funny part comes from pain. It was painful. It was a painful experience to go through. And this is kind of how it went. I'll let this part breathe. Actually, I'll give you a chance to get an idea of how this will breathe. This is kind of where you'll see why letting things get bad ended up being fun.
Idiot. A very lucky idiot. I don't know how I got 2 trains in a row. That did it.
Then going into an ordeal. Ah, the mountain.
How could this happen?
Just really trying to take the heavy voice by, I think, 15 AI before AI became a thing. This was uploaded in 2020, by the way. So, like, 5 and some change years ago, explaining how this works.
The mountain counts clerks.
Learning what this does.
Didn't know that. Was not aware that happened, eh? Alright. And we can't let it get towards the courses.
Still a generally slower paced video.
I'm gonna disappear for a second, okay?
Not a lot going on back there.
Okay, that's finished.
But I'd leave this part up because...
Ugh. Okay, we're not ready to take this on yet. Everybody out, everybody out. Not good.
There we go.
Okay, you know what?
Premise is set up.
There were some sacrifices made. It doesn't look good, no. But remember, I don't know how bad it is yet. So maybe it's not so bad.
Which is a really good way to avoid panicking.
Cooper's dead.
I think that was a solid bit. It was fine. It wasn't superbly put together, but it was fine. And that's basically how a lot of those bits went. It would tee itself up in order to get into something, but I wouldn't call it a super good executed video, right? It did the job. It was a highlight. It was a highlight. The concept was playing Lobotomy Corp. The performance was teeing up and setting stuff up. But I think that's what puts it in the pretty good tier. Then we get to the next one, which is how it feels to Malcut. Which for now, I feel like I want to put as great. Because this was the first how it feels video. I'm back, I'm still gleaning Dawn and Doug. I'm probably going to do that for the rest of the stream, frankly. But now we're doing a tier list of all videos. Yeah, I wonder what's KGH chill out in the corner of your streams. I just haven't really bothered to get rid of them. That's the honest answer. This one was the first how it feels video because at this point, I was so enough sunk into LobCorp and Project Moon that I thought, why don't we talk about these characters? They're really cool. So this led to this. And it was a full-on essay. It was the first character essay ever. And I'll refresh just so it can appear better. Oh no, we're mourning Cooper, it's true. And this is where we get the first, like... There's music, there's editing. It's snappy. 10 seconds and the message is out.
We can do that.
That's kind of a snappy intro. Come on, come on. And there's a lot of little bits that come up with it.
It's to give commands. And considering they get the earliest and easiest abnormalities in the game, the department in story acts mostly as a team of middle managers.
There we go.
Both Malcut and the team are known for
this little shit. It was like blink and you miss it kinds of jokes.
the fact that employees that work in the department get gradually faster, and the same
And that sound effect was added in too.
happens the more clerks there are active in it. I would have thought that.
And then this is the old avatar before I knew. And it came up a lot. It came up a lot. But then as time goes on, like you get the similar breakdown. What is I thought I saw what is this? What is this? We can start to see Frey get the intro groove on this one, yeah.
You probably also know that when an
So it goes over everything from what the team does, to what the Sephiroth's personality is like, to their meltdown.
AI starts thinking of what it's like to be a human, something bad tends to happen. Clerks and agents from all around.
Sure, that's fine.
Cut suppression. Yes, every Sephiroth has their own designated panic attack to last a day that you have to handle. While I appreciate the effort to make a more realistic office,
Just a little more confident
this
too.
challenge did not do me any favors. This is Lobotomy's equivalent of boss
Okay.
fights. You can choose to take them on whenever, and the game will clear all.
And so this will explain the challenge, this will explain how you get through it. And then that's essentially where it ends. We go to the end right here.
Instead of overly enthusiastic. And the manager's view changes to allow them to see Malcut as the robot she is, rather than the memory that she used to provide. Also, you get a boost to your LOBs and movement speed after solving her second life crisis.
That's nice.
It may not be the main thing, but it's pretty sweet.
But yeah, this is where like some emotions start to come into play. Not the best at executing it, but I would say this is enough to like be better than the Lobotomy Corporation video, yeah? Right. It's such a before image. It is. It really is. But yeah, I think that's what puts it like in great. Maybe not one of the best, but in great. Then we've got this, which I think I'll put a little below the Lobotomy Corp one. This was a video about how you can kill White Knight with any weapon. Frey's larval stage, that was for a time the actual lore too. This was just literally, if you get guns, you can kill White Knight. That's what it was. Funny carnival disguise? Exactly. It was the egg by which the bird came out of. Now this, actually, I think I need to put down. This is barely edited. This video is barely edited. It's basically a stream. It's basically a segment from a stream that is put up without being edited whatsoever.
There you are.
All it is just learning how to kill White Knight with any weapons. And in theory, it's possible, as long as you meet certain conditions that weren't explained in the video, by the way, only in the description.
Okay.
Only in the description.
I think I missed.
So raw gameplay, yeah. This isn't sped up at all. And I mean, did it do the job? Yeah, it did the job.
No! This is the long shot strategy, and guess what? This long shot will fucking pay off. Yes! There we go!
There we go.
White Knight is dead. Do it.
That could have been timed into a better bit. That could have been timed.
No.
But no, I'd actually put that lower down. It's a nice video. It's the first one that broke 40,000 because people liked killing White Knight, so that was built on the concept. But I think this goes down in like it might just be okay. I think it might just be okay. I think it is just okay because it's all concept, little other effort. That's all there is to it, little other effort. But you know what? It did its job. I just don't think it's something we want to keep. And then we've got the last video of the pre-Frey era, and I'm gonna put this at pretty good. It's more of a tutorial than anything else. Exactly. Now this one is when Yesod is your roommate. This is either very low, pretty good, or very high, it's okay. Cool concept, but lower execution. Exactly, you get it, you get it. So, this one, hold up. I thought I set this up to, if you go by oldest, it's called POV Yesod is your roommate. I think it's the least popular video ever, and it's 15 seconds. We can watch this in its entirety. A part of me loves it, a part of me hates it, and you'll find out why.
Hey. How was your day?
Suit and tie.
Don't know why I fucking bothered.
That's it! That's it! Elictic is the one that made the comment. That made the comic, rather. It's a comic dub. It's a comic dub, it's fine. It translates into Project Moon back when, like, barely anything was there. November 19th, 2021, which I think is, like, 10 months after the last one, I'm pretty sure. This one I think was fine. I just wanted to do the comic because I had a fun idea, and I let the thoughts win. Only thing I really don't like about it is I feel like this Flandersizes Yesod, which just gets me on a personal level. But it's fine. Delivery of Don't Know Why I Fucking Bother was great. That's nice. I'm gonna put this video on loop and get to 100k view. That's fun. But no, I think I still want to get into voice acting and have fun with that. It's been enjoyable. It's been nice. But this one, it was definitely clear where we're still feeling out what the hell to do. I'll put it in pretty good. I'll put it in pretty good, but lower down. And speaking of lower down, I'm gonna sit. I need to learn to stop standing for all of my streams and learn when it's time to sit. Hey buddy, I need my chair back. I need my chair back. Yeah, after like standing for 30 hours during Kanto 9, I need some temperance. I need to know limits. Ugh. The yes orb. Yeah, red sod. Exactly. It's fun. Early days mean fun experiments, but maybe not again. Yeah, exactly. You want to tinker with stuff, and eventually find out what is more fun and you enjoy more and then stick with it. Broken model, it's okay, we're back. Next up, Project Moon Jeopardy Distorted Edition. I think this is probably the best one yet. It's a great video. This one still has a lot of jank. This was the first actual Frey video. This was when I hung out with a couple of friends, including Yokami, and we had another friend named Zen. You can see there's scrappiness here. And it's the first time I think I used a YouTuber voice. I'll just let the intro play.
I was invited to a game of Project Moon Jeopardy, which, as you may have guessed, is the classic game show distorted by the lore that is Project Moon.
What is sus? Yes. Okay, man.
For this game,
What the fuck, man?
Our host was the current Jeopardy champion and self-proclaimed Bina simp Zen, who had spent painstaking hours setting up this custom board for our amusement. Being the only newbie among
Oh, the intro's not over yet. Okay.
Myself in this little fan game that only a tiny community would know anything about.
Yeah, this was back when back when Project Moon was still much more niche before Limbus. What is this? And look at the format. Let's check on the format here.
Were we here to be made as fools to the running?
Oh no, there's still more. There's still more going on.
Go to me. And basically they're Mayans. They're at that point in my mind. So.
My money.
Oh.
So Zen is a player.
What?
Oh no.
So,
we're going
Okay.
Stirred by Zen.
Right, I remember now. If we ever got a question wrong, Zen would get the points. So technically Zen could win without playing. The host Zen could win. Do I still talk with them? Not as much. I'm still in touch with Yokami. Fox, I actually met in person. We went to a con together, and we were able to hang out. But Fox is more very casual with content, which is fine. He's just chill about it. Zen I still sometimes talk to. I also met Zen in person more recently. And they've got their own life. They're not really a creator. They do their own thing. I would say I talk to these guys significantly less often than other people you might know.
Again.
All right, so Zen, this brings up a very interesting question. So you won the last game, right?
This was also after, I think Yokami uploaded a version of Project Moon Jeopardy, or Zen, one of the two. So mine was like Project Moon Jeopardy Distorted Edition, because funny word.
And you became the host. Does that mean whoever wins the game becomes the host?
If it desires to, yes.
I guess. For some reason, this rule gave me a sense of uneasiness about this game.
What's the internal monologue here?
For some ulterior motive.
What's the Death Note style monologue going on?
Here to be made as fools to the running champion?
There's an attempt at some good visual work.
Oh.
But it's very different.
Surely, I was just being paranoid. This is all for fun.
But there's still like this running theme of, hey, you shouldn't be comfortable. You should be concerned. Deal with that. And then like you get into the actual game. Oh wait. Hold up. There is some real fun to be had.
Limits each have an area in which prescripts are made. Each area has an overseer known as this.
What the fuck?
Cool.
That's a bit of an issue, actually. Oh. Yeah, I got nothing for that one, so I might as well pass that to Yokami.
Okay.
Slide it down this assembly line here.
Okay. I see why the Moirai. That was a...
The Weaver?
Correct.
Moirai's cool. I want to grow up to be Moirai.
Are you really?
Yes.
A little bit.
So like I can see there's a lot of creativity with the bits, but I think it just continues like this. Like the only other part I think is worth checking out is this. I think we made a little Danganronpa style text slide.
Okay. Then better person.
Yeah, there we go. That was it. There were a lot of shots taken here to try and make it look interesting.
Here it comes. Here it comes.
I'm gonna say hot.
I don't even know what the question is. Okay, I see what you were doing there. There was effort. This was cute. This is a cute idea. Yeah, you know what? I think this is the right placement. It was scrappy. It was a scrappy video that I think tried to do a lot of ideas that did and didn't work. I feel like it was a mode of experimentation. Yeah. I will say one other thing about it. if I scroll down, there, some of you might know this name. One Topic at a Time commented on this video for those that know him, which I think is a little wild. And it happened right after we started working together, so there's that. But yeah, there's that one. I think after that is when it starts to get Limbus. It's when it becomes about Limbus. So, to be clear, One Topic wouldn't have commented on that if we weren't already working together. But why Hong Lu? We'll get to Hong Lu, unless you're talking about something in chat. This one, How It Feels to Gregor, is one of the best. It's gonna be, well, I'll actually put it under great. High great, though. High great. This was the first one where, like, okay, let's try to see if we can make people cry. When I wanted, it looks like you were winning. Did you win? No, because Zen fucking rigged it at the end by saying, like, hey, how about you name the first appearance of this character in every single section of Star of the City. It was rigged from the start. It was rigged from the start. That's it. That's it. But then this, I think, was the first attempt to really make a gaming video that would make people cry. When I first got into this whole industry, I wanted to make gaming videos that had the capacity to make people cry. And then, how did we get to it? I think the start of this was, like, very still older style. Like, I was still doing what I knew here. Yeah, there we go.
Welcome, fingers, fixers, and feathers.
And now we're getting into something familiar. I guess Herman in my head was like GLaDOS, which is not inaccurate. But yeah, this is where it becomes like the first major essay, where it's even broken down as like how it feels. And then, you know, it turns into, hey, here's what this is about. The Germany Greg time. Yeah. Are you almost homeless? I was. We talked about that a bit. Why is this the most replayed part?
Of the Center Crew to have some moniker of social skills, and that he's generally friendly without being annoying about it. It still sets him apart more than I really expected, but since you can generally lump the Sinners into one of three groups...
These, I think, are outdated. These, I think, are so outdated, but this was Season 1 mentality. Holy shit.
Oops. Having him just be the normal guy with trauma wasn't gonna be enough, because we already have Sinclair for that, and this isn't his video.
Oh, right! There was supposed to be a huge bit where we'd go through Gregor and Roja, and then I'd just poke fun at Sinclair for not doing anything and always being tortured and say, well, we could talk about him more, but this isn't his video. And then he just never got one because I looked into his character, and at the time, I thought, wow, they've done nothing worth talking about. Oh, God. Can we get How It Feels to Nelly vid? I did address this earlier. I think How It Feels, because of the amount of effort I want to put into them now, if it's going to exist, is probably going to be saved for the back burner or later. But let's see how it ended.
The conflict was over and his entire company went under. But the other G-Corp employees weren't so lucky. Since Gregor's own procedure was one of the few that left his face intact and led to him being lauded with praise, he had the means to walk away from all of it. But
okay, well, how about the end?
What he's able to do is stall it.
Okay.
At the wrong time.
Hold on.
Because in
where do we turn?
Generally well-adjusted and comfort those around him. And out of all the CGs in this chapter, I feel like this is the best one to show his development as a person, which is why this image feels like the perfect complement.
Okay, here's the transition into the sad moment.
The semblance of that piece during this commute is gone, becoming a horror for everyone involved.
Shit.
Taken off balance by some harsh reminders and someone being in the wrong place at the wrong time, Gregor is now in a position desperately fighting for control of both his life and the lives of those around him from himself. His arm, the symbol of all the ugliness and helplessness he has endured.
A little heavy-handed, but not wrong.
Actively fight against. And unfortunately, the most he's able to do is stall it, asking for someone else to remove it for him. And even then, only redirecting its attack to someone else. And then there's this expression.
Okay, we lean a little more into the face on this one. There wasn't as much going on. Project Moon was used to giving us crumbs, so everything had to be scraped to the bottom of the tin. And I just talk about this face for a bit, the panic. I will say I think this aged well, considering what we know now. Which it doesn't matter if it aged well. Lore will become outdated, but Damn! That rings true, doesn't it?
On a dime. The characters in Limbus Company
Oh, this is cute. Wait, hold up. I remember this part.
to find some imperfect way forward, and knowing that you may have to flip between one of these two responses on a dime. The characters in Limbus Company are not like the ones in Lobotomy
This was a
Corporation or Library
this was a
of
nice
Ruin.
segment.
They don't get to have clear answers to their problems, at least not at this stage. And at the end of Chapter 1, Gregor is this
was a nice
person
music
simply
choice.
Trying by accepting what he can't control, remembering the friend that he made, forgetting those who he left behind, and finding out just what's
I like this quieter cadence
both that
for this music.
peace and desperation are a byproduct of choosing this life. And while I hope he's able to find a better answer in a later chapter,
Season 1 Intervalo. And also, can we talk about how in Kanto 9 he hasn't really found a better answer, has he?
this uneasy peace is exactly how it feels to be Gregor.
That was nice. That was nice. You know, I feel like the calmer attitude really served it. I kind of fell off when I got high energy, huh? That was good. That felt good. Think it got worse in Kanto 9? I appreciate the sentiment as Limb is definitely a lot less clear-cut in terms of the structure of character arcs. I feel like some of the character arcs definitely became more clear-cut as time went on, starting with Yi-Song. But I think I'm willing to put this one as one of the best. This one was unique in another way. And I think it warranted its time. I think it was cute. And it really was the energy of how it feels was meant to be. Then we've got 32 hours of Limbus slander, which I think goes to the top of pretty good. For those who don't know what this is this is the Limbus version of this video, basically. Kanto 4 came out, and Yokami and I decided we would just record ourselves before streaming Limbus was something commonly done. Just going through it. And we got through part 1. Realized Ryoshi's Sig was floating. It happens. It happens. I'm glad the horse is here and enjoying themselves. But I remember one of the common threads was like, we named Honk Lu the Lube Clown. And I don't know what I was cooking, but I think I was just yes-anding to oblivion. Let's see how this intro goes.
Season 1 of Limbus Company has already taken us through 3 incredible journeys. But after Reminiscence dropped, I had to see everything that this new season had in store.
Okay.
So I invited my friend Tenma Yokami to check out Kanto 4 on its release.
Yokami and I used to do a lot together, by the way. I think eventually they just got tired of Limbus and wanted to focus on non-content stuff. But the times we had were pretty good, and I think this video is one of the examples of it.
State and wade our way through K-Corp. And just as you'd expect from a Project Moon game, it starts off with something going wrong immediately. Oh no, not that. That.
Ah, yes.
Issue with premature display. There we go. 5 minutes into looking into the update, and we've already got an issue they're apologizing for. I fucking love Project Moon.
Okay.
Oh, there he is. The man that needs a union.
Okay, there's some good stuff in here. That's pretty rapid fire. That gave me a little chuckle. That gave me a little chuckle.
Using the funny flowers.
It feels powerful.
This feels like there's energy.
I legitimately wanted to watch it after that segment, after that little joke.
I believe we have a spook here.
Oh my god, Mariachi Sinclair!
The first scream. The first scream.
No time to party. We gotta work.
Here's the thing. You know my thoughts on Roja. After seeing the banner, you know I gotta get him.
I see.
Oh, I got him. Okay.
Oh, nice.
Okay, so that's pretty basic so far. Is there anything like that really cooked about this one that I can scrub through, or is it mainly it? Like, seems to be a little bit of something here. What's this? What's this?
What? Okay, I don't understand, but okay. We'll take that.
Also, can we talk about getting excited for the roast banner IDs back in season 2? We didn't know. We didn't know at that point.
There you go. What? What? I didn't okay, I understand why this is an abnormality fight now. Let's do some reading.
Oh god, this old view! I forgot about this. Okay.
Raise stagger threshold by 20% of damage dealt.
Yes, back when this was an impressive ability.
What? I didn't expect him to bounce a 17. God, oh, that's the scream. Oh.
This was, you know what? Very simple, but effective.
The way the brazen bull fucking leaves is the best thing I've ever seen.
Oh, does he just like run away?
Just like
I think there's a little scene that was made later too.
What?
You'll hear it. You'll
That's
hear
just like me when I exit a job.
Wait, hold on. Here we go.
You know, thank you. This has been a wonderful pleasure. Thank you for considering me. We'll be in touch. I told my roommates I'd be considerate tonight. I lied.
Okay, there's a lot of little jips and jabs here. I'll check on this bit right here, just see what's up with it, because I see something visually interesting.
I like how we're almost treating this as like a little virtual pet simulator.
Okay, this is back with... Okay. There was a point where I was just used to using memes as well for like a bunch of videos. And it felt unique because it was Project Moon, and Project Moon didn't really have a huge meme community, at least for Limbus yet. This was good, though. This was good. I don't want to get too sunk into it, but I can see the kind of flow going on. I think the main deal is like, is it just this? I think the main bit that warranted the thumbnail was what came up at the end.
Honolulu supremacy.
Hongford Lewis.
Oh yeah.
What the fuck? Okay.
It's just making fun of his name
Louis Vuitton.
and just freaking out Yokami.
Honkers the Lube Clown. Petition to replace Hong Lu with Honkers the Lube Clown.
There's no reason for this to happen,
Would you sign that?
but that was a damn fine effect, and that's damn fine editing.
Defend your argument. Would you sign
Wait.
that petition?
No.
Defend your argument.
Shut up.
I'm a little afraid for when this video goes up because I think so far
Oh wait.
everything that people
So for now, it was like, there's nice little bits, there's nice little edits to them. The energy's kept pretty chill overall. I wouldn't say it's really what YouTuber stuff comes up. But then what's this little bit of lack of confidence at the end?
seen of me, if people haven't seen the streams, is like, here's helpful guide and advice.
Oh
hey,
God, I did make
here's
this.
a theatrical interpretation of a character. Honkaloo, clown. I say.
Okay. Oh my God, look at that old UI. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm getting sucked into the old UI now. Look at this ancient shit. This icon will never ever be used because we don't even have A left yet. Is that the old Nimbus UI? It is. I can see the lazy purple reference. I think there was effort here, but it was like, it was still not true to form. I think since it's a highlight, it's probably the best one. But that's about it. Just can't tell I miss it. Yeah. So that warrants its place. I should go a bit quicker. It's been like almost an hour and I've gone through 8 videos. We gotta go faster than that. Next, we got How It Feels to Roja. This one has got to be higher up. I spent like 3 times as much time on this than the Gregor video, and I actually delayed it for a while because I finished it during the start of the Velmori incident, and I really had to think, fuck, do I want to stay in this community? I had to have a real come to Jesus moment about that, and eventually I did. So that was nice. Roja vid I think was really good. I think the Roja vid is gonna be higher up only because I don't think anyone else appreciated Kanto 2 or was talking about it. This is good music. This was a good choice. There's a real pattern of trying to kill the pacing and break it and just like do a little tonal flip, get whiplashed. That music, by the way, I'm pretty sure was from Epidemic Sound, and I had a subscription that would use it for both editing my videos and other stuff. But the Roja video, I want to start going through these a little faster, but it was really good. I think it shined a light on what happened with Roja. I think one part people remember, or at least like to bring up, is like not just talking about Roja and like why the cutscenes mattered.
So that's about it.
It had 3 fake outs in it, yeah! That was fun!
Roja isn't the kind of person who's struggling with much in her life, unlike many of those around her. And while she's made some mistakes, she's a person that's learned to cope extremely well.
Like with the Gregor ending here.
And achieving self-realization, and being able to carry that sense of accomplishment with you. That is what it feels like to be Rodion. is what an utter fool would say.
Oh, wait, that visual was good. I knew the tonal shift was coming, but I didn't know the visual was good. 10 minutes left in the video. That was a tiniest bit of Super Eye Patch Wolf stuff.
Roja has been a difficult character to pin down. Unlike Gregor, whose actions and motivations are clearly lined up and explained through direct story beats, Roja's story is sprinkled throughout this entire content.
Oh, God.
There are only 2 scenes that go into deeper detail on her as a person. Compare
That's
that to the
nice.
7 scenes we're given
Nice
for
little
Gregor
visual
in
here,
Kanto
smooth.
1 dungeon alone, and it's easy to come away from Kanto 2 thinking of this as a simple, lighthearted comedy with themes of guilt and social uprising.
I still think people
So I decided
take
to
it that
watch all of
way.
the scenes a second time, and doing that painted Roja in a very different light.
The instant you chose to do that, you went down a rabbit hole that would ruin you forever, because now you're gonna start scanning every single story several times for so much info, for so many answers.
Because while there are more details in this Kanto than can reasonably be kept in one video.
Oh honey, this is not the worst of it. You will see worse with other Kantos later. You haven't even experienced Season 6 yet.
One part I left out was at the very end of the last cutscene, where when giving her last line, we see there's a flash of distress in her eyes that's instantly covered up by her regular jovial attitude. Throughout the Kanto, we get
Okay, yeah, we get the point. We see the idea. We see what you're getting at. Let's just get to where the second part is. Cause this is like,
choice based on emotion and
oh, Roja and Sonya are like 2 halves of the same coin. They're both kind of right.
Roja reacted to that? Well, it's just like Sonya said. Whether she knows it or not, Roja's reason for acting is because she thinks she's special.
Okay, keep it going, keep it going. Oh, this is also the first video that had voice acting in it. I forgot. I had a couple of YouTuber friends at the time. I think Sierra VT was the one that voiced this. Where can I find that?
Savior. Poor Rodion. Dear, you seem to be under the delusion that you're some sort of savior.
Those being up.
That was definitely VTuber voice acting. Not to get on her for it. It was what I needed at the time. But it was like, yep. And then this part, and then this part.
Way possible? That's right. Roja's character is on par with the Queen of Hatred, which confirms we're getting that as her Vav ego move. Let's go!
So close. So close. So close. Man. And I feel like that was a funny bit. If I had known they would actually get so close to giving her that ID, I don't know if I would have put it in. That aged well? I don't know, man. I think it was funny. I think there's still a reason that she could, but Night of Despair, I have to admit, fits much better. But, I think the video was handled really well. I think this gave a lot of people more appreciation for Kanto 2. I do not think there is a bad Kanto in Limbus, but Kanto 2 just tends to go by the wayside because it's not really meant to be a climactic deal. It's just kind of meant to literally pass on. Hello, Roland.
We all end up confronting it. And I think something as intense as what Roja went through and how hard she's clinging to that lie.
I think that's good.
In the worst case scenario, confronting it can be so hard it could truly.
And then we got finally the outro.
Waiting for the frostbite to break through her arguments, finding ways to forget until that day comes. And this comforting uneasiness, guilt, emptiness, and utter confidence are all
following the pattern
of how it feels to be Roja.
I like this little trait. If I do another How It Feels, I will absolutely be ending it in this way. That was good, though. I think that was really good. I think that's probably one of the better ones on this list. Let's see. Contra isn't the best execution. It could, but I think it's pretty competent. Definitely don't get the hate for it personally. I agree. I think people are expecting it to give them the absolute kind of emotional whiplash or just destruction that Kantos 1, 3, and everything else basically did. And it doesn't do that, because that's not its purpose. But we're not here to rank Kanto 2. I think the video did a great job. I think eventually this one was kind of like the Moses video before the Moses one, because people thought, I don't know, you're just kind of finding stuff that isn't there in the Kanto. But then TKT happened, and then people started saying, wow, you predicted it, wow, and Guys, it's just literary stuff. It's just looking behind shit. You don't have to be a theory crafter. It's just literacy, which are two different things. Oh, I didn't want to move that. Either way, that was fun. That was fine. Then we go into the first really big one. I think I'm gonna put this one in here. The Lovetown video. It's just media literacy. No, I agree. I think that's it. The Lovetown video is still a video that has the greatest number of views, and as far as I understand, is the video that's gotten the most people out of any on my channel to get into Limbus Company. And I think my past self every day, I decided to put the horror of waiting with the warped passenger on the front cover. Because what the hell do you get with Lovetown, the horror of waiting, and this son of a bitch? The thing that I remember more about it than anything else, other than that, is like, I think some people just didn't like the fact that I had sensors during it. And that's because I wasn't really sure what YouTube's limit was. And I was already talking.
If I chop you up in a meat grinder?
I was already talking about some intense shit when going through this. It was like, do I really want to lean into it? Do I really want to risk it? I'm putting effort into it. We'll see. But yeah. Let's see. Oh, you guys are just singing Lovetown. This was a good intro, though. This was a video that needed to easily explain what the hook of Lovetown was. And Germa was perfect.
If I chop you up in a meat grinder, and the only thing that comes out that's left of you is your eyeball, you're probably dead.
But what if you weren't?
That's good. I don't mean to just self-glaze the entire time, but I think there are like little highlights that hit right. They hit right. Let's see. I think a lot of these can be just talked about based on like what was learned, what was tested on. And like this is one of the ones where Yokami experimented with some stuff. I think this one was really nice, not just because it got people into Project Moon from like a really good entry point, but I think this was another one of those moments where leaning into the slowness and unease and trying to do real horror felt really good. Like, I've seen some people complain about the censorship. I'm gonna be real, man. That's more just not wanting to get punished by YouTube than anything. I think if you want to make another video, make your own. But that's fine. Hope you're all doing well. Hello, Whis. We're enjoying ourselves. We're going through the different ones. That's an amazing intro, yeah. Reminds me of the audio for the meat grinder meme. That's true, yeah. That's how that happens. It's fighting the algorithm. I think it's more just fighting the norms and the culture. I also just... I still wasn't sure where I stood. You could see the lack of confidence in here in a bit. Whereas now is like... really, any time now. It better be sometime this month, I'm pretty sure. We're gonna get an ID out... Not an ID. We're gonna get a video out ranking all of the characters' traumas in IDs.
Years have passed within the confines of the train. Any memories of the dozens of years of life before the train have long gone, and all that remains is a little place called Lovetown. There's no longer any war or even differences between the survivors and the afflicted.
Okay, we get the idea here. The idea here is that it goes from a story to like, hey, maybe things are okay with the warp train.
So, you know, at least there's a group keeping order on the train, right?
And then it gets worse. And then 113 days in...
Now merged to the point of speaking in unison.
Maybe there's hope.
John tells them that their
Maybe there's hope.
will give them the power they need to continue fighting for as long as necessary. And he promises that this...
It's funny that Cassetti was raw dogging this for fun. That is an unhinged but still true statement. That could be why he went insane.
This will be enough to turn the tide of the war quickly.
And then once again, but wait, it gets worse. And you're hit with the 113 to 3437 days. This might sound wild. I think one person actually stole this delivery. Not stole, but copied it verbatim. In order to make their own video in a different language, which, I'll be real, I don't know how I feel about it, but I don't really feel compelled to act. But then, it goes from this is horrible to peaceful to...
And there's no place at simply called Lovetown. And just like that, everyone's made it to their stop in only 10 seconds.
And then whiplash again! That was nice! You know, it keeps you on your toes, and I respect that. I think this was a really good, not too long segment. It did the work. It put the work in. Like that they reintroduced Warp and Limbus with the Blood Fiend plot, so it's like cute. It parallels Elena. Yeah. Yeah. How funny electric guys looking at the train. I wonder what will happen to this train next. There's only one thing that I dislike about this. And that is like trying to make a segment that goes over, hey, here's all the ideas of what could happen. This was not a good plan. But still, for what the video was, it was pretty good. I think... Fuck. No, I think it's still below Roja. I think it's still below the Roja one. I think it's true. Then we've got How It Feels to Play Library of Ruina, which I think is the next one that goes into great video. I'd say this was where the formula was polished to a T for like how it feels to video game. This one was kind of like a sequel to How It Feels to Lobotomy Corp, because why not? I was trying some stuff. But then it was 9 minutes. What do you think would happen if the city was actually good? It'd be Texas, because not everything is good. There's gonna be a lot of different factions. It'd be the United States, basically. There'd be some good shit, but then there'd be a lot of bad shit in the world, too. And then there's this one, which is...
Everything about the death game.
Just talking about it being a death game, I don't really want to go into it much, because this is literally how it feels to Lobotomy Corp, except executed better. But I do think this part was really good, this breakdown.
That can power up a librarian of your choice. Eventually, enemies will come by being able to use multiple attacks.
That Rocha video is genuinely fundamental. It'll be sad when it gets thrown in the tier list. It will be, but I think it's the latest How It Feels video. I think it's got a great sense of honor with that.
Can power up a librarian of your choice. Eventually, enemies will come by being able to use multiple attacks per turn.
Trying to explain the mechanics.
Philip. Some pages have the
This is where You Will Meet Philip came in, of course.
ability to paralyze, burn, or bleed the target on hit. Over time, you'll unlock more floors of the library, each with their own abnormality pages as the game continues on. You will meet Philip. Later, you'll not only take the forms of your guests, but mix and match their passive abilities as well. Mass attacks allow you to attack
I think this is a good way to introduce people to it, by the way.
Against you in fighting the Queen of Hatred. You will meet Philip, the Mountain of Smiling Bodies.
Of course, the mountain.
PTSD therapy, summoning the power of monsters through ego pages. Zodiac. You will meet the second coming of Jesus. The 4 magical girls of the apocalypse! So, once you get past the first few little mechanics, well, it still gets hard.
Okay. I know, I feel like I'm gonna keep saying this a lot, but that was good. A lot of these videos just have like 1 or 2 minutes that are like, ooh, that's good. It's a very good introduction video, it's very high energy. Like we were talking about, the Lobotomy Corp introduction video was pretty low energy overall, but I think it was going for a style like this, which is very nifty to me. The You Will Meet Philip, I think, was the first attempt to, like, say, have a running gag. Around here was when I started to take on an attitude I learned from Alpharad and say, look, we don't want to put memes in videos. We want to make things that could become memes. So, make something you think is really funny and then run with it. Have that faith. Have that faith going on with it. That's it. That's it.
But hey, nobody runs a library because it's easy, right? And we haven't even
Is that Frey Cheqama reviewing Frey Cheqama? Hello, Apollo. It's good to see you.
gotten to the crushing sense of guilt yet.
Okay.
1 minute, you're some indentured
and then
you've got your own problems.
And then we get to the here's how you feel bad about yourself segment.
That, and this is this. No
Said
matter
the thing.
how many times it happens. And if that's the case, well, why don't we just have some fun filling up the shelves? What's the worst that could happen?
And then it breaks down again. Like, there's a clear formula to how these work. There's a little bit of shock value. Also, I get questions a lot about why this music was able to be played, why String Theocracy is able to be played. Because it's a melee song that should get it demonetized. If you speed songs up and also change the pitch, they won't notice. That's how that works. But okay, this one was good. Have faith in possibly being funny even if you fumble. Exactly. But no, I think this was really good. I think as far as like more informational style videos go, this is good. Then we get to one I think is, I wish I could have done for the rest of the content. I wish I could have made a sequel for. The AI Ishmael video, for the amount of effort put in, I think it's one of the greats. I think it's better than the Gregor video. I really do. This video took like 4 months to edit. 4 months between like 2023 to 2024. And it was just trying to emulate Doug stuff. Like, if we go into here and just friggin' go to the oldest parts. Speaking of Ishmael, yeah. You guys can keep singing. Have fun. Do your little karaoke dance. This thumbnail was made by Citron Sonique, by the way, my friend Emmy, who I've kept in touch with. But like this is the longest one to date. 51 minutes!
Olympus Company has dropped banger after banger of stories since it released, and I was dying to get into Kanto 5 for what would be their most gripping arc to date, and more importantly, their hardest fight. But after seeing 4 Kantos, each one is about a different sinner, that got me wondering.
Wild seeing this post Kanto 9.
Beat their own stories better than Dante would?
That's a good hook. That's a good hook. Can the sinners beat their own stories?
And flooded it with knowledge about Olympus Company so it could become Ishmael herself and guide us through the rough waters of the Great Lake. I also
we got the YouTube voice down by now too, like really down.
Give her some custom personality traits. Slap all that together, and this is what we got.
Yep, definitely wanted to be Doug there.
She is perfect. So now you may be asking,
that was definitely a Doug intonation.
Can this AI go through all of Kanto 5? Well, before every fight, I will let Ishmael know that we...
Okay, yeah, the visuals were still on track. This is back when I was still doing my own visuals. I think this one was really good. The only issue is that it was a pain to edit!
Who she is? Well, of course. Manager Miss Sod.
Especially the fights.
Holy shit, yes! Sod is alive! Cha-ching is right, Dante!
Oh yeah, this is before I had the VTuber model. This was PNG Tuber Plus for streams. It was a fine video. I think it was really good, but it was a very inefficient one because I really wanted things to stay on pace, but it felt difficult to make this feel like a pleasing flow to get through. I'll find a way to do this. However, I should say there is one major thing that came up throughout this that has stayed since. Here's how this video contributed to the culture. Where is it? Where are you, you little terrible, terrifying shits? There you are. You might have noticed that there is some little critters that show up every now and again on the stream. Question, do you think it's possible to kill the nurse father's fight before the apprentices during their boss fight? I think it's... I guess technically, yeah, but I think it's highly unrecommended, but that's fine. We got a whole, like, running gag that she was a big fan of Mater, like Ishmael, because he had a wheel to give her a personality trait, and it led to this.
And throws wasabi in your mouth like that one moment in Cars 2. Melting Mater!
Oh, no.
Mater, right? Oh, wait. You mean that as the abnormality. Forsaken Materer.
Yep.
I like to imagine that's just the regular Forsaken Murderer, but its head turns into Mater.
So we see where the bits are coming from.
I was about to say mating fox, but notice, yeah, the terminology kind of bites you in the ass there, doesn't it?
This is a really good one. This is easily the best translation of an abnormality into Mater forever. It looks so good, but so cursed. It's great. It's great.
Queen of Mater, ayo.
Queen of Matred.
Really fucking good. I'm proud of y'all. I'm proud of y'all for that one. Anyway,
that was such a wholesome moment with Chad. That's sweet.
And basically dead. So good job, everyone. Finally, after enough bloodshed and putting a maternity of him.
And that was fun. That was fun. But I think the pacing is what became a huge issue. I think by the time we got to Ricardo, that was like the biggest deal. I think Ricardo was definitely the climax of it. Because the whole gimmick was that, oh, this looks like it's impossible. Oh, you've decided that you're going to use slosh meal for it. Oh, wait, it's so close. Oh, wait. Beat it in one shot.
Ricardo. We have to go now.
So it cuts here.
You managed to win that. I'm impressed.
It's already set up something being interesting.
Go, 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 go.
Olympus strategy had not evolved at this point.
Let's go. Attack power's down. No. Ica on deck. Stagger.
The narration's good.
And just like that, the bitch brother is staggered. Thinking he could get back up any second, we run it back. Ishmael tanks and attack him before
some scripting.
Hello?
That was pretty good. That was...
What the fuck is happening? Why is her identity gone? What is happening? Enough games? What do you mean enough? What the fuck?
And there's the immediate reaction.
Extermination!
We've come so far since. I feel like... So, I don't feel like, visually speaking, there was a lot that came off there that was really good, that hit well. Lightning McQueen of Hatred would have been funny. Yeah, that would be pretty funny. But I feel like that was because there was a lot of effort put into this. Because it was just chugged. There was a ridiculous amount of footage. I want to say like 12 hours? Maybe 18. For that point in the career, that was a lot to deal with. I don't think I can reliably say with the end result that it's better than Gregor, though. I think I actually got to put it below the library video, because I think for the moment, despite if I remove the effort being factored in, it really wasn't as good. It was fine. It was a good video. The good old LSP Ishmael and Encorp Enclair strat, that's a good strat. Not really one I prefer, but it's fine. I just think, despite the effort, it didn't really pay off, and it's more of a lesson of when to know to stop working on something, because this only got through the first 2 parts of the Kanto. Oh well. But then we see the pivot into essays. So then, next up is the Ring video. This one was the first time, like, this is about a part of Project Moon lore, not a part of just X Sinner's story, right? This is explaining the Ring, who at the time, we had barely any information on. Kanto 6 came out, they started mentioning the Ring. Leviathan was something people barely knew about.
The finger we knew by far the least about, other than the one that currently
What do you think will be next after Rien's song?
Nothing else, and now they're suddenly poised to take the center stage in Project
Probably the Ring,
popular
or Valentina.
And that's got me saying
Bring her thumb, bring her thumb.
because nobody read Leviathan, meaning a lot of this story will easily get lost in translation. So
I don't remember if there was any standout moment from this. I don't remember anything especially interesting yet. There might have been... What was interesting here? Why is there more interest here?
End of Leviathan shows Virgilius a broken mess, having taken down the Ring.
I don't know.
Being unable to save anyone in the process.
Maybe it's because it was Leviathan.
Refracted orphan. And when the dust clears,
I think this was just informational.
Other than Faust. Well, that's where the story ends.
And then afterward...
Fill in the gaps of what else happened afterward. Yi Song went on with Faust to build the identity.
Oh yeah, and then this was like predictions for Kanto 6 because I wanted to play that game. Oh right! I remember me, Emmy, and Sunil watched the Wuthering Heights 2009 adaptation, and we just got to a certain point with it where Heathcliff makes a piercing scream, and it was so painful.
Personal. But on to the actual events. Heathcliff's homecoming and sudden onset.
For some reason, this became a Kanto 6 recap. I guess it was timely. Sure.
Or at least seen the movie.
That was unedited. Why did they do that?
Relieved to see that both Hindley and Linton were still extremely punchable. Beyond
I guess there were some predictions afterward. Like, what is this? Oh, this is about a stream. I feel like this is a video that didn't have to be this long. This could have been 7 minutes with all we knew about the Ring at the time. There was some prediction stuff, but I don't think it needed that. I think this might actually be one of the worst essays. Not that it was bad, but it was like, a lot of stuff kind of unnecessary. I think this one goes in... I think it's a little below the AI Ishmael one. That's about it. I think that's about it. Replace the howls of his distortion with that scream. That's funny. I think that's funny. Channel 2XP is actually working while it's live. Am I seeing the future? I think you are. Oh, that's the wrong video. Why did I get there? Motherfucker. That's where it was. This goes here. That was fine. And then this one is an April Fool's event, which is about the same as this. I'm just going to put this here as pretty good. And I can just show you. Here. This was just an April Fool's video that I think went up around the same time as one of the others.
Almost home. No, I don't need a ride. I'm just cutting through the park. Hey, I'm gonna have to call you back.
I'll just take a bite.
An isolating fog fills the air. Its only purpose is to bring joy, but the horse's rusted springs have long been silenced.
These springs are only for kids.
It bellows with sorrow. No children have been by in some time.
There was a trend going on where this was like meant to be an abnormality-esque image. And I thought, fuck it, it's April 1st, let's have fun and let's narrate this. It's kind of like the comic. But at least it's doing more than just taking a comic and slapping Yesod's face onto it. I don't know. That was just cute. That was just cute. Peter the horse is here, indeed. Don, the Rocinante is here. All right, now let's talk about Carmen. This one, I think, is more important than the Love Town video. I think the Love Town video was really good. But this one, like, introduced people to Project Moon. Let's see what the execution was like. Was it executed well? I mean, the Carmen video is there because it's informative. Like, its existence is helpful. Oh, Medi, I hope you're doing well.
As nice as it is that we're talking about self-care these days, most people would think that killing about 300,000 people isn't worth letting a sad man
It's informative.
play the piano. Unless that person is named Carmen. Because if there's one thing this visionary turned fever dream believes in, it's doubling down. But from
Okay, that's fine. This is where the interest really started to take off, I think, too. I think there is a part here that I don't like. Frey question, can you distort? I have no idea. I have no idea. I might find out later in life.
what could happen? Enoch volunteered to be
And
the
so we
first
talk about,
test
like,
subject.
Carmen's origin.
There wasn't a need to rush this.
I think there was a part of this video where I just let the cutscenes play. And I can't tell if I liked that choice. Because sometimes it's nice to let stuff breathe and let people understand what's going on. And I give people a setup. Well, I'll just show you.
So, Carmen took the next few days to weigh her options and see what she could do to get the team out of this rut. Credit where it's due, I think Lobotomy Corporation's own cutscene does the best job of explaining what happened next.
This really is a show don't tell moment, huh? Who's best, Sephiroth? I like Malkuth. I always felt like Malkuth was my favorite. I could relate to that. I think this is really trusting the viewer to be interested.
You should have been the one to die.
Okay, and that was meant to, like, shock them a little. To add that in. Okay, I see you. I see you. Good choice of sound
That's
effect.
the worst case scenario. Enoch died in that experiment, and nothing was gained from it.
Damn.
The entire team may have been complicit, but it was all Carmen's.
Oh, and the music.
She risked
Ooh,
the
wait.
life of someone who is expendable to the project.
Wait.
In a desperate attempt to keep it going. Yes,
That
he
is good.
volunteered, but he was also a child. And
You would not hear that serious tone from me now. You would not hear me applying the rationale of our world here, especially not after the House of Spiders shit. This was a pre-Kanto 9 video. Oh my god. I was more human in some ways. Holy shit.
if there was somehow a chance that Carmen would let herself forget that,
Okay, I think we get the point of this one. What happened here? Why is this most replayed?
Ayin did succeed in figuring out how to make the light. And while you don't need to
Kanto
know
6
every
music?
detail of that journey, let me give you a quick cheat sheet of everything he did to make that happen. There was the full-scale war, using Cogito to turn people into abnormalities to extract energy from them as a service, creating an AI robot from Carmen's memories named Angela to run the new company they started, taking a government assassin and the research team that was nearly killed by her, and placing them all in robot bodies to make them live forever, and trapping Ayin, all of these robots, Angela,
'Cause Ayin-
and
okay, it
several
looks
dozen
like it.
employees in a 10,000-year time loop purgatory. Play Lobotomy Corporation to learn more. But yeah.
That was fine. That was nice. Okay. And then, okay, I see where we're going with this. Take it very seriously. There was the idea of, like, list a lot of things and then break the pacing. Then what is this?
She's 2 for 2 in saying, well, let's agree to disagree when someone doesn't follow her.
Oh, this is about
Julius
Leviathan.
eventually calls her a coward and manifests ego
Okay.
instead, which is hilarious.
And then the rest
But
is
even if her response
theorizing.
is
The rest is Kanto
does
6
genuinely
theories.
believe that it's better for someone to reject distorting and
The rest is
find their
what
own
happens
path
at
than
part 3 of
succumb to
Kanto
the same
6. At least I have the decency to call it a crackpot theory here, though. That was just me trying to have fun with it, too, but still. I think this was good. You know what? Now that I've seen a few bits of it again, I do think it goes above Love Town. Very question, what's your ego? I don't know. Well, that was answered earlier. I have no idea. Let's see. Frey not being an Ultra Tour? I can't believe it. Frey being a human being with human concerns that exist inside the Project Moon world and not only in real life? Wow. Should I play Lobotomy Corporation? I'd recommend it, yeah. Yeah. But I think this had like some kind of sauce that was lost along the way. I think some of these are from an energy that I only maintained until I got editor's help, and that kind of transferred into having the energy of my editor. But that's fine. I would still say this is really good, but not quite as good as the Roja video. And then this one, I think the What Are the Sins video goes right below Love Town. We're gonna start filling up one of the best here more often now. This is where we get into main style. More of this is what you would expect. Let's see, what exactly are the sins anyway?
You know what's fun? Trauma.
Okay, so I was just done being a regular human being by now. Got it. Got it.
There's a reason it's at the heart of many of our greatest stories.
That's
You
great.
Show me a book where a character lives happily ever after, and I don't call that a magnum opus. That's just Shrek.
Okay, let's talk about this. Slight thing, I thought this was really funny and like a Scott the Woz style joke. I got quite a few comments saying like, what the fuck do you mean Shrek isn't a magnum opus? And the instant thought I had in my head when people said that, because they thought I was dissing on Shrek, I was always intending eventually to make another video that said, it's like calling this it's like calling this idea a failure when it's not a failure. It actually went really well. It's like a magnum opus, like Shrek 2. Like the idea was always to say like, hey, Shrek's not a magnum opus. It's really good, but Shrek 2, Shrek 2. But okay, let's see. It explains Leviathan, sure. They thought I was serious. Some people, some people go to extremes, but I also read in extremes sometimes.
His body moves weightlessly towards his ad.
So this one just explained sins and Shin, which this might have been the first explanation of Shin on YouTube, or at least in Western fandoms. I don't know, I could be wrong. As far as I know it is. I think I went up well with the visuals and really tried to make an association with the sins and Shin because of the translation notes. People are serious about Shrek. People do not play about Shrek. True!
Single one of them have made these so far. And the idea of Shin doesn't even address the different sin types that make up the resources in the game. So what gives? Are they just bad at their job? Well, jury's out on that for some people. But Project Moon still hasn't full—
I wish I could find the source of this image, by the way. Very much a side note. In the Ego Abno distortion video, I got some people, I'll say I got some people a lot, but I got a lot of comments on some stuff where like, people didn't know why the hell I was talking about a concept called fused ego. Like that's non-canon. No one ever says it in the canon. And I had double check and they were right. They were right. Kabura's ego is never called fused ego by anyone ever. So I legitimately got this idea of fused ego and the entire concept for that video based on this chart, and fused ego just stuck in my mind as like, oh yeah, that's just what it's called. That doesn't really have anything to do with this. I think this did a good job of like explaining the sins and the sinners. That's fine. Is it anything more than like informational? I think the only thing that really stuck out to me was this: the return of AI Ishmael.
And this is where we get our first mention of the power of sin, more specifically in the story Leviathan. That's right!
You thought that was the end of my
Leviathan essay?
That's so dumb.
One more
video
to give you.
That was a dumb bit, but I stand by that to this day. That was really fucking funny. That was a really fucking funny bit. It kept using the fucking 11 Labs, AI Ishmael and Cesare from Big Top. God. I just wanted to use Big Top Burger, but God, it felt creative to do it that way. Everything else is like, hey, this is a nice explanation. It's very functional. It's very handy. It's very enjoyable. And then that's it. And that's fine. I think it was good. I think that's good. Big Top Berg was good. I'm kind of sad it's over. But yeah, that was good. I don't think it was excellent, though. I think it was the subject matter. I think I should not rank something so high solely because of the subject matter. I think this should go at the bottom of one of the best. Because here, I think this tier is like, these videos are really well done, but I don't think there's a reason they need to exist. Like, this one could have been cut in half. This one justifies its entire length. It doesn't make you feel too much, but it's really good for the lore. I guess if I put that logic, then this should be higher up. And this should be lower down, because this, I think, is better executed on than this video. Even if I think this video needed to exist more. That's the idea, that's the idea. Don't phone the fire department. I forget who says that, but that sounds right. Okay, once I got into a Library of Ruina, Carmen video is one of my favorites of all time. I'm glad. I think that was back during the we take Limbus and Project Moon stuff seriously as human beings era. Plus the thumbnail's just really good. I think this might be one of the best thumbnails before we got into the drawn ones. Then we've got the She Association video. Oh my god. This one was a shot in the dark. If Rip Cully weren't... I'm gonna be so real. If Rip Cully weren't popular at the time, I would not have made this.
I know this is the city, but if you're going to run a company of trained line artists, you would think there'd be some measures in place to keep them alive. But as it happens, the She Association, specifically the southern branches, are managed by a faceless fool that only kept his job because of a blue hobo into architectural vor. That sentence sounds insane on the surface, but somehow all of it is true, and dozens of fixers suffered for it. And
shock value is good sometimes. Shock value is good. Have you beat LobCorp? Yes. What's up? I'm taking my media seriously because I'm autistic and gay. Yes, you're allowed to say that. That's not an issue. Shock value is good sometimes when you need to really make a point and then stand by it. I think what stuck out to me on this one was just the editing style where more of the sprites were used. I think the general format was down by now, but like figuring out how to spice it up came up more often. Why was this most replayed?
because it's not like these guys are Valpurgis IDs and represent the LMR.
Yes, Philip video coming out. This was around APR when I wanted to release a Philip video, right?
Characters. These guys are from Section 5, not Section 2. And while I do have to mention that in Kanto 4, after Shren got her sideways tattoo, Ishmael...
What the fuck, dude? That's so cruel! I didn't remember saying that! Holy shit, that's good! Okay. Okay, this is important of all, but someone will say I missed it if I don't mention it. Okay.
In Library of Ruin,
sure.
There was a whole other section that got wiped out before Eugen's story even began. And these IDs are amateurs.
It was funny.
That's every reason they would focus
Damn,
on
you're mean. Yeah, I've gotten meaner. I've gotten so much meaner.
Frey, haven't you lost the plot a bit? Well, you're not seeing the bigger...
Here's the breakdown. We were doing crash outs this early and people stopped watching because of it.
They're dealing with
you can see this is not most replayed.
You lost the plot of it? Well, you're not seeing the bigger picture here. There are only two possibilities for what's happening with the She's practices. Either Velma was a low point for the Southern Branch, or this work culture, which I will say is more extreme than the other associations, wasn't just exclusive to Library of Ruin, but continued to some extent into Limbus.
We can see the pattern here. We see the pattern. The breakdown is coming.
She Mirror World, but his cutscene doesn't say much else than that. So how the fuck can I get the perspective of someone that's intimately familiar with these self-damaging methods, also knows what it's like to throw yourself into seemingly impossible odds, or it could be an endless amount of time to know what it's like? You're asking me to find one of the world's ultimate masochists!
So high-pitched on that one. And then it cuts off. That was a huge lead up to interviewing Rip Cully. That was the lead up to interviewing Rip Cully for his She Heathcliff solo, which I think he took down. I might have to rank the crash outs at this point because they were good. There's like, I think every video kind of has to have its own breakdown moment. Like something has to end. This was a very creative one. This is a very creative one. I will give it credit.
What was the only blip on an otherwise proud company motto? Worst case?
But I think the ending was really good too.
Either way,
because the ending was this whole bit where after coming out of the library, it was time for Eugen to go on LinkedIn.
She never deserved Eugen's team, and considering that she's Kim Ji-hoon's favorite guest, odds are we'll see her again someday. But in the meantime, I just hope she's out there updating her LinkedIn profile and talking shit to her heart's content.
By the way, I made a real LinkedIn with Eugen as the profile. This
And talking shit.
this is a real. Hold up. This is a real LinkedIn profile, by the way. I still own it. I don't know if I have the images up, but it probably has the fucking red eyes. If so, that's a level of commitment to this I never kept up afterward. I kind of gotta give it credit for the creativity. Fuck. I think this one has to go above here.
Hi, Yoshi. Corp.
Oh wait.
Philip and Crashouts brought me
Hi,
here.
Yoshi.
Have a great
W
stream.
Corp Philip and Crashouts brought me here. Have a great stream. Thank you, David. I appreciate that. That's very sweet. There are more crash outs than I thought there were. There are more crash outs. I'm surprised. I'm surprised. You know what? Let me do something here. This was originally going to have only one video, but I'm going to put Roja in here because I think I need to not fill out the one of the best so well. But speaking of Philip, I think it's time we talk about Philip. This was really creative. I think it tried a lot. I think it took some swings. It was really good. Also, Gimjun did say that Eugen was his favorite guest, so I feel like when we get Eugen again, it's going to be mad. All right. We have overworked sword lady, yes.
Let's not kid ourselves here. As fun as it is to make fun of Philip, none of us are gonna fare much better in his shoes. And to those
True.
who take issue with that, go ahead, leave a comment. Because that's a great way to convince people you're a badass.
Whoa! Whoa! What? I forgot about that swing. What the hell, man? You really just wanted to start fights back then. It's 18 months ago. Call out culture was not new. Okay. Nothing ever changes indeed. I respect it so much. Oh my god, peak Frey audience
Frey,
violence.
You should make a video of just you crashing out.
Oh shit, wait. You should make a video of just you crashing out? We might get something like that. So far, the closest I come to a crash out is just being excited. Or the T-Corp video, honestly. This one, though, I think was really... It was really well made. What's upsetting to me about this video is I think it was one of the better ones. I think it was one of the greats. I really think it's at least one of the greats, if not one of the best. What am I eating? Salad. But the issue with it was that, and I know, like, this did well now. Like, 157k is definitely one of the higher end. It did not do well when I made it. And it, unfortunately, gave me the sense that Limbus was king, and Project Moon's Library of Ruin and other games, Lobotomy, whatever, are less important. Because we even got another voice actor for this. I think this is the second video that had voice acting.
But one of his lines did stick out to me. There can be no such thing as a selfless action for us humans. Even the act...
Wait, I want to read this chat message. Frey, if you posted a 2-hour-long video of you just yelling about stuff you're mad about, I would probably watch it to completion for fun. That's what my video describing 2025 was going to be. 2.5 hours of me talking about all of the pretty shitty things that happened throughout that year. And how it was basically a fight for not being homeless. But we'll get to that soon enough.
Self-sacrifice is ultimately for oneself. In other words, no matter what Philip's
Where did,
justification is, he wouldn't be asking if he didn't want something.
Oh, hi,
And this
Emmy.
is enough to shut Philip down and get him to make preparations to face the library once...
Okay, so we're still recapping what's going on. Got it. What is this part with Emmy?
Ilfs? And, I'm just gonna embrace enabling the hag lovers. Because if I don't, some artists I know might actually hold me at gunpoint. So,
That's cute.
have fun, guys. You can tell from...
That's cute. That was before I was like, you know what, guys? Yuck. I'm not gonna yuck your yum. You guys can have fun. I learned to coexist with the Gooners, basically. I'm not one of y'all. Any interaction I've had with Apollo basically confirms that, but like... You're not going away anytime soon. Alright, let's see. There was one section that I think was given a lot of effort. Yeah, I hired a voice actor specifically to read out Oscar's
On the
lines.
second read, I won't even paraphrase this one.
You must be sincerely believing that your actions are for others, that you are different from all the other unkind and selfish denizens of the city, thinking that you're fighting for some higher cause. But know that those are in fact entirely selfish thoughts. It's
Good
the
pacing.
most dangerous kind of selfishness. You deceive yourself into thinking you're selfless.
LobCorp music, by the way. I've got this habit of using Lobotomy Corp music that's like from the more obscure moments. And I love it. People who are Limbus or LOR onlys don't know where it comes from, and I love that for them. It has like super eye patch wolf energy.
there can be no such thing as a selfless action for us humans. Even the act of self-sacrifice is ultimately for oneself, a very dangerous kind of selfishness, one that slowly eats away at your peers and leads them.
The VA did really well.
Man, what can you even say to that?
Okay, I know this is meant to be serious, but I can think of that and say, I can only think of the horse going, man, I'm way too desensitized to Project Moon stuff now. I'm so desensitized! This still had the embers of me taking stuff so much more seriously. I felt it was so funny. The voice actor did a really good job. What the fuck is this?
By our self-interest, no matter how generous it may seem. There's an analogy I really like that's used with this philosophy that involves a person who's being driven by a carriage and passes by a
Oh my god, we talked about psychological egoism and ethical egoism in this video. I didn't think I'd be explaining base psych concepts. Wait, yes!
farm where 2 baby pigs are drowning in mud.
That's cute. That's Emmy's pig and a bongie.
The carriage is a good ways away from the pigs, but it's
God damn
impossible
it.
for anyone in it to ignore the loud squealing and crying. So the man riding in the carriage asks the driver to stop and steps out to save the pigs, making sure they're away from
Very
the mud.
simple, very
Once they're
effective.
safe, he gets back into the carriage so they can continue. The driver then tells him, "That was very kind of you, making the effort to save their lives." But the man says, I wasn't being kind at all, but if I had to hear their squealing in my ears any longer, I would never get any peace. And that's the whole idea.
Okay, this is true.
So, quick shout out to ethical egoism.
Yes.
You have the
I
memory of a
don't like
newborn
it.
baby.
Ethical egoism
You can barely
sounds similar,
remember who the
but
red
would
mist
tell you
is,
it's
you know?
immoral to save the pig.
The deal is with that, so like you've never knew a baby, you can barely remember who the red mist is, you know? I can remember facts and figures, but like experiences? Stuff I made in this detail long ago? I make a video and then I don't want to watch it again. I haven't seen this video in years. The details of it beyond the broad strokes are no longer relevant to me. But like seeing this is really damn fine. Yeah, and now you made a tier list on eating egos, you're really in the deep end now? Yeah, I've gotten more unhinged. But like, let's go to the end. Let's see how this is meant to pay off. Because I remember this really doing well. I think one of the reasons I don't do How It Feels anymore is because I have to take this so much more seriously.
Every time he's struck, not being used out of hesitation.
Oh wait, no, this is good.
Sword raised. Up until now, the librarians have
Look,
controlled
Clunky.
this arena, but not anymore.
Goodbye,
His
Kara Queen.
signature passion is now ignited, scorching his combatants. His shield stoking the flames every time he's struck, not being used out of hesitation, but calculation. With only a half-manifested ego, he maintains the balance and readies
Before we knew volatile.
both his sword and the battlefield, now imbued with every emotion the
Okay, so this is kind of like the breakdowns, but it's just being climactic. Both the pacing, the music, and the phrasing are really good here with the shots. I think I had to intentionally lose a few clashes when making this too. Like, I think I made some builds that either looked imposing, or just had really good key pages and bad clash pages. I forget.
library has collected positions itself with a single blazing strike.
Cute.
Is here, and he has met the challenge.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. I remember feeling like making this part was a victory lap. I really do. Even if it's just timing the footage to music. But like, you kind of hope that you've built things up enough to where this sells it, you know? That's how it works. Why is our Zhao page here? Because they're not going to go all the way back through Library of Ruina to get to this point in the story solely for like B-roll. I'm going to use the file I already have.
Spread still wear away at the librarians, and the stage becomes as molten as his wax. There's only one way this story can end. And just like all of the guests so far, and every single
Oh, that's
ally
nice.
he's lost along the way, Philip too meets his end.
There we go.
Oscar, you soft son of a bitch! Yo!
And that wasn't even censored. Good job. Good job having the confidence to say the word bitch, old Frey. That was good. And Jordy Sword voiced it. Oh, okay. And there's the twist. There's the cutoff. Very quick pivot into the outro, too. That's nice. That's nice. I kind of wish you'd do more characters analysis deep dive like Virgil. If I find another format of it that I like, I might. But I think I'm kind of moving away from it. Not gonna lie. I might do more. We'll see. This one was a lot of effort. This one was like well made. This is like, it's not creative like the She video. This is more, I used what I knew, I had the tools, and we made it work. I think this has to be... I don't think it's an easily the best, though. I think it plays too far by the book. Outside of the start, where it's like daring people to comment, which I think is really funny, I think this is definitely in one of the best. I think I'll put it... It doesn't really experiment, though. I don't think it makes any big pushes beyond the start, so I think it's right below the Lovetown one, you know? I think that's it. And then, again, I said I would make a sequel to it, and then the stuff that happened in this video happened where I thought my career was over. Just proved that it didn't seem like there was a lot of interest in Philip or Library of Ruina until later. I will say, if we ever get word that we get a Crying Children ID for Whalp or a Zhao ID for Whalp, that's when I probably make part 2.
Or how Lei Heng is the best uncle and Rain was a crappy dad.
You should low-key make the next video on Roblox, or how Lei Heng was the best uncle and Rain was a crappy dad. I mean, Rain being a crappy dad might come up because I do want to talk about Fingers, and I might talk about Kanto 9. The next How It Feels if I do it is going to be Kanto 9. I just don't know if I'm a place to do that. Definitely not playing Roblox, though. Especially with the press about it, and also I'm just not really interested. Maybe. But then we've got an interesting one. Then we've got the Time-Killing Time video. I think that one was fun. I remember having a good time with it. And you guys seem to like it. What is that visual? Now hold on a second. Let's go to oldest. Like, can I just see that visual again? Oh my god. Wild Hunt with Benjamin with Dante in his mouth? Hold up. Hold the fuck up here. What was that?
When the season 4 schedule dropped,
Where do I see
saw
this?
that there was an event where my 3 favorite sinners were doing detective work.
3 favorites, eh?
Because this either meant that they were finally getting justice or being sent to comic relief.
What is this? What is this?
And they happened to do it in one of the few houses that could afford to regularly use that tool while it was still
So this is
on.
explaining the purpose of Time-Killing Time.
Turducken out of screwing with time. And
Okay, that's funny. That's a funny bit that took way too long. You did that, Frey? That's your video? I know! But it's nice to look back on shit you did a while ago. Like, you don't remember your baby photos. You don't look back at your, like, drum recital when you were, like, 9 and remember every little detail of it.
any British person that's forced to see that on Thanksgiving, T-Corp demands damages. At least.
That's cute. That's a cute little effect. Why is this the most replayed, though? I'm trying to remember, like, something felt good about this video. I don't know what stuck out, but I remember feeling good about it.
Fan, since he's given some background info and his story's 4 Kantos out, but with only 3 away for Ryoshu and half of her words being filtered through a German boy traumatized by the meat woman, I was hoping for a bit more to chew on here. Now don't get me wrong, this is a self-burn since she's high up on my own list. Here are my rankings, by the way. And I
oh, that's why. Okay. This feels like a safe video. I don't know, this feels safe. I guess it explained why there's more to Roja, which is nice.
Her accent to the guy and get this day over with. But the Ripper, he isn't just reading her like a book. He's already burned through it and gotten Roja's key page.
That's funny.
That's
kind of cute.
To call him out, saying that he can't possibly.
Was there anything really major here?
Technically right. Her math doesn't check out.
What happened later?
Emotions and attitude are what drive how you see and handle the world around you.
A corn is a grain, by the way, like wheat or bread. That's not a lie either. I know my corn.
Manner of carrying herself are still broken. That compass she's borrowing from Ishmael.
I guess this is just explaining.
As much as its directions to a hospital. So even if she is moving forward, I feel like she's.
I feel like this is carried by the concept.
No matter how much she tries.
I don't think this is too experimental.
And that leads me to one final question: what does this mean for the future?
Okay.
Well, the immediate answer is our.
Okay, and then I think that eventually leads into there being like more advertising stuff, which is fine. That's the part of the purpose, but I feel like this was okay. I feel like that at this point we had gotten to the point where essays maintained a certain level of quality, but I don't think there was a lot of experimenting here. I think it was alright. Ready on the most unspecial woman, ex her ring husband, who's most special boy in the city, yeah. Having someone do a video dissecting the overarching things of family and familial relationship. Having someone do a video dissecting the overarching themes of family and familial relationships in Project Moon would be so interesting to me, genuinely. I think it could be. I just don't think this one took any shots. I think this played it safe. which is fine. Eventually we're going to see, like, playing it safe or learning the new meta we have is good. It works out. I just don't think this one was nearly as good as some of the others. Yeah. So, let's move on to one that I think is now probably right below the Sin video. This was where it was definitely a lot more experimental. There was a video where I ranked all of the intervalos that had come out after that point, which there were 5 of. And I wanted to try something different. I saw... Toner made a smasher pass? Damn. I saw that, like, Ezgu was doing tier lists, and I thought, I don't know if I can do that, but maybe I can do, like, a Schaeferilla style deal. And I just went down through all 5 of the intervalos to see if that would work, but in using this format, I took a lot of swings, and I don't think they hit.
You ever wonder what it'd be like if someone put a gun to your head and asked you to name your favorite middle child? My ear's cold.
That was a Scott the Woz influence, easily. Kind of funny, though.
Intervalos, commonly considered the mid parts of Limbus Company's story on account of them taking place between cantos.
Okay.
And, yeah, you're technically right.
That's fine.
It's like saying potatoes are the mid part of a steak dinner. Try to erase it from the world and someone's gonna have a famine over it. Even if they
Okay, that's cute. I remembered that one, but I didn't remember it so much. The goddamn scream.
Company, we have 5 smaller stories.
I liked this one.
And now that Project Moon's committed to
this took some swings.
Instead of just one.
Like, the entire ranking was based on bongies.
Writing, I'm gonna be using a bell
or just like, there was a system to this. I don't know if it was always bongies. It was fine. I think the main thing that people took away from this was,
I'ma get serious.
Let's see.
What is your opinion on the fact Otis?
I'm gonna get serious. What is your opinion on the fact Otis was in the smoke war? Second, so you think Mr. So will be hung in his Kanto? Third, is Faust a guy? I think if I guess starting with your third question, I think if they pull like what they did in Kanto 7 and have our Faust be Gretchen and then Faust be another Faust, Faust might be a guy. Do you think Mr. So will be hung in his Kanto? I think he's gonna shoot someone, or at least allude to being shot. I don't know if he'll be hung. I think that's genuinely a coin flip because of how PM treats the source material, but considering that he's already been hung in T-Corp, I'm gonna go with my gut and say no if I gotta choose. And what's your opinion on the fact Otis was in the smoke war? People are veterans. Veterans are real and they exist. Being in a war I don't think makes you inherently a good or a bad person. I do think her position in the war might change that. It's going to take a lot of context for that, but I think she's going to have a lot to atone for. About the stranger? Yeah. But on this video specifically, there's like 2 things that people remember it for, or like 3 things I think are worth addressing. 1, a joke that I never thought would go as far or last as long as it did.
Comments about Yowieville being this low on the list? But before you do, let me ask you this question. What is this character's name? You know, the character that follows us throughout the entire intervalo, nearly dies on several occasions, and commits an act of betrayal at the end? How many of you actually remember her name? So, much like Mary...
So, I was convinced no one gave a shit about Ongdu. Because I didn't see a reason to give a shit about Ongdu, and low-key, I still kind of don't, unless you count Kanto 9. I thought people were less attentive than me because I started making my business studying this. Why are we dissing Ongdu? It was less a diss about Ongdu and more about this was the only intervalo that didn't revolve around the sinners. So they tried to introduce someone and it just didn't really work for me. I felt like it was the one instance where they were using fan service. Like, for Bamboo-Hatted Kim. And it was at the disservice of the new characters they added in. Little did I know, I didn't understand Project Moon's game, because this was their slow way of introducing the LCD and Moses and Distortion Detective crew. And I guess Ongdu and Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Lack of reading comprehension? I had my standards were both kind of low, but it was more just to say, this is not a very well put together intervalo in compared to the others. It's the only one that's not like character oriented with actual sinners, which is why it ranked so low, and I still maintain that opinion. I think the ones that focus on the sinners and let them do shit is the main focus, is important. But yeah, that's that was always my take. And I stand by that. But boy, people thought I hated Ongdu for that. I think more than anything, she just got shafted. Oh well. Second, I tried to do a Shafe Reels Productions deal. Okay, that's funny. It was the best one for gameplay, sure. I tried to do a Shafe Reels Productions deal and give a little joke between each entry. And I got Opalu and Sunil to voice this next part.
Much to its premise as it could have. Luckily, the next spot on this list knows exactly what it is and how to deliver on the idea.
Babe, I think I'm having an episode.
Is it the beach episode?
Let's start with...
That was fun. That was fun. And then the last thing that I think it's known for is probably the biggest mistake I've ever made in a video that haunts me to this day, but not because people give me shit for it. It's something that I should keep in mind.
The Schadenfreude in the room. I feel like SEA isn't remembered for anything that takes place in the event itself. As time passed, when I hear people talking about this intervalo, it has to do with what happened after it came out. That being the unjust firing of Project Moon artist Vel Mori.
See, here's the deal. I thought the Vel Mori situation was still fresh in people's minds a year later. And I thought, let's just get that out of the way first and keep going, you know? Didn't really know how important that was. And I thought, you know what? I'll just say, you know, she was fired. Doesn't mean it was illegal. Thing is, I was wrong. Because by this time, Sunil and I had been talking. And I found out, by us talking, that she wasn't fired. She was asked to leave. And this was misinformation. And his video on Vel Mori was out. And the thing is, I knew that before this video came out. Limbus Darkest Time, yes indeed. But I knew that before the video came out, and I thought in my head, you know what? It's one word. Firing versus let go, it's one word. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And then I got a couple of people that were upset, and I think this is justifiably so, but it didn't stay with me. I didn't keep getting stuff after, like, the first time. But I kind of got the sense that, oh shit, this was a real thing that happened. I knew and had a chance to correct this when it involved real people. And I didn't, because I didn't think it was important. And that taught me, like, hey, even if you think it's not a big deal, if it's genuinely incorrect, you really should do something about it. So that's the big takeaway I got from that. And then the end of this is probably the main thing because it's so unhinged. I think this is the biggest swing that was ultimately a miss, but it was fine.
Chicken would be the clear winner here. But then, Time Killing Time kicks down the door and says, yo! What if we featured all the sinners that haven't gotten as much screen time yet, and then slams a bottle of Jack on the table to show he's got not 2, not 3, but 4 different kinds of enemies.
Wait, you might have a point.
And a dungeon?
Good
At
effect.
This point, I'm here for this party, taking shots
Okay.
like I'm living on golden time. But then TKT
That's funny.
stands up, kicks the table over, and screams at the sky, "You burn!" And you're so overwhelmed.
Okay,
Why the hell
okay.
did they throw in a new character just to make so much noise? And it's so loud and almost too much that the glass breaks on your windows, and a bird flies onto TKT's shoulder and says knowledge you never knew you wanted to hear.
Distortions can be bought and sold for a fair price.
I want to make this very clear. This is the entire review of TKT, by the way. This is the entire review of TKT. I'm not even taking it seriously. I'm just summarizing it this way. Your Doug is showing. Yeah. No, you're right. That was probably a major inspiration there. I think the rest of this didn't stick the landing, but I do think it took a lot of swings and a lot of them worked. Now that I think about it, this took a lot of swings that worked.
What the fuck does that even mean? Until finally, TKT sits you down, back on the
the
table.
British voice is coming. Get
Taken
ready.
off guard as he says, "I've been worried about you lately, mate. You haven't been living your life to the fullest anymore. I can see it in your eyes. You're trying to stay afloat, put on a brave face, think you're making a difference. But you know you can talk to me, right? I'm TKT. Your old friend.
This is
I'm here for
stupid.
you." And now you're just reeling because this was supposed to be a party
Good effects, though.
with sick drinks, a chirpy bird, and electro swing murder mysteries. But now everything hurts, and you didn't know you could feel this way. And then after a moment
That
of
is how I felt about
silence,
TKT.
leaves, causing you to feel more alone than ever, knowing that you could be doing so much better, but can't face it yet. An intervalo isn't supposed to
The intervalo did low-key give me a bit of a
When
crisis.
have we as people gotten anywhere by obeying only what we're supposed to do? Story 5 out of 5. Rodion is not okay, and he got a story just as long as
I don't know why the Rodion faces get me like that.
he did, but was way
Okay.
too endearing. Gameplay 4 out of 5. Even if Kim was a stronger fight, the Time Ripper's unforgettable, man. And now I can only.
Okay. Maybe that's a lot better than I thought it was. Maybe that was a lot better than I thought it was. I think I gotta still put it low. I think I still gotta put it like... Because of the misinformation, I think it's gotta be the lowest, like, Frey essay video. Unfortunately, that really lowers it. That really puts it down. The interval made me more confused about T-Corp. Don't worry, it did. It did. It did for me too. But I think that ending part took a lot of swings and a lot more of them hit than I thought. It was fun. It was funny as fuck. Alright. Then we've got something kind of wild. I really wanted to balance out gameplay and lore for a time. So I made a Limbus Company Nuzlocke that went through like Kanto 6 and thought I would be updating it throughout, which I didn't. Let's just see. Let's just see. Alright. I'm glad you guys are having fun screaming. I'm glad you're enjoying that. Enjoy yourself. Let's see where...
Nuzlocke. For over 10 years, this challenge has become the staple for taking baby games and turning them into a...
Really thought this would go beyond the Limbus crew, too.
Mostly associate them with Pokemon, you can twist these suckers into nearly any game with...
This was definitely made while working on Wildcard. Hello, Don Schnack.
Say this bastard. Limbus Company has been out for
Getting more abrasive now.
Compared to its two predecessors from Project Moon, is the
effects were really good though.
Easy of the bunch. Hell, even fans of the game will say it's nowhere near too hard.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, I remember making a poll for this one and asking like, hey, y'all voted that this was too easy, more than hard. And I think I phrased this in a way where it led people to think, no, the graph's there. You didn't say too easy. Communication issue, but whatever.
And if you need proof, let me ask you, would you seriously attempt a Nuzlocke of this?
Pay me fucking...
We got Archangela! I forgot. I got Archangela to even get in on this. Pay me to do a Nuzlocke of LobCorp. She did say that.
You'd have to pay me to Nuzlocke that game.
But for PM's youngest and most coddled child, adding permadeath is a great way to make the player think before...
Yeah, so I made an entire system to Nuzlocke Project Moon. And there was a whole, like, way to factor in how the game was different. You can see this was made after Walp, too. And, like, it was an odd time to try to figure out Project Moon's gameplay and how to translate it to a challenge. Because this is when chain battles were just introduced. I had to factor in an entire new method of playing that made people do algebra.
For team build and levels of each team. And that is all done with this little
This was creative as fuck. Team level cap, recommended level times max deployed units -1. What the hell was this? I'm not saying it's bad, don't get me wrong. But there was so much jank that had to come out of it. And I even had to show them the map.
25 IDs, or
sounds like a fun get mind-boggling challenge I could never.
Smart. You get the idea.
Oh, I shouldn't have said that. Well, maybe I should actually. Maybe I should tell people they're smart.
Or 5 level 10s if you really want it. Look, you're smart. You get the idea. And for anyone wondering why this -1 is here, well, that's just to make things harder. Or as I like to call it, playable.
Nice job.
And now, in theory, we have...
So yeah, this video went over all of the reasons or ways a traditional Nuzlocke could be translated over. Basically said, don't make ID lives based on the ID, make it based on the center, make a team level cap, and just skip that.
I'm back.
All right, let's see.
Question. For Limbus's
I'm back. Anyways, question for Limbus's 3rd anniversary. Could we get a Roland announcer, a Dante announcer, and a possible Mealy announcer?
And a possible Millie announcer?
I mean, they already announced who would be getting in. It was Library Angela. They tend to be pretty open about that stuff. I don't think we'll get it for 3rd, maybe a later year. But I don't think for 3rd. The jank is part of the beauty. I'm just saying it would be rough for people to do this. The only person I know that did it was Kamui ever. The mad lad who was looking for a chance to do these, to do more. Which, good for him. But, like, we had to consider so many clauses, like, what happens if you're required to use the center, but they're dead? Or, We call them refracted, where you can use them, but only their defense. And so, if you don't sacrifice on a refracted death, then, like, what do you do if the refracted sinner dies, but they're required? Do you sacrifice another sinner? Yes, if they're required to be there. No, if they're required to stay alive. No, if not. I think the challenge was, it was very creative, but I had to deal with so much. I do kind of want to go back and do a Limbus Company Nuzlocke. Like, I still keep it in my head. I think the video didn't age well because the challenge didn't age well, so it's like, it's hard to make something out of it, but I also even made
Goons and loons. Of course.
Goons and
I
loons.
made a spreadsheet.
Of course I made a spreadsheet. Must have. How would you Nuzlocke Kanto 9? I'd start with Kanto 3.
And it has all the level caps for every required encounter, including potential ones for chain battles.
I really thought this was gonna be something that would have legs. And tried to future-proof it.
Even once, you clowns! Just look at the encounter and follow the level.
So I want to make a cheat sheet so people wouldn't have to do math.
So finally,
That's nice.
I can say we have completed all of the
I don't know.
essentials of design.
I think for me, this challenge scratched my itch of, like, it's not too hard to where you have to keep resetting often, but not too easy to where, like, it's just Limbus. It was closer to LOR level of difficulty. And there were even variants! I put so much effort into making variants! Like, trying to say, hey, here's all the ways you can customize it. You've got the base. You can make so much more with it now. Like, this was such a fun... Now I'm looking at it. This is kind of a great idea. This is kind of a great idea that just, unfortunately, was doomed.
Is okay with information overload and wants a real curveball.
Yeah, exactly. Fuck. I don't know. I really like this. I just feel like...
Rules, you can no longer use 3-0 IDs and...
No! Okay, that one aged poorly. That rule aged poorly. This was before Kanto 7. Before they stopped making toodles. Okay. Enough memory lane. It was a fun idea. But I think it was ultimately doomed. I think any idea like this has to be factored in for where it is now. I don't know. This video was outdated, but every video could be outdated over time. Where do I even want to put it? I think a lot of genuine work went into this. I think I gotta put it under a great video. I think it's above Ishmael. Well, above Power of Sin, actually. It was creative. It was really, really dense with information. But I think it fits just below the Gatekeeper. I think that's fine. That's fine. Oh well. And we've still got quite a few to get through, Jesus Christ. Okay, well, you guys know you don't want me to blaze through this one. Now we've got the big one that people will never let me forget about. I feel like I say this a lot. I feel like I put a lot of the stuff I say on other people letting me forget or not. It was an awesome concept. Oh, well, yeah. Now we have citywide tour. Holy shit. This was ambition. Citywide tour was ambition. Let's see.
Can we please,
Wait, what? I'm breaking my wallet I stole from She here. Can we please get a Hime, Frey, and Ezgu announcer? Like, you want us to voice lines like an announcer would? I could see Hime doing that. I don't know if there'd be a reason to get the three of us specifically in there. I feel like that's 3 names thrown together. We did try to do a collab with a couple other people, with 2 other people before. It just didn't see the light of day, unfortunately, because of technical issues. Like, I'm sorry, dude. I feel like if we were to do that, it would be not a huge undertaking, but definitely one that would be larger than you might think. I don't see it happening. I'll bring it up because I think it's a funny idea, but I wouldn't expect it. Alright, let's see.
It took almost 10 years, but we finally made it. We now have enough information about all but one of the districts to explore them all. And you know what that means?
Hmm?
Step right up for a city-wide tour, all thanks to this
Oh, hey, Back Bass.
corridor.
This was ambitious as fuck. This project was so fun. I get pissed thinking about this project, man. Okay. A lot of people know this video.
Guests are available in a single hallway.
A lot of people know this one. It was meant to be this first of 4 parts going through the entire city.
On that note, it also has its own.
It was probably one of the best ones I edited
I
too.
made fan art of it, so it looked like made from cars.
That's
Here, check
funny.
it out.
Stop it.
That was funny.
Everyone's a critic these days. And while we're at it,
God! Okay, you know how I said that the Intervalo video took a lot of shots that didn't land? This took so many shots that did land! It was really good! Like, I get pissed that it's the only part as much as anyone else does now that I look at it again. Fuck! But I know why there aren't more. Here's the deal. I've explained this in a future video. If I go over here, I scripted out the entire citywide tour.
what does that mean? Maybe.
Oh wait, sorry. I scripted out the entire citywide tour before the first part was even made. You wanna know where I did it? I did it when I was selling my plasma. I did it with a needle in my arm. And I kept taking notes on all the districts. Like, oh my god. So, this was meant to be my exit from YouTube and the Project Moon community as a whole. After the Philip video and the other 2 videos didn't do well, like the Nuzlocke and the Intervalo ones didn't take off, I thought, you know what, I tried. Editing's not working, I'm not getting a lot of work from Wildcard, videos aren't taking off on YouTube, I gave it my fair shake. It's time to go and find an office job. But August is my birthday month, so I'm gonna let myself do one more thing with Project Moon before I go, and that's when I started writing fucking citywide tour. And I thought, okay, I've been working on this for so long. 40 hours of editing for a 10-hour video, I think. It might have been more. I forget. I can't release this all at once. I really want this to come out. I really want it to exist. I will release this in 4 parts because that feels like what's possible. So I released this thinking, I'll just edit for 40 hours every week for the next 3 weeks. That'll be my birthday present to myself, and then I'll get back to having a job. And then I edited the first one, and then days after that came out, I got an offer for a full-time position being an editor with Wildcard. So then I started working with Volpixie. I feel like I've told this story so many times now, and I don't know if it's been internally or externally, but like, the time that I really thought it was over, we're so back, and it was not in my control at all. It was the first time I actually felt like I wasn't bleeding money ever since I got into this like 2 years prior. And so of course, the video that I plan to make, my exit as the last thing I ever put up on YouTube for years, ends up being a part 1 to a 4-part series I'm fully expecting to go through and dip on, and then I have to stop because, wait, we're so back! Like the monkey's paw curled, I'm glad it happened this way. But then I thought maybe I could juggle both, and I just couldn't. Stuff kept happening. So glad you're still around the community, your content's great, thank you. I'm glad to be here too. I'm so glad to be here. I've fought throughout all 2025 to be here too, and I'll tell you guys more of that soon. But on this video itself, I'll just tell you, let's just check out this clip because I love it.
Which can get expensive fast. And lest we forget, arbiters use these things too. Because while they have several ways.
There's one, I really liked using scenes at this point. It was a lot of fun to animate, but it took a ton of work.
Whatever that means. What does that mean? Maybe it's got something to do with getting them past any lies they tell themselves? One way to find out. Aw, come on, champ. Can't live in denial forever. And that writhing is just so oh, it is familiar. Reminds me of, you're just like the cockroaches from G-Corp. Yes?
Yeah, so remember when I was shouting about, in the Carmen video, like, yeah, they experimented on a child. That's one of the worst things you can do. And now, like, somehow I have to thank Wildcard for randomly saving Frey. No, you do. Anything I say about Wildcard later, please keep in mind, they saved my ass. They and Volpixie saved my ass. Never forget that. But remember how I remember vividly channeling Homelander because I really liked the way he said fuck. I think he's one of the few people that really can swear, like Anthony Starr's Homelander can really swear well. He knows how to deliver a fuck. Hard K, short life. You don't really say it like fuck. You don't really stay on it. You make it like fuck. What the fuck are you saying to me? Like, you make it sound like you're spitting it out at people. That's how you say it. That's how you say it. Ring Frey was secretly there the whole time. Yeah, you're absolutely big right. I was obsessed with PM. I'm glad. I'm grateful. Your Slayer wouldn't have better saying about Limbus without your vids. Also, good to know you worked with Vol. She's such a sweet person, dude. I'm so glad she seems to be doing well. But no, like, this was a part of the transition from human being talking about the city under human real-world standards to, I'm just gonna start steeping in it. I'm gonna steepen in it. You being pretty openly queer was kind of what saved me to say, like, oh, the Cadus community is safe. That's good. That's kind of why I do it, too. That's kind of why APR had to exist. It was half, oh shit, 2023 summer was terrible because of the Valmori incident and the Casual Watson incident. 2024, let's make it good. APR, sure. And I wanted that to happen, so we made it happen. One of the worst financial decisions of my life and for my mental health, but I wouldn't undo it. Because I got to meet a ton of people. That's its other story. But, like, this was like, fuck it, I'll throw everything at it. So I made a video that was supposed to cover all of the city. That'd be my last thing ever. And I was gonna just enjoy it and have fun with it with high octane editing, if we consider it like this. But also, I wanted it to have a little plot. I wanted to do a little Don Shack style, so to speak. Where the idea is, let's see. Let me skip to this next part, if I can find it. Yes. I think. What was this? There's a little running gag that was meant to be a big plot point later in the end.
Can't be dissected? Easy breezy. You want to lock away someone's ability to tell secrets or even be aware of them? J-Corp's gotcha. Heck, you could even lock away someone's ability to think about violence, like so. That being said, those mental locks will only affect the person's own will. So if someone happens to be able to...
So, slowly but surely, the sinners were kind of just leaving the party.
Dead weight, right?
So, hold up.
And or access your thoughts while locked without your consent, then it may as well be dead weight. And you know what you do with dead weight, right?
That was good. That was really good. No, the idea was that... Was there going to be a Yaoi or Yuri subplot in this series? Unfortunately, I'm not that good at being a Don Schnacker. No, what was meant to happen, and I gave this to folks on the Patreon, but I'll share it now because why the fuck not? It was slow. I wrote in with certain districts. A sinner was meant to leave the party. That was in part to make it easier to not like have to put in so much effort at like having so many of these guys in at once in a shot. But it was also in part because I wanted to do this funny idea like, wait, sure, I'm removing the sinners to make it easier to edit. That feels like there's an opportunity here to do something really fun. So slowly it'd be, the sinners start to leave, and I remember, like, Hong Lu would fall in the vat of Cogito in the Botany Corp, and there'd be this dramatic art piece for it. When we got to L Corp, I think Sinclair would, in the song, one of the two, would have been arrested by T Corp or something. Merceau, because he was ordered to like stay still on the beaches of U Corp, would have been eventually turned into a mermaid because he was killed by a whale. And we just turn away from him for a bit and come back to him and it's like, oh, well, that sucks. Anyway, and then Otis would be the last one there, but she's there like at the very end. And it's like, well, that was the tour. You're in the outskirts now. Enjoy living outside the corridor. And the idea was that this would culminate in like Frey running down the corridor towards Dante. And then I had a custom Vespa sprite made. Of course you can't see it. But like a custom Vespa sprite made where where they would show up and like block Virgilius, who was there pissed as all hell because the sinners are fucking gone. And it would be like, Vesta would have voice lines saying like, I have 20 seconds, continue the plan. Because it was supposed to be like some kind of plan with like Dias and the LCD, which I guess aged well. But it was gonna culminate in this scene where I would have this little CG of art where Frey would tackle Dante to the ground and basically say, listen, I've spread your sinners to the ends of the earth. Even if you are able to revive them, you can't get some of them back without me helping you. So if you want them back, you listen to what I say, give me a goddamn contract, and get me on this team before Verge just cuts Frey's head off. And it was like so much envy went into this. So much envy of not being in this crew went into this, and you can kind of hear it here.
Or keep track of the affiliated wings around, for that matter.
친구 아니에요.
What? Come again?
우리 가족들을 죽였어요.
Oh, your childhood home is here? Well, that's great, sweetie. Well, if you're feeling homesick, I can show you another place that recently burned to the ground.
God, something that'll never be, I fear. But no, there was so much intention for this. There was so much intention for this, and then life got better. And then life got better. So I can't really follow it up. I might do a whole ass video that's just building off of this. I don't think I would keep in the sinners or moving part with it. But that's it. Frey gets struck by Apollo's curse of prophecy. Look, if the Ezgu curse is like, if we have the Ezgu curse, I'm gonna bring up that meme. I think the Ezgu curse is just my life gets better or worse based on what happens in my videos. The sprite was made by UNOers, that sprite specifically. The ones that's like the dialogue ones where it feels more realistic, with the like scraggly art on the bat, was made by Silver Bongi. I can't source them because they're more of a private person. But yeah, that was that. But I think this has to go in easily the best regardless. Even with what is here, even unfinished, I think this has to go up there. This has to go up there, man. Enough self-glaze, though. We've got the next one. Oh, this one was really good, too, though. This was the first hour-long one. This has to go in easily the best. I'm sorry, not sorry. Let's talk about the Don Quixote video. Let's talk about the Don Quixote video. This was supposed to be a Murder on the Warp Express video.
Hey, before we get into it, this
as you can see,
originally meant to be a short 15-minute
lock you in a room. Absolutely, they did.
And as you can see by the runtime,
let's see.
I'm going broke.
Much more
Broken
than
heart
that. Just
emoji.
know that we're
yeah, pretty much.
Everything
anyway,
about
since
Don
April is coming up.
Not unfinished. Just yes, continues still cinema. True. You're right. I'm going broke. Anyway, since April is coming up, can you give us an idea what you're gonna do this year? No, genuinely, I can't, because I don't know. I talked about this earlier in the Q&A proper. I have no idea what my next video is going to be. I can't feasibly predict it because I'm usually wrong. If I told you, I would probably be wrong. I have an idea that I thought was funny though. Son, if you're editing this, don't include this in the video. Because I want it to be a surprise to anyone that's not in this chat. I thought it was really funny. If anyone knows the band Set It Off, like 2014's not Panic at the Disco, not Fall Out Boy, but still similar pop punk energy. They have this song called Kill the Lights, which I think syncs up really well with the ending of Library of Ruina from the Reverberation Ensemble to the end. And I kind of want to make a little funny AMV where you have that fight and just sync it to the song. And then if I really could, I'd end it by saying how it feels to Sinclair tomorrow and then release it on April 2nd. That's not in production. Neither of those are in production. But it's a really funny idea. It's a really funny idea to me. But I think, yeah, I want to do April Fool's stuff again. I don't know if I will. It might be a small thing on a whim. But oh well. This video, though, was the first time... It's one of the last ones I edited myself, by the way. We're in, like, the last 3 or 4 videos I edited myself, other than kit reviews. So this is where my taste started to getting diluted. This one eventually this was the first attempt at, like, taking the most information about a sinner and putting it into words, which I think was really good. I think for where we were at, the visual stayed strong. You did well.
Even
spent
if
so
the
much on
other
the stupid
IDs
stream,
don't
you got
have the same
attention.
level
You got
of
attention for it.
hyphenation, It's usually because that Dawn
That's what you
has
got, that's
something
what you
else
paid
more
for.
important to spend her time on, or in the case of the same
But,
director,
like,
is just living her best life.
There were some edits that I thought were really polished and helped with the pacing. For instance... Come on, man. Come on, show me it. There it is. This was while working for Wildcard, by the way.
Further on the Warp Express, there's another side to Don Quixote we need to acknowledge.
Let's see.
Or rather, 8 sides. Identities.
That's so smooth, man.
Your life choices. Each one of these.
It's not the best. It's not like Supremo transition, but it definitely does what it needs to. But then we go back to the voice acted segments. And this is where we get... Oh, let's see. This is where we get, I think, Opalu's first major role in a video? Oh, that's right. I really wanted to make people feel in this.
Verily, Rochinante and I remain bound together even in slumber. There shall be no separating the two of us. 'Tis a very odd...
I remember having to cut off her saying Rochinante a couple of times.
Rochinante. Rochinante. Rochinante.
Yeah, it's noticeable. I love the screams. I love asking people to scream, man.
Pressure erupts from Dawn, killing Faust.
We got permission to use fourth trumpet.
All that's left to the manager
Shit.
is total darkness. Don Quixote, now standing over Cassetti, emanates a crimson aura with red, piercing eyes.
Nice little
Cassetti,
effect.
Realizing his mistake,
And then we go on.
of disdain as he faces the of Don.
This was sweet. You can see the effort put into it. Like, this is what I'm thinking. I think this video is pure effort, unlike the Philip one, where you kind of got in a sense that you're feeling it out and just explaining. I feel like there was real intent to both be entertaining from beat to beat, but also greater skill at it, with still having more of those big moments. And then this got into the predictions, which I'm going to give myself a pat on the back again. Remember this video I watched over and over again? Hi, Bean! How's it going? Oh, God. Wishing the Overall was voiced when it first came out? Yeah. Apollo really worked herself into DQ and Sancho for this video? Really. Really did. Also, if I can pat myself on the back for something.
The character Don Quixote interacts with in the novel, but also in the musical.
This prediction
a woman named
had more credence
tired
than...
of being around men and sees being born as the greatest crime she could have committed, which, Jesus, really sounds like someone that would agree with Elena on some key topics. And
Remember this came out before Kanto 7? This prediction, or like Hail Mary, because it was framed as a crackpot theory, was more accurate. It wasn't perfect. I think 50% is the most generous interpretation one could give. I think 30 to 50, anywhere in there, you can justify it. But this was like the most accurate I think I've ever gotten, and made me want to try again just to see how far you could go with it. Oh, right.
scenes in which it can.
And then there was still this emotional segment where the intent was to make people feel for what the character of Don Quixote in the original source material was going to be.
There is a scene where Don Quixote
We'll just let this play
tries
through.
to comfort Aldonza, the woman he calls Dulcinea. And while all the guy succeeds at is making himself look like a loon, he's soon stopped by the self-proclaimed Knight of the Mirrors.
Hi, Body.
Immediately, the man tells Don Quixote that his adventure is a futile quest, and that he has no reason to continue before surrounding him in his mirrored shields, forcing Don Quixote to
This
see
was a good way to be
himself for
exposed to
what
the
he truly
source.
is, a deranged old man playing a hero. As I mentioned before, the mirrors that are involved here could make a full section in itself. But what I will leave you on is what the knight says to Don Quixote.
Wait, did they call Body Knight of the Mirrors in Kanto 7? That could be a real theory.
Mirror of reality. A madman dressed for a masquerade. Drown. Drown, Don Quixote.
We've got more of the slow shit.
Has ended.
Time it with the music. That was nice.
We now have 3 pieces of connected media that specifically mention a masquerade.
Okay.
All 3 of them mention a means in which it can end. And
That's a nice thought.
I only expect anywhere from 20 to 40% of this theory to be right. But
Do a little
no matter
better.
whether the
Do better than
Hat Man
that.
exterminates all the blood fiends, whether the parade marches through the streets of District 16, or Don Quixote reaches that unreachable star and finds the
Okay,
cure she
yeah.
sought after, come October, this masquerade and her dream will come to an end.
Wait for it. Hold on.
That is, before Orlando Furioso comes in with the steel chair!
Accidental Kanto 9 reference, I guess. But no, there was effort, a lot of effort put in here. I think this was definitely, oh, and then the Moses part. Right, predicting Moses would be in there, which I think I got some help with. But yeah, like, there was a lot of intense here. I think the editing kind of suffered midway through because this video was way too long. Trying to do a whole hour-long bitch meant cutting out effort in some areas visually, but I think it still got the job done. I think this was a really good one. It's hard to exactly put down, but I think this one makes its case for being easily the best, mainly because it is consistent across an hour. It has something original, it has something that I think it hit the mark on across an hour. I think that was it. I think that was it. Sancho's not a femboy, that's a woman? Sancho is a woman. That being said, I'm gonna let y'all know I definitely have a favorite child. It's this one. This is the favorite child, and it's not just because of the prediction, though that now kind of helps. But it wouldn't change it if the prediction was wrong. The Moses video after Kanto 7 dropped. This ended up being a huge swing. Not because I was trying to make a big call. Oh, kind of because I was trying to, but not because...
Hear me out.
This was where I was trying to say, so hear me out, as like a catchphrase to start a video with. And then, yeah, we definitely led into the meme. Is there some attention started to come down, of course. I really wanted to keep making videos that had the capacity to make people cry. I think this video was really useful for getting people on to Distortion Detective. I feel like it was the best attempt at making something that felt like a super Eye Patch Wolf video because of discussing the art. It used the Vespa sprite I ordered for what was going to be the citywide tour video, by the way. And I mean, of course it had the ending, which we'll talk about. But I remember really, really liking this part going over the art. So this one is amazing. This one, they made me realize how devastated Moses was. Oh, fuck. That made me tear up a bit, dog. I feel emotional about this one. Now we got a real Vespa sprite. That was also made by Owen. That sprite of Vespa we have. Let me see if I can go back to it. This sprite was also made by Owen, the same guy that made the Frey sprites. It's really good. Also, this has the better hair. Sorry, not sorry. But like, if we go here, like talking about the art, I really felt like this channeled 10% of Super Eye Patch Wolf, and that's not to distance myself. That's not to discredit myself. That's because I think that man is incredible with pacing.
Being dragged down several flights of stairs by what I can only call a distortion river of over 100 people, Moses and Ezra have been pushed to their limit. But while Moses' body is what's nearly given out, it's Ezra's mind that takes the greatest hit. This image depicting a heartbroken Moses as she is forced to process Ezra's own distortion.
That chapter is hard to watch too.
She can call her family. And it's only possible for these chapters and cover arts to hit as hard as they do.
I fucking love how Moses handles stuff, dude. God damn it.
Written main trio of any project on so far. And look, I get that sounds like a bold claim, but it really isn't. Distortion Detective's cast has 3 main characters.
I'm not gonna stay on this one because this is the one video I like to come back and watch every so often because it makes me so happy it exists. It makes me so happy it exists. I think Distortion Detective is such a good story that people into Project Moon should read. And if you can deal with some of the difficulties of a few of its parts, the rest is so solid, with an incredible cast that differentiates itself from the rest of the series that was only touched upon lightly in Kanto 9. I love the fact that Project Moon makes characters of all ages, the youngest one being the least experienced, the 28 at the time, now 30 character being the most bubbly, and the 52, now 54-year-old woman being the main character that clearly has a lot of life left in her. Where can I read it? Post type. Project Moon post type. The link is in the description of this video. But I think we all know where this is going. Like, first off, also this art is...
It doesn't always mean they're...
This art is gorgeous! The person that made Leviathan, I'm pretty sure, made it, and I wish we got a comic, god damn it! I'm not gonna geek out more about that. But, like, it was so fucking funny sometimes, too. And then the Diaz prediction was nice, but I really did mean it when I was sure that was the case. Like with the Roja video, I felt it was more media literacy than actual theorizing. And I just got tired of people saying that I was trying to big brain shit for trying to use media literacy. I knew I could have been wrong, but I was willing to take a swing and say I was right. Because it just felt like it made the most sense. Like, you would have to do a mountain of work to disprove it, which I think is the tipping point for what a theory should be. Not like, oh, if this, and this line up, then it works. No, it was, if this, and this line up, then it doesn't. It's the other way around. But okay. Oh, thanks a lot, Frey, for the links. Yeah, no problem, no problem. But I care so much about Project Moon and the characters that I just cry anyway. I have so much love for the little creatures and bugs. I'm crying just talking about this, man. I was initially unsure about the video. By the end of it, I was certain you were right. I'm glad. If only because that meant it was a convincing statement. But then, like, this part. I remember spending 2 days on this part alone. We got Ezgu. This is the first time Ezgu and I worked together. We got Allergy Jelly, who I think is still underrated, and I hope she makes more. And I really love performing as Moses. Let's just throw it up.
The only issue with that moment of realization is that, well, it's presented like this. The idea here is that Moses is experiencing a flashback induced by a distortion she's fighting, and at the climax of it, there's like this mental static. But while I do think you should read this novel, and I mean read it like a novel, like take it.
This entire upcoming scene is why I am certain that even if the theory was wrong,
and that's
theory again in quotes, if it was wrong,
the most damning part for both Distortion Detective and
that this would still be at the top.
So instead of reading it, I think you should see it.
So glad this exists.
Moses, I brought new work for
Allergy
you.
Jelly did
And
great.
strawberry cake too.
She was Diaz and Ezra here.
What is it about this time? Diaz brought a stranger with her. A person with
Also, I think I do
green
kind
hair
of sound like what
and
Moses
green
ended up being
eyes.
in Distortion Detective, or in Kanto 9.
Why don't we try something
I'll just throw that out
huge
there.
this time?
What is it now? I bet it's another odd. It's a war?
God, finding the assets for
What
this
are
took so long. I think this took like 10 hours.
You're on my side, isn't that right?
Yes, this must be done for the sake of all of us. For you, and for my mentor.
Incorporating the static.
The person next to Diaz says mysterious
Translating the
things.
whole thing.
Even I can tell. We're no fixers. We're
Little
just
text box.
mass murderers. I wanted to dream the same dream as her together.
The audio effects.
I wanted to take that
The
path.
static in the background.
Your eyes are precious to me. They've always
Jelly
been
does
my
have some
most
range
precious.
too.
Think of me and us as tools.
They really
Nothing more.
interrupted the statements too.
This diversionary tactic, launched with the help of R-Corp, will be vital for the success of this operation.
Noted, Heejun. I'll be spilling yet more blood in the
I think I could still stand to do better with like calm
All
moments.
of this was
Voicing
an
those.
experiment. You wanted me to see all these detestable things. Ezra! Han Heejun!
There it is.
I'll save you too. I'll save you too if it's the last thing I do!
Oh, Jelly! Jelly, that was perfect! Jelly, that was so good! I remember having to tell Jelly to just no, let loose. Don't try to hold back. Your life is literally in danger. And you are asking out of desperation of the person you trust most to save you. You have to give it your all. And she did it. Fuck, I gotta hear that again.
Ezra! Honey June! I'll save you two. I'll save you two.
I could have performed that better.
I do.
Yes.
You know what?
And she did this so well too!
Aim to be the head. To reach those heights, a pair of wings would be needed.
Credit where it's due. I nailed that. I fucking nailed that. Editing wise, sound wise, having it drown out. God, that was everything it had to be! Fuck! I'm so happy!
You are my dear eyes.
I won't be your eyes.
Ugh.
During the second half of Distortion Detective, Diaz
And then it's not going back to everything's fine. It's going back to kind of like the How It Feels ending style. It's supposed to be solemn. It's supposed to be rough. You get the point by now. You really do. Like, I loved this so much. I think this was the one time where a vision came together and it was so clear in the head that it was translated to the page and the screen. This is going to be the best one. It might be the best to ever make. God. They have impression from Bagbass video? I want to do more voice acting. I am happy to voice in people's stuff if I think that they're putting genuine effort into it. I really like doing that. I think it's fun. And I want to get better at it. But yeah, I think I've said more than enough on this one. It is the one I am by far most satisfied with, and I guess it got more recognition afterward. Maybe I'll get more roles afterward. Then this one. Genuine chills that I Won't Be Your Eyes. I get that at like that, the Ezra scream and the Dia scream. Like, Dia? That was some One Piece Luffy shouting Eneru shit. Anyway, I can't keep doing this. It's okay. What am I supposed to say about this where it's basically me trauma dumping about the last 4 months almost being over? Look, I don't even know if I want to show it. I guess I will to provide context. But that was basically me giving an update on why some sequels won't exist. And honestly, if you want to know what my 2025 was like, watch this video and then translate what happened over those 4 months to the last year. Think about MD7 Rian, the Roach King, the Nurse Fathers, Sora, We Are All Cooked. No, it's gonna be great. That's gonna be great. Dude, that was you? Wait, what? You're probably talking to someone else in chat.
So, I'm sure you're looking at the title. Let me be very clear. I'm not quitting content. I'm not quitting YouTube.
Right.
I'm not quitting Project Moon. None of that. But I almost did. And I think y'all should know why, what changed, and what it means for the channel going into 2025.
I just wish anyone that asks about a part 2 watches this video. I can't really call it art. It's just taking clips from the past videos, because all I wanted to do, and also videos that are, like, relevant to what's going on, which is why Volpixie is here.
Then be the newest member to Wildcard, Volpixie. And things went well enough.
Pixie's such a great person, by the way. Incredible. Everyone at Wildcard is a great person. She was the best person I had to work with. She was the best person I was able to work with, rather. It was such a nice time. I almost wanted to include videos from Pixie in this tier list. Because I wanted to rank videos I edited, but it just came down to time, and I just didn't have the time to make that. But, like, this is just a life update video. And the one for 2025, once again, would have been, like, 2.5 hours. And it was not under a great state of mind. So I think that's why that has to go into it's okay tier. Yeah. It was an important vid. Even if your life was rough, thank you for saying you. I do my best. I feel like I've changed. I feel like I have definitely changed and gotten more cynical over time. But that's besides the point. You know what? No, now's the time to talk about it. So, no, you know what? We will talk about this. Because this is in part meant to be an update video for all y'all too. So the next time I would upload a video was in March of 2025. This released on December 28th. The next video came out in mid-March.
Might not get you that first video on the first month. I might end up having to juggle both of them, as well as Pixie's content, and it ends up being spit out in February instead of January.
I don't really
think you get the
know
idea
what the
there's
part I
gonna
was
be
trying to
some
say is.
Number 2, if you're a little concerned about not having as much lore going on, again, there's nothing going away in the foreseeable future.
That's also true still.
Repairs on my car, and luckily, everything was generally pretty good. That was lucky. And other than paying
Hold on.
taxes, we'll see how well that goes. I'm now in a position
Went into savings.
to hire an editor. Not only hire an
I guess
editor,
that
but
did
I want to
happen.
hire one that hopefully I can be better to than most creators have been to me. I want to pay them a rate that I think is fair, that I would have accepted in their shoes, and make sure that what I'm doing is not only valuing their time, but is stable enough to reliably give them income. So I've talked to a couple of people. We're still seeing how
This is kind of how I got Froggy on as an editor. We don't work together anymore, for several reasons, but we're still on very good terms. You saw them earlier in chat. But my editor's son, if she is looking at this, I doubt we're going to make this into a video, like this tier list, but if she's editing this, just know I am so glad, and it feels like we've made that kind of partnership. Son is still on. She basically gets paid as much as a part-time job now, which is really cool. But no, I basically said at the end of this, hey, things are fine. December 28th. Things are really good now. It was almost over, but things are good now. But now, let's go to wild card. So I said things are good now because I would have gainful employment or work with Wildcard, which is this channel, which is run by Alfred and Jaden Animations, mainly funded by it. But here's where stuff starts to happen in 2025. I was planning to make tier list videos really early on. I was planning to make How It Feels to Don Quixote really early on. And then... me too, Jaden, me too. And then... If I can just refresh this...
Hi, I have good news and bad news. The bad news is that within the coming months, Wildcard will be shutting down.
So... so I went and made a video that said, hey, the last 4 months have been rough, but hey, things have been stable now, and it's been that way for 3 months. I think I can confidently say, we're good. We're actually good. We're safe. And we get this message that Wildcard is shutting down 3 weeks or so after I release this. After I release this video, this is when we're told this. That is by far the worst aging video on this channel. Because I thought life was stable again. I'm sorry. Okay, calm down, calm down. But like, to be clear, Alpharad, Jaden, Bobby Wasabi, Curse, and everyone that worked with it, making this vid with Xenoblade music is diabolical. That's Alpharad's motif for any video. He loves it. The world has a funny way of throwing curveballs. I've said it several times, I'll say it again. The Ezgu curse is him dealing with updates that invalidate his videos. If there were to be a YouTuber curse, so to speak, mine is, however well things go with my videos, will throw curveballs at my real life. What a big oof, I'm sorry. This is kind of why I didn't talk about it for a while, because I did not want to make people worry. I'm gonna keep playing this for a second.
But the good news is that this channel was a success. Let me explain. The idea...
I'll explain instead. Jacob wanted to make a group channel that would prop up his friends. That's Bobby Wasabi, by the way. Great guy. Jaden, great guy. Jaden's a great guy. His friends Giwi, Captain Kid, Smith, a bunch of others, well, Pixie. And he and Jaden both themselves invested in over $100,000 each. And then they made money from Wildcard that would then go into investing in their channels. So they paid people to make this channel that this video's on, and then 8 or so others, and fund them out of their own pocket if Wildcard didn't make enough money for it. So this entire project at the start, which lasted like 13 months, was always a net negative. It was never gonna make a profit. It lost them 6 digits of dollars. And that was the sign that, like, oh, this was a we were lucky to be here situation, not a this sucks that it's over situation. Just to skip ahead a little bit, then we got Pixie coming in, and she did her own deal, which, God, any video you saw between, I think, usually September of 2024 and February to March of 2025, 90% of those are from me. But, like, after that, Jacob talks about how they spent, like, the money they spent, and then talks about...
Great, I can personally attest for all of them. And
oh, here we go.
Also, I feel like this goes without saying, but the Wildcard channel is never going to disappear. This
I'm not taking it down. It did prop up with their friends. I'd say it was successful despite the losses. Have I found Volt through this? Good! Good, you should! I'm glad!
By Wildcard ending are the incredibly talented teams we have assembled around each channel.
Yeah.
Without Wildcard support, not every creator is going to be able to keep every editor, artist, or graphic designer.
This was the case.
So if
Volpixie could not keep me on.
Looking for talented creatives, there is a link in the description to a spreadsheet with all their contacts
and like,
portfolios. I think they're great. I can personally attest for all of them.
That was the biggest thing he did for us, by the way.
Thank you for supporting what.
Jacob made it a point to make a spreadsheet that would advertise all of the crew. So because we knew we would have to rebuild all of our catalogs. And it's still here, by the way. There's like 18 people in there. There were so many people that were on lock, that were on payroll. This is my entry. This is my resume and my demo reel. Like, and Froggy's is here. And a bunch of other people's is here as well. Like, this is just how it went. The issue here, though, was that at the same time, and I'm going to cut this off soon because I don't want to dwell long because I know I could talk for hours on this and I want to keep to the tier list. 2 days after I got news that Wildcard was ending, which is like January 23rd, the day after the Cheqama event happened, my roommates said they wanted to move out, and our lease ended in March, which means I had 60 days to either build up a client base or find a new job right after I thought, oh, everything is fine now. Imagine going 2 days from thinking everything is fine to where you're living is no longer stable, you no longer have a job, the backup job that you had in mind in case you had to quit was falling through because it was a startup that was going under because it became shitty and sold out to private equity. And then that affected the rest of the year. I genuinely did not know what the hell was going to happen for the rest of the year and just worked like 12 to 14 hour days for a lot of it to make ends meet. Before realizing, oh shit, this sucks. Editing sucks. I'll just take a gamble on being a creator. And so far, this is where that gamble went. That's the long and short of it. And I did not feel safe telling anyone about this. And I was petrified throughout all of the month of February. Yeah, an absolute whiplash of emotional events. And I wasn't comfortable telling anyone about this because I didn't want to be the creator that vented. Because in that position, it would be begging the question, should I start taking donations from my community? And I didn't want it to cross that line. I really didn't. I felt like that was a dangerous line to cross when I would basically be begging. And just decided, fuck it. Either you square up and you get clients, and then maybe you do well at content and that pays off, or you're done and you rebuild your resume in any sense of the word. I also made a lot of attempts at deals. I tried to be a channel manager and succeeded at being a channel manager and tried to make a lot of edits. I worked for Sophis, I worked for CJ on some edits. And those didn't really take. But I also had a lot of conversations that involved me having to learn to wheel and deal and basically become a sales bitch about a lot of this stuff. And I felt like there were some instances where I really had to, like, focus on seeing the person as a means for money just to keep going. And that was very short-lived. That was a matter of a couple of weeks, less than a month. But it sucked. And I feel like, in part, my relationship with Volpixie suffered for it. And I hated that. I hated it every moment. But we still keep in touch. I'm glad about that. She got me a Christmas present. I wish I could be more of use to her. Or at the very least, I would have a reason to talk with her. Because I very much enjoy her as a person and her company. And I know the feeling is mutual. We just have no reason to be around each other. It was a very big everything is changing all at once scenario. And I still haven't fully gone past that, if it's not clear. But that's all the way through March. That's all the way through March. Oh, Froggy! Froggy's here! Oh my god, yes! It was panic for so many people in such a short notice. That's the only thing that pissed me off. Yeah. Froggy, I think... Let me ask you this. And you can come into call if you want to talk about this. If you just send the message. We can also say yes or no. For me, I think if we got the message that this was something that could end, and it wasn't something that, like, was a real long-term position, like a job, that felt like it had staying power, the news wouldn't have hit it as hard. I had a feeling this could only last like 8 months, 6 months, and then I would have to pivot to move on, like into 2025, like it'd be over by August or June. But I think just feeling comfortable enough to actually do work, because I think you and I were the ones that got the greatest amount of work and made the most amount of money from it. That's what hurt. I think that was it. Oh, bet I could talk? I'll bring you on. Sure. Hold up, I'm getting direct messages. Here. Froggy. I'm gonna have to check my sound settings, make sure you're on. I think Discord still is crashing, by the way. But I'll call you. I'm calling you. Hey! Okay, I don't think, well, chat might be able to hear you, actually. Hold on. Let me double check something. OBS. Hello. Oh yeah, you should be able to hear. Okay, let me turn you up a little, because I think you're a little low compared to me right now.
I can also turn my gain up a little bit as well.
That's okay. Okay. Yeah, so, for reference, this is Froggy. This is one of the editors that was working with Sunflower Smith. I would argue the main editor for Sunflower Smith and Wildcard.
To this day.
That's true. You guys did manage to work it out, and you're still working together. Right. Right.
Sure am. It's been weird, but hey,
yeah.
You just gotta adapt, I guess. I don't know.
No, that was it. Okay, I take back what I said. We might yap for a bit. Strap in for a yapping.
It's time.
This might be how I finally process everything, because, like, shit's been wild for both of us throughout this year, and I would say all the way through January for both of us.
Shit too, honestly.
Yeah. Okay, so how did the news hit you when it first came up? Because, again, this was like January 23rd or 25th.
So I remember we got the message from Bobby. It's just like, hey, we're having a meeting. 23, be here. And I'm like, okay. Like, a part of me was just like, oh, fuck. I feel like I know what's about to happen. But, the majority of me was just like, I gotta hope for the best. I gotta be optimistic about things and whatnot. And then the next day came and it's like, well, fuck.
Yeah, I got that message. I saw that message while I was like knees deep into a stream on the latest Limbus Intervalo thinking, oh man, I can't wait to make a video about this, about Don Quixote. And then the creeping thought lasted in my head and I thought, okay, maybe it is. Maybe in all hands meeting something cool's happening. There's always the possibility, but I was like, nah, like they would give us a little more time. It didn't seem like there were signs that it was ending. Although, hold on. I need to show you something. I don't know if you saw this. Wait, Alpha Rad Live, future of.
I know exactly.
You know what I'm
you're about to bring up. Because everyone was just like, wait a fucking minute, what does that mean?
Yeah, I didn't. Okay, let me bring this up for chat before we go too far. Guys, we're gonna be yapping about this for a while. I think it's what
God. People were on that for days. We were like,
really?
What the fuck? Yeah, it was. Well, maybe not. Maybe I'm exaggerating a little bit, but that was in talks for a bit on my side of. I don't know, the mountain, I guess.
Your side of the mountain, yeah. Because I remember I mainly stayed in the Wildcard VC regardless if people were there. And
yeah,
I don't know. I feel like, I don't know where I'm going with this. You got it, I missed it. That's basically what it is. Okay, Wildcard, right. Let me mute Mephi. So, I want to point focus to this part. A huge financial and mental burden This video was posted January 11th, 2025.
Granted, it was like streamed a bit like earlier than that, but still.
Yeah, so
still.
I'm gonna play it. Let's see.
To Vulpix, I found trying to make money. That's the goal.
Oh wait. Here we go. Here we go.
Volpixie, to Void, to everyone else on the channel besides me and Jaden, obviously. Yeah, people say
That's like 41 days ago. We're talking 2025, dog. It's okay. I think you just came in a little bit ago. That's fine. So, by the way, we were both fired a year ago. That's all the context you need.
Smith, to everyone else on the channel besides me and Jaden, obviously. Yeah, people say I found Smith because of Wildcard. That's the point. Like, that is the point. So.
Oh, hey, Vulpixie's there. Let's go.
No,
it is
nobody knew who Smith was, essentially.
Yeah.
And then them, like, being in nearly every damn video, like, put them on the map, and then just to get kind of the rug, like, pulled under them like that.
Oh, my God!
Yeah.
Like, I think Jacob handled this in a way that was better, so much better than it could have been. And I want to give him credit for that. I really do want to give him credit for that.
It could have been better, but what we got was okay. Sure.
Here's my take on it. Well, okay. If you're okay with it, I want to play this part and then give my take on it.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Mental burden. We did not make money on the channel for most of the year. It's starting to go even. We're starting to make money because of the sponsors and stuff like that. But we just wanted to go even. If it goes even, perfect. That's the goal. So, in conclusion, live, fun.
Okay, so I think that was all that was in the video. So it was about a financial burden. So I guess I just saw it and I thought, I think I commented on this video.
Oh no.
Just finishing this off, and it's great to see that even this far in, Jacob iterating on both who he wants to be and what he wants to do. It's cool to see the thought process and reasoning for each of the different projects as someone who's going into their 11th year. Now to just see how well those plans come together.
Does she know?
I didn't know!
Big yellow text. Does she know?
Okay, here's my take. At this point, this is my sign that, okay, this isn't gonna last forever. This is gonna be like, maybe in August, maybe in June at earliest. I got another 6 months in me, and I got time to prepare for that.
It was planned for that, by the way. It was planned for that.
Wait.
Things kind of.
Wait. Is this internal is this something that should not be shared on a stream?
I don't know, but like it should have been longer than it was, but who cares?
Okay.
That's all I'll say.
If you want to DM me that, if you want to DM me that later, I'm very curious.
Word.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know much, but just like that's what was said.
Okay, got it. But like, my best guess is that Jacob and Jaden reached a tipping point because again, they spent 6 digits of dollars, and I don't know about you, when I wasn't able to work with Vulpixie, Jacob and Pixie and I think Bobby and maybe Curse, the HR, the person that handled our paychecks, they had to consider whether to give me a final video. Let me pull this up actually. I'll copy and paste this and go to Vulpixie's. Because I made a deal with Pixie that if I finished some of her videos in a certain amount of time before... They told us our final assignments would be anything we get in February. And...
Yes.
And then what would happen was that after that, that was it. So the videos that I did were up through... Oh, up here. Up through about here. We had to get through an Outer Wilds playthrough. Great thing to cut down when you think life is eternally changing, by the way.
Wow, that's actually so fucked up.
Look, it was coincidence. I genuinely, I've been holding off on making that video about 2025 because I think it would unnecessarily put Alpharad in a bad light. I'm not doing this to cover my ass. I want to be so clear. I genuinely think that when I see so many content groups go down, like so many VTuber groups, so many just groups in general, when it's because of petty drama, Jacob, Jade, and everyone else kept this together for like over a year at a loss and had to hire so many people that I think it's impressive that they did this well. And they balanced it as well as they could. They gave us basically about 2 months of leeway after the announcement. But I will say, having to cut down Outer Wilds for this, about what's spoiler warning for the next 3 seconds, for the next 15 seconds, 3, 2, 1. That's about the end of all things, and coming to grips with that.
And especially with that fucking ending, dude. Oh my god.
We're okay. We have come on vent chat now. Sorry, not sorry. But like, it was definitely a time to be alive. I think I literally had a stream for Olympus update that came up that was titled "Everything Has Profoundly and Irreversibly Changed," and it had.
I remember like the week after that was announced, I was so fucking sad. I just like started playing through Animal Crossing again. I wasn't really a big fan of that game, but like just playing it was just like, oh, wow, this is so nice and so wholesome and whatnot. I'm like, fuck, man.
Yeah. So I think the two of us, more than many people, relied on that to pay for our rent, which I don't think could be said about everyone else.
100%.
Yeah, but no, Outer Wilds is damn good, by the way. It was in a way therapy. So for me, it was very kind. I'll put Mephi back on so that we've got background music for the chat. For me, it was very kind when they said they would allow us to work on anything assigned in February, to where I intentionally got a lot of work done. I actually got an editor to help with an Among Us video. I think it was this one. No, it was this one. It was this one. So that I could get it out in time. And I basically, I shouldn't, it's not that I shouldn't have done this. This was extenuating circumstances. I paid for someone else to do my job and basically paid them what I would have made for like half of the video so that I could get assigned a long ass video that I could work on for the next few months. And it was this one, this 2-hour, 27-minute video about a Pokemon game that took like 200 hours to edit, not because I was stalling, but because I was super stressed and I was going slower than I otherwise would be, and because it was long, and because a quarter of the footage was corrupted by audio to where I had to make it into an essay, and I got Opalu and Hayden Virus and myself, and I think one other person who I'm forgetting, I'm sorry. Oh, it was Lucian, my friend Lucian, to voice in it. Hey, that's working smarter? Yeah, but I didn't tell them because I was scared for my fucking life. But here's the thing. I didn't finish this video until like May. And I got 200 hours on it and I feel really bad about it. But because I feel like I could have done that earlier if I wasn't so fucking depressed and stressed throughout it and doing other people's shit by then. But at the same time, it was like, fuck, when you gotta wonder if you're gonna get food on the table, you lose everything and you have to rebuild a ship of Theseus. Anything's on the table. I even tried to talk with Pixie. We tried to renegotiate our contract and I just said, hey, we could do $600 a month. I'm not gonna give any other items. I'm not gonna give any other items because I feel like that puts her in a bad light. Because creators have budgets. You and I both know creators have budgets. And it's
100%.
And it's reasonable. And it's reasonable. But we kind of learned that the hard way because Wildcard didn't really have a budget. They just gave us more for the effort. And then we went into the world where, oh no, we have to work within creators' budgets and they want a certain level of quality. We were fucking sheltered, dude. We were sheltered.
Yeah, compared to, let me just like, the first editing job I ever got was for like Smith, right? So I'm just like,
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Which I'll pull this up.
Good first impression and whatnot. It's like, all right, yeah, we're getting good constant work. The hours are nice and whatnot. I'm not like completely swamped time-wise.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. January happens. I'm like, fuck. Well, all right, I feel like I'll still be fine.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, okay, yeah, I'll open commissions real quick. The problem is, I think I took too many people at once. And now I'm here. Now I'm here.
Right. Yeah. What time period are you talking about?
Shit. Okay.
Just so I don't get the wrong idea.
Like, whenever that Wildcard is shutting down vid came out, that's when I opened the comms.
Got you.
And yeah. So the first the first vid that was like outside of like the wildcard paycheck, I'm looking at the stream right now, was the Mario 64 vid.
Like, oh, we tried hide and seek?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you put a lot into those videos. Like, I know how much you put into those.
Oh yeah.
God.
Oh yeah. And that was that's another thing, right? Because like
yes,
I had
I know where you're going with
people
this.
now that I had to work with. It's like fuck, the quality has to like dissipate, and that sucks.
Yeah.
Because now I don't feel like I'm doing a good job. I feel fucking bad as an editor, showing people like, hey, here you go. Here's like this vid and whatnot. It's like, man, that's not what I like to do.
Yeah, I get the feeling. I really do. So, okay, for chat, because I don't want to keep you guys out of this. For one, Mint C, we're gonna be on this, by the way, guys, sorry, not sorry, we're gonna be on this topic for a while still in all likelihood. I'm not done yapping about this. Remember, I tried to script this and it ended up being 2.5 hours. We might be another like 15 to 20 if Froggy is willing or we have more to say. But like,
I got all the time in the world.
Sure. Mint C, I know some editors who were paid 150 per video. I'm like, that doesn't seem like a lot. I hope you have a full-time job. Correct.
That's what I'm getting paid right now.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, no, that was my first editing job. And that was with someone who had over 1 million, not actually, over 700,000 subscribers. Do I want to name and shame? Fuck it. I don't want to do this with Wildcard because I think any faults was out of circumstance. But I think this was like this was from a long while ago. It was one topic. But I think they just were inexperienced. I don't think they were malicious. I think they were inexperienced and used to working with friends. But even still, that makes a difference. But as far as Wildcard goes, like, so when you need to rebuild a client base, like when I love seeing the dog pissing gif with Owl Tribe, god damn it. When you need to rebuild a client base, it's not just the same as, oh, I gotta find another person that's willing to pay me to do work. No. You are having to take one boat and make a ship of Theseus. You are having to decide, okay, I can get a hull here out of one client, I can get a keel out of one client, I can get a mast out of another. I think those are all different parts, I'm not sure. But the trick is, you have to make sure they fit. One person might might need you to be on a schedule where they pay well, but you wouldn't really want them for too long. So you only want to get so chummy with them to where you keep things exactly the way they are until either they ask you for more or you have to say no and think maybe it's time to go, or they just can't afford you anymore. Some people are like, hey, I'd like to work with you more. I want you to, it's you. I want to, that's a good shot, Froggy. Yeah. I want to do more work, but god damn it. That's great.
It's been like this.
Oh yeah, this is 9 months ago. But I want to work with you more, I want to do well with you, and then they just might not scale up, but they take like less time so it works for a bit. And other people where it's like, I need to fill this right now, but I know if I take this, I might have a client that's good for like the next 3 months and makes me a good chunk of money that I'm sure I'll be all right with. But I should keep looking because I might get someone who's like I make a little less per month, but it's more manageable, and maybe I can get a second client. Do I trade one client for two? If I can even do that, I'm at 75% capacity. Can I even get to 100% capacity, or will me getting that last client that'll fill me out to where I was before and where I need to be cause me to drop the others? And it's all this working to pack up. It's a eternal juggle, and unless you have like 1 or 2 clients, as someone who I know, I'm not going to go too deep into this, but as someone who I know like has at least 4 clients right now, I imagine that juggle is very real for you.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's getting better. It's
Good.
getting better. Like I've figured out how to do shit and timely, but fuck, man, did it take a while.
I'm glad. No, I am very happy for you. I want to make this very clear because I do want to be public about this. I've said it on the Patreon, but I'll leave it to this. You do not have to elaborate if you don't want, but you are able to as much as or little as you wish, basically.
Yeah.
By the way, Froggy and I want to say we do not work together anymore. No. We talked back in January, and without going too much into it, Froggy has other clients that they are in a better place to take care of right now, and need to balance out their workload. So, we're not working together anymore. If things work out, I'd be happy to have them on again. But now I've basically taken the budget I've been giving to you, and I've been giving it to Sun, and now she has like a part-time job.
That's awesome. That's actually like best case scenario.
Yeah, no. Cause like she basically only works for me and Sophus now, and there might even be a path. Again, I feel like I don't want to go too far into Sun's own details, but there might even be a path where if things continue to go well, she might end up being on nearly full-time, like enough to pay full-time.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
I really want her to not have to work with other people because, you know.
We know.
Yeah. Mincy, that's very sweet for you to say. I don't know, Froggy, do you have any other thoughts you want to share about this? Like, because I know we talked a lot, especially at the start, or especially when we started working together.
I think, yeah. Just like, when we talked, I'm like, shit, yeah, this is like the wake-up call of all wake-up calls. Because like, for basically most of 2025, I was just like stressed for like so much of that time.
Oh god.
And I'm like, oh man, like I feel like I could figure it out eventually, right? It's just like, okay, it is what it is. And then like, you know, we talked and I'm like, fuck, yeah, I can't go like this, like how I've been doing. So
shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. Do you want to go more in depth on that? You don't have to. This is a push and you can say no.
I don't know how to talk about it myself, so I will leave it to you.
Okay. Before I say anything else, I'll make it very clear. If it wasn't clear just by environmental reasons, Froggy and I are in good terms.
Yeah.
Like we're chill.
Chill like that.
Yeah. What happened was that we had a couple of videos, which I'll get to later, where Froggy, dog, you were so burnt out and maybe high because of what I asked you to do. That I had to do a lot of polish on the last two, including the ID one with Ezgu that is coming out soon. Basically, it was a very bare bones edit where I couldn't really feel comfortable releasing it, and just, you were definitely burning the candle at both ends a lot, to where it just seemed like no matter how much time or much budget I gave you, it just wasn't changing. And I gotta admit, that did suck to have happen, but I am glad at the very least, in us no longer working together, it means that you have a better work-life balance, and it has led to you being able to adapt more, whether it was a wake-up call or whether it was giving you the allowance to. But yeah, that's basically what happened. And sometimes that's just how it goes. But if I ever get the chance, like I've included you now, I'd love to include you on something later.
Oh, I'm down. I got a bit of time now.
That's nice.
It goes without saying, no ill will.
That's
on
great.
Either side.
Yeah. Let's see. As someone who's struggled getting a job after college, I completely understand you guys' plight, so it's encouraging to see y'all do well. I'm gonna vent about one last thing. I feel that is warranted because I want to put a fine point on this, on like why this was so difficult to talk about for so long. I got work enough to like take care of 75% of my money needs by May or June, and that's when the two of us started working together.
Yes.
Which it seems like was good for you too. Like, I'm glad from what you've told me and what I've seen in your posts. I am very grateful to see that it was a positive impact on you. That was very sweet.
Yeah. You very much kept me in the game, and I'm forever grateful for that.
Hey, feelings mutual, sister. But but even though I was like 75% of the way there, I was pulling all-nighters on the weekly. There was one time during Kanto 8's release in like late May, I put down, because we had timesheets, a 23-hour workday out of 24 hours.
Fuck.
That is thankfully the most I worked by far. But holy shit, that was normalized, and I was drinking 6 drinks a week. I legitimately became an alcoholic until August. Until like, I edited until I could physically edit no more. There's a future video we're gonna get to that Sun worked on, and it's a combination of that and like 2 of the videos you worked on that led to me to have a month that said, wow, wait, I'm actually happy. Oh, Happy Chaos, I think you're talking about a character. Never mind. But that was like where I couldn't say anything. Again, I couldn't say anything to my chat for like 6 months, my community for 6 months, because I didn't want to fucking worry them. I had to get out of APR for this year because I had to worry about my livelihood. And it got to a point where in the act of doing all-nighters, the first time I made enough from content to make rent, I had to have a come to Jesus moment and say, your health is doing very poorly. You can't keep doing this. Back again to, I can't keep doing this. And I almost got a job with, let's say, a man who makes really good VR chat videos. I'm not going to say anything else beyond that, but they have over 1 million subscribers, and it felt like they would be the perfect client for me because they had a pretty big budget, and they really like cinematic shots. I'm not being a great job being vague at all, but I'm not saying the name out of the last dwindles of professionalism I have. And I got that first job and I literally couldn't do it. I looked at that timeline and I thought, I hate every second my eyes are on this, despite what this should be a dream job, despite the fact that this should have been a dream job. And I had to tell them, because my mom had issues too, where she needed to get out of the house because her health was in danger. That was the third thing that I'm not going to get into, but it was something that was constantly on my mind. I thought she was going to be much worse off than she ended up being. I told you about it, but I basically said, hey, I'm having a family emergency. I can't work with this video. Thank you for being so professional. I was really ornery and I was really like quick to snapping at people at that time too. This was like August. And I basically went to a friend and said, we need to make a financial plan. Can you please help me? I need to see if it's feasible to do content instead of editing, and I need to quit. I can't make another goddamn video anymore. I still can't. I still can't start a video anymore. I literally can't. Yeah.
Me too.
No.
My channel's been in the dirt. My channel has been in the fucking dirt for who knows how long.
Yeah, Frey, you good? You came in at the stream during an interesting time. We're letting the 2 a.m. thoughts win.
To say the least.
But no, but when I moved away, so technically I still made my own videos. Stuff we'll get into later. When I continue the tier list somehow. But I realized that I really like doing final passes. I like seeing how the vision comes together. I can't put that vision together. I just can't. For the love of God, I can't. And I still can't. I probably will be able to eventually. I'll probably need to if I want to grow as a person and creator. Also, these little slides are really good on you, Froggy. The quality here is still top notch. It's gorgeous.
I really enjoyed making those.
Yeah, but it's time for me to do something that's long overdue. I'm going to twitter.com. Hold up, hear me out. Because I was planning to do this in a video at one point. I may as well do it now while this is relevant. Here's my Twitter. It says, Frey Cheqama, Project Moon creator, editor, villain.
Oh, it's time.
It's time. I stopped taking commissions for a while. I'm taking a screenshot, edit profile. Villain. Project Moon creator, villain. Maybe I'll change that more. But it's time to unpin this demo reel from the profile.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if you watch Northern Line, but his fan editor said this about it got into Limbus and is already saying this in like a week.
Hey, fucking yo.
Yep. It's time to unpin it. Unpin.
My goat. My goat.
This is long overdue. The dream is finally possible. I will never, ever, ever take on an editing client again. We have moved past this phase. Thank you, everyone, that made this possible. Still a content manager, though, for at least another year. Don't worry, boss. Choctopus is great to work for, by the way. He's a sweet guy. I don't know why I'm casually name dropping. I guess that was for context.
It's in the pick.
It's in the pick. You're right. Is this race Kanto? Literally, I think all of 2025 was our Kanto. Then you're still coming out of it too. Like, I really hope. Killed a man probably. That's good. I really hope that you maintain that. But yeah, I'm not an alcoholic anymore.
Huge. That's actually so huge. Hell yeah.
Yeah. I woke up from a nap. How are you still functioning? I'm not an alcoholic anymore. I think that's all.
There we go.
I think that's all we really have to say. Like, anything more I think would be a little extraneous or unnecessary, but are there any other like final words or like a take you have? You've let me vent a bit while we're here.
I guess for anyone who does want to get into editing, don't let our like experiences stop you. Let them be like, okay, here's what I should like probably do, like as a preemptive measure.
Yeah.
Just like what to think of. Because like, okay, as much as I am like super burnt out and whatnot, I fucking love what I'm doing right now.
Good.
Like, I don't want that to change. But holy fuck, I had to learn a lot this year. Or last year, I guess.
Trial by fire.
So,
definite trial by fire.
Amen to that, brother. That's it. That's all I got.
That's it. All right. Well, Froggy, thank you for joining me down this detour. I still got a lot of stream to go through, so I may as well... Oh my god, there's so many videos left. If you want... I can... no, because I don't want to keep you. I was going to offer to have you join her on some of the videos that you did, but I think that's going to bloat the stream too much, and I kind of want to get through the rest of this.
Understandable. Completely understandable.
Yeah, but no, thank you for popping in. That has been the 2025 tirade. We're not out of the woods yet by any means. I still need to grow the channel more to make it feasible, because I'm going to have to still move out next year, and the channel's going to need to be double its size to do that, so I've got a lot of work to do. And Froggy, I hope things continue going the way they are for you, and that you maintain that peace, and ideally build into some really stable clients. So here we go.
I hope so too.
All right. I'll catch you around, dog. Thanks for popping in.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
No problem. Laters. Okay. So, that was a hell of a detour. I almost feel like I should apologize because that wasn't planned. Anyway, so, oh wow. So yeah, the Limbus Company game criticism video, huh? I love Limbus Company, here's why it's incredibly flawed, huh? Oh my god. This was the first time I really wanted to break down gameplay. It released in March. It was supposed to release in in February, and then How It Feels Don Quixote would come out, but you know why that didn't happen now. Did you guys see the Limbus anniversary? We did! A good detour, you needed the vent. I needed this to be out somewhere, you're right. It needed to happen. But this video has an interesting story. So in December, me and a few Project Moon creators who I will not name were intending to do like a group choice to support each other in making videos that criticize Limbus Company to normalize criticizing Limbus Company. Because it felt like it was something you couldn't really do, and shocker, kind of does still feel like you can't really do without a lot of blowback. But I thought, you know what? I can do it. I think I can meet the community where they are and give them a video that talks about the issues with Limbus and talk about real criticisms and why they exist and what can be done better. Schemes usually held together by spaghetti and tape, yeah.
This concept of pointing out
Also go watch Azakin, it's so good.
and improving on the flaws of Limbus Company as anywhere from ambitious
I don't know why this is
to
the
disrespectful. The last
most
thing
watched
I really
one.
want to do is take a look at something someone spent thousands of hours on, make
Yeah,
a couple of tweaks,
you can
and
see-
then say, there, I fixed it.
You can
At the
see
same
how I didn't
time,
want to be like really
out what holds the game back. I feel it's important to ensure that
like
criticism
really overconfident about it or rude about it.
and take on the work of offering solutions rather than being used as a vent for
Oh,
someone's
and then I just
Why enjoy the
threw
work
some
of creators
shade.
like these more than these.
Like, this was really more of a cover my ass claim where I said I want to be like Shafe and totally not Mark, and then threw Nostalgia Critic and Jello under the bus, which I'm not saying that I was incorrect.
My name is Frey Cheqama, and I am a day one player that's regularly so damn bored with a lack of content that I make
I get the point, I see the fit. But I think this video was really well edited. I think all of the claims that were made were focused on evidence. I think that it framed the issue in a way that's not just game sucks because Clash Power. And I think that the solutions given age, not just aged well, because I feel like that shouldn't be the main priority, but like, I think they were very thoughtful, and I didn't see anyone talking about it, and it seemed to get really good reception, really positive reception, especially when I hear people talk about Limbus criticism. I'm not going to show these as much going forward, but I would say this video definitely goes up as one of the proudest ones. I'm glad I did Limbus criticism. I feel like it has to be one of the best. You know what? It's the Gatekeeper for easily the best. For sure. They were under the bus, you just pointed to it running them over. Yeah, you're right, you're right. Yep. Game sucks because it breaks my computer, yeah. I think it might be why people are still fairly resistant to criticism because most are usually framed so negatively with the sight that the game will die. They think the game will die? Really? Okay. I'm still hoping for more odd sanity. Same. Gonna call it a night? You have a good night. You have a good night. I don't blame you. But that is the last video that I edited, or rather the last essay video I handled entirely on my own. From there on out, it was the wildcard fallout. Again, I want to keep in mind, I think the team handled this as well as they recently could. But the next video was the first one I got a major editor's help with. It was a nocturnal sweeping highlight, and I think this one, for where I was at, I'm gonna throw it right above the Jeopardy video. I'm gonna be real, I didn't love it. I didn't love that video, and here's the reason why. Because it was my first time working with an editor, but it was neither Froggy nor Sun. The editor I worked with was someone named View Crouton, and I think this gave me a lesson about working with editors. This was an hour and 13 minutes? Oh my god! How's it going to take before we have the Sinner's contos fulfilled? Like in my videos or by Limbus? Probably 2 years for Limbus. But you might, let me show you the intro, and you might see what the issue I have with this video is. Just take a guess. Today, I have decided it is time for me to get my life together, and the only way I know how is to drink the lifeblood of others. Since it's not really well looked upon to drink that of people, I've decided to take it upon myself to drink the juice of the sweepers. Every time we use an ego, or every time we make a little nice bingo line with our custom-made bingo sheet, I am going to be making a very special cocktail of clamato juice, Worcestershire sauce, and chili powder, because that's what I imagine that sweepers taste like. And if you don't know what clamato juice is, well, look at the 2 ingredients on screen and you'll figure it out. The thing is, it might actually be considered harmful considering the amount of sodium. There is 800 milligrams of sodium per serving. Worst hangover I ever had, by the way. And none of it was alcohol. So, like, Yeah, this one involved basically dehydrating myself. Someone said, Frey, you will die. They were, I was probably the closest to death I ever was in a video. Good time, though. I'd at least have another shot of sweeper juice once or twice, just not that much. Yeah. But here's the deal. And I don't know how I feel about this, because View Crouton has since left editing. I don't really want to throw them under the bus. This was an editor that, because they knew that Limbus was a gacha, and also didn't know the lore, that could not lean into my editing. One of the things I really don't like is when creators backtrack on their bits. Today, I have decided it is time for me to get my life together, and the only way I know how is to drink the lifeblood of others. Since I hated this, huh? I hated this. Because if you think about it, putting this in is a way of saying the viewer should not sympathize with what's going on here, because a part of the video is telling you that this is unreasonable, and it should be treated as weird and not to be understood. The editor could not really lean into what I was doing, which is what really bothered me. And both because I feel like I didn't have the budget, and I had other reasons, but because I wasn't as confident as the director, could not explain that. Or the viewer isn't a PM fan? It's both. But also, Froggy was introduced to PM through editing for me. So, like, I wouldn't say that's their excuse. Sun started editing for me, and then started going through Project Moon and is going through Kanto 9 now. Like, I guess maybe isn't a PM fan, but, like, doing due diligence is important. Or the viewer isn't a PM fan. Okay, viewer, maybe. I don't know if you meant editor, but viewer, maybe. Boy, did I learn a lot. Froggy, genuine question. And you can say no. I will not blame you. Do you ever think you'll keep playing the game? Like, I legitimately wonder. I meant to ask you before we left the call. But yeah, the video kind of is a very basic edit. It does the job. It pulls off some bits. What's the highest watch section? Most replayed? What's this?
Sorry. Man. The sole reason I followed you out here was for the purpose of protection, as I was concerned for your safety. Me? I was just bored. Then, shall we continue the conversation, Dante? Everyone, back to your rooms now. Damn.
I know I got here. I landed this fandom like the space just for Kanto 9, so I blame Umusume, yeah.
Let's go. At least there's a... Wait. Someone's undeployable.
Okay, so I don't know why that was the most watched. That's cool, I guess. Oh, I gotta get on that. Actually, I genuinely like the bits of lore I understood. I'll stream it, I don't know. Dude, if you stream it, let me know. I'd be down to, like, give you help if you need it. I don't think you'll need help for a while, but, like, hit me up, dog. If you genuinely enjoy it. I know you got a lot on your plate, but that's cool. I'm glad it stuck with you. You made some bomb-ass edits of that game, too. Outside of my shit, you know what I'm talking about. Will we drink Sweeper Juice again for the Nocturnal Sweeping Bakak? I've made it a point that I'm kind of done putting stuff in my body that's gonna hurt me. I've learned my limits after this year, and while I think it would be really cool, and I might do it again, I think it's going to be a bit. I think other parts of my life have to improve first. That's the main deal. But yeah, there wasn't really effort in the edit, which again, I'm not going to expect the same level of effort from everyone. A lot of editors are juggling a lot. You can see that Froggy, when we were talking about it, we learned we had to put less effort into some stuff. So I don't really blame the editor. But I do think the attitude was like, didn't feel like they were leaning into it. It didn't feel like they really were meeting it on the same grounds, or they struggled with it. Benefit of the doubt, struggled with it, I think is a better way to say it. I'm trying to find a specific part. There are also a lot of memes. I did not care for memes. I did not care for the incorporation of memes, because I think memes are like, what is this?
Horse with pills! Yes, Horse Corp can make you become horse. We might actually see a fifth horse.
I don't like using memes as a substitute for bits. I really don't. But no, this rubbed me the wrong way.
So, I think I just narrowly avoided drinking Sweeper Juice.
And then I just said, hey, you can... This just feels like it's very much the editor wanted to be a viewer. I don't mean to dog on them. I really don't like to. We can tell they weren't really leaning into it here. That's why I didn't care for it. So unfortunately, I think I actually want to put it. This actually, I think, has to go under. I'll put it above Honk Lou, the Lube Clown. I just feel like it was a job. It was a job, and I'm glad they had it. I think it was a good concept, at least. I think I did a good performance with the TTS. I don't know if it's more than that, though. That's about it. Worst gotcha game as in it's not forced to pay for it. Yeah, they edited their. Oh wait, no, you're putting this in a really good light. They edited their opinion, not yours. Yes, that's a really good way to put it. Using memes to make it feel like you're not confident in your own jokes makes it feel like you're not confident in your own jokes. I have some creators that really expect that. Like that is something they expect the editor to do. When I was getting work after Wildcard, I found it hard to get work because people saw a lot of what I did as cuts and zooms only. Because I was focusing a lot on the performance and the concept to deliver. And I hated the idea of using memes to carry because it's like copy and paste joke, copy and paste reference, copy and paste. You are not funny. You are making a hostage situation out of a bunch of little references to try and be funny. That was it. But yeah, that's it. Enough of that, though. Next, we have the first video, I believe Froggy edited, which I think goes... it's gotta be one of the best. I think this one's right below how it feels to Gregor. Froggy doing this tier list video was really nice because I got to get Froggy's energy. Like, you want to see someone who wasn't leaning into it? This is someone who was leaning into it. Someone who had no experience with a game, once again. Again, I'm not trying to dunk on the editor. I'm sorry. That is, in fact, what I'm doing.
300 named characters in Project Moon, and I am so sorry for all of them. But even if every city...
I might have edited this intro, actually. I forget. I think I edited the intro. But like, oh my god, you can see the effort here when I had TTS on.
I really like them, but they should be a guardian.
Froggy did this!
Well, you might want to manifest that later.
Froggy really wanted to make a bit out of what was going on wherever possible, and I always respected them for that.
I might need to put a character limit on that. I actually like him a little bit more than Abel because he shows a certain love for Carmen, and that.
Look at this shit. This is real effort. This vid was cursed from the very beginning, by the way. Oh, yes, it was. Oh, yes, it was.
It's something interesting to the story. All
but it's not memes.
Doubts. Not the doubts to move forward, just the doubts to say, I'm going
it's presentation.
Have to do something,
it's execution.
Adam is a fucking weeb, and that's kind of why I love him, because he's just so power.
And then, let me just skip a few of this.
As a badass, some people like to draw them as a waifu. As a comedic character,
like, Froggy didn't know anything about Project Moon. They went and she searched for Bong Bong memes and did research and made this come up. These are references to Bong Bong, but they're important context for Bong Bong. It's very relevant.
I know you made at least 365 of these fuckers.
She found the page of Eric's who made 365 Bong Bongs, scrolled through it, and even added the sound effect. That was incredible.
Incredible.
That was incredible. Big Doug energy.
And then there's
that's high praise.
Who I'm gonna call it now. Carmen is above Ayin. Carmen is not only one of the few characters to appear in all 3 games.
This video should be more popular than the Adno one.
Why? Ayin's more.
I genuinely think so.
Giving people the ability to maintain power or get power.
And then, is there anything else that really hits? I wanna give Froggy like their flowers.
More on that because I don't want to lose time. Move on. I gotta speed this up.
And this was great too. Using that's it. That's it.
Fantastic characters.
No, this was true. This was real though. Slowly throughout the vid, I understand the lore PM more and more, and you can tell. So by the way, this was true. Normally I try to split my audio tracks. But I streamed to this in January before Wildcard ended. It was meant to be the first attempt, and I fucked it up. And Froggy, bless your heart, dog, went through it and put so much effort into trying to make it work. No, that look of disgust is warranted. If I said that look of disgust wasn't warranted, I would be a poser of an editor. You should watch this video. I think at least 2 of the tier lists are some of the most underrated videos on this channel. This is one of them. I don't know if there's another clip that was worth Froggy having, but as far as like concept to execution, very simple concept, very good execution. Also, one of the few times I wore
Can't
glasses.
prove it. Ezra is just like, oh shit. I vibe so much with this character, kind of aspirational. But yeah.
Okay, well, now that we have Kanto 9 out, you can understand that better. But no, now that I look at it, I really love this. This makes me smile. I think I'm gonna be bold. I'm gonna be bold. So bold. It's gonna go not only above Gregor, but above Philip for me. If this were edited by a person who already knew about Project Moon, I would put this below Philip. But the effort, the sauce that went into it. We captured someone's first interaction with Project Moon, and I think that is so much more rare than Philip. It's really good. It's really good. Globe now that Sinclair's starting to have this glow up in content. What would you rate him now? I've been rating him better ever since Murder on the Warp Express, slowly but surely. I don't know what kind of tier you're looking for, but I think he's fine. I haven't really had issues with him ever since Kanto 7. Then we've got the other side of the coin again. But no, seriously, I feel like this one needs attention. Not just because, ooh, I make money from it, but it's good. It's really good. Are you still doing Reverse 1999? I could if I really found a reason to. I liked it. It's not top of my list, though. And that's mainly because I'm picky, not because the game's bad. I'm just picky. And not just because they sponsored me. I think it's a good game. However, so this video, Kanto 8 Part 1, another one of the curse of the editor was not set up well. This one was where the editor leaned into their own opinions and wasn't willing to meet me there. This was where I set up the editor for success, but also for failure. Here's what I mean. My other editor's son, who still works with me, we made an agreement that I would pay her a lump sum of money to edit all the highlights of Kanto 8, supposing that I finished it in 30 hours or less, which I kind of did, but I made her go through the first stream and get a highlight out within a week, which is a tall order, especially if she has other clients. I paid her for the money and for the time, an amount that I think is fair. By the way, I want to be very clear about that, and we agreed on it. The issue is, as a creator, you need to direct anyone about what your tastes are, and I could not get myself to decide if I wanted all of the story context in, or if I wanted just the funny bits, until it was way too late. And the video not only felt like it suffered from it, also, someone should watch this. I'm probably going to still make a video on relics, but I'm glad someone else is making a lore video and getting rewarded for it, by the way. We need more lore creators. We need more lore creators, man. We need more lore creators. I'll say it so many times. But
Honglu's Kanto has the strongest start of any chapter so far.
Still hold by that. Still stand by that. But we basically turned this into an ad for another Kanto, or for part 2 streams. And it was a basic highlight. This one was more, you didn't have a lot of resources behind it. Oh, what the fuck is this part, actually? This is Sun and Froggy communicating.
Execution, wolf! Hey, if you're enjoying me tormenting my British friend, please consider subscribing.
Oh, it's called Call to Action, okay.
Only possible due to the hard work
cool.
of 2 editors I brought onto my team, and showing you like this-ish makes a huge difference. As always,
okay, that's what that is.
Taking an interest, and without further ado, here's more Southern Belle Honglu. I don't know.
But no, there isn't much to write home about it. I didn't really have much I could offer. And that's about it. There's not much else to say. That's the kind of the shame of it. It did not do well, so we canceled part 2 and 3 because it didn't do well, and I put some on other videos. Like this one, that I'm surprised it did better. It was bitter, by the way. That's fair. I believe it. That's still one of my favorite visuals of you, though. I'm always going to use that for promoting you. This video, though, God, I think this has to go in easily the best. I think this one has to be in easily the best here. Why are they eating an Uno card? It's a wild card. PM lore is amazing, but there's quite a bit, so you have to go through someone who can walk you through it. Yeah. I'm still probably going to make a video on the relics, because I want to. But I'm not going to watch Kyoto's video because I want to come to my own conclusions. I do not want to see someone make a video on the exact same topic and then think, ooh, I'll form my opinion based on that and not my own research. Because I've heard of some theories that came out of it, and I don't want to know any more than that. That being said, this video was really fucking good. This video was recorded in December in 2024 and came out in like June of 2025. It is what convinced people I was an alcoholic. And it's probably the closest to a snack-like I have made. This was a video where I was, because I lost a bet, had to go through and solo MD5H with Base Sinclair. I want to see this. I want to see how this went. And it's the second hour, well, it's not the second hour-long video, because there are others now. I'd say it's the second true hour-long video of applicable effort. Different interpretations of Griffin conversation? I feel so.
Several ridiculous challenges in Limbus Company. I have never soloed a mirror dungeon before.
Sun edited this intro, by the way.
Expert in soloing, the hardest identity to run Mirror Dungeon 5H with is LCB Sinclair. So of course, with no prior experience,
Look at this shit.
I make my first full Mirror Dungeon solo with this whiny Twinkman. And as you might imagine, this was the most painful way I could have learned how to get by with only one sinner instead of 12.
That's such a nice addition. Also Family Guy reference, but still.
This was not my idea. Before this, soloing was not my preferred kind of challenge. I got nothing against it, I just never found it interesting before. The only reason I agreed to escort Sinclair
and this is such a good visual
he had ever seen was because I lost a bet. And not just any bet, but one between 8 Project Moon creators.
You can see, yeah.
That started over 7 months ago, and whose influence creeped into nearly every aspect of this challenge.
That's a good hook.
Led me to drink.
In retrospect, that aged poorly, but I don't care.
That started with a single game of Tetris.
And then there's this whole lore about how 8 creators from APR made a bet, which was terrible in retention, by the way. People really started to leave there and just skipped over to the next part, which is why I'm glad I made a timestamp of it. Basically, I got kind of rigged out of a bet. You can watch this here. Where Archangela made a bet with someone else in the community to say, hey, you should play Tetris and make Frey and others lose. And Sunil said, whoever loses should do a solo of MD5H with Base Sinclair. So who's the creator of the vid? I mean, it's my video. But Sun is the editor. So what I did was I scripted this for her. And I got her notes on all the highlights on where to go. And I think she did a good job. I think she did a good job of, like, montaging.
Ability, the passive is fine.
Trying to find out where she started montaging this.
She would be better for this because that's 10% more slash.
We also had TTS up on these, which I think I need to incorporate again in some way.
It really does be fine.
Let's see.
Feels like watching your child try and score a goal in a soccer.
And what we did was this slowly turned into me basically becoming Valentina for Sinclair's Lucio.
I gotta be there, I'm saying. Great job, honey. I've even got my bottle of wine that I snuck into.
Like, it's uncanny!
Like, oh wow, it's great. You even got the shield play. Congratulations, Sinclair. Run it.
And I just really leaned into the bit of Sinclair being the least loved child. There's like a 6-12-hour stream.
I will sell a gift.
Yeah, it was like a 7-hour stream. Who's narrating the vid? Alejandro! Ali! Dude, we were here talking about Wildcard for a long while. Froggy was in here. We were talking about that shit. Oh my god, Alejandro, or Takahondro is another Wildcard alum. Good to see you, dude. I'm glad you're doing well. I feel like last time we talked, I left you on red accidentally, and I apologize for that, by the way.
Hi.
But yeah, Costco Zook, Mulberry gets in here, a few people get in here.
So you were saying like the super shop.
There's some good montages.
What a great statement.
I love vehicle.
I'm getting more drunk as it goes on.
Okay, we have to quit here. What can we do?
I can make thrill.
The point is, there's not only effort put into the challenge and the concept, not only other people participating in the performance, but a progression of me getting more and more drunk. And also scripting actual strategy in this most replayed segment.
Yeah,
No, we healed enough.
Have fun.
Hey, hold on. Oh, I think this is
I
it.
hope I am the reason why this run was the winning one.
Like, it has a real climax. I think this is really well made, and I want to make more videos like it.
I was here.
It did super damn
Oh
well.
my god, Sinclair just did 400 damage.
Oh my god, Sinclair Gaming. Yeah,
And even the outro is good.
Oh my god.
7.5. Holy fuck, I get to go to sleep. I get to go to sleep. You can sleep.
Also, this music caused the video to be demonetized.
You're not claiming rewards.
This is one of the most expensive videos I ever paid for and the most work I put into one, and it got demonetized. It's a shame, but it did well and is kind of worth existing.
I get to go to sleep. I get to go to
You can sleep.
And after 7.5 hours, I finally got the right to abandon the son I never wanted and walk away with my head held high. Because even if a court will never agree to give me child custody again, even if I know I can never put faith in my fellow man again, I'll always know that my ability to persevere and overcome the odds doesn't rely on boofing green tea. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, that channel Doug. That definitely channel Doug. That's one of the greats. That's one of the greats. It's easily the best. It's one of the best. This was a really good video. It progressed. It was basically a primo Doug style video. I can't be upset with it. It was excellent. The green tea enema, yep. So that's how it ended. Peak. I loved it. And Sun's editing, her visuals are solid. She's one of the more meme style editors, which, I mean, that kind of sometimes clashes with how I do things, but we've found a really good middle ground. It's in part why I've leaned more into being jokey, but she's also done a great job with some more cinematic and emotional edits that we'll get into later. This video, though, this was another Froggy one, I believe. Too many Project Moon creators talk about Kim Ji-hoon's live therapy session. And after what we just talked about, I ain't got any place to speak. I think this one goes under being probably the best of great video. I really liked making this. Okay, let's see here. Let's see. I remember really liking this too, honestly. Why so mean to Sinclair? Fun. I gotta have a hobby. Alright, let me just raw dog the intro real quick. I need to see how this starts so I can remember again. The chemistry was contagious? I remember, okay. We're gonna talk about this in a later video. I feel like the chemistry here was better than a later video that you edited. I don't know if you feel that way. You can say yes or no, you can abstain. Basically, I feel like the chemistry in this video was better than what happened in this video. But we'll get to more on that later.
CEO hosted PME3 again, and as usual, creators flocked to it like blood fiends on a cheap motel. So naturally, me and 6 friends wrote out this night on single stream, and I saved the best bits just for you. Oh, and
yeah.
special thanks to my editor Froggy, who made this video without ever playing a PM game in their life.
And his VTuber model is so cute. Little goggy.
He's like Toby Fox if he could Jenga. Wait, guys.
This was also the first time for us, so it was very special. Yeah, I'm eating dashi broth pellets because I'm sick. I'm sorry.
Instead of Walpurgis Night, we're getting Walpurgis not. It's Walpurgis Night, but evil and fucked up and freaky.
See, that is the kind of meme additions I like, where it's subtle and it's like blink and you miss it. What are some really solid moments of this one? The chemistry seemed to have gone well. I think when it was just like 5 or 6 of us, it went a lot better. We have talked, and I think that we want to do more to better control the streaming conversation. I think there's several reasons why things didn't go well. Oh yeah, and I pitched Bean's stuff. I advertised Bean's market here because she was legally my wife for a couple of minutes. And then we got divorced, and now we're still together, and I love her very much. And I want her to succeed, and she's a great artist, and you should support her. But I'm biased, so what do I know? By the way, Froggy, I need you to know how well one of your edits aged.
Probably like almost never.
But alter ego is expensive.
So this was the stream where the thumb IDs came out. This was the stream where the Merceau Capo thumb ID was announced, as well as the Sinclair one. And Froggy made an edit for this that aged beautifully.
It's fucked up title. Where is
Yeah.
that?
Stop
It's
trying
like
to
manage
run
another
companies.
doing this.
this way, it's
What the fuck, man?
Bro, this really is Kim Ji-hoon comes on, says no new fractions
Yep.
weight, no new intervalo, also uptime thread spin 5, here's me drawing some penises.
That was a great way to present it, and it was true.
Also, a million more Heisho IDs.
And true. Everything we said aged wonderfully.
Shooting Sinclair in the back of the head.
Everything we said aged wonderfully.
We're going to take Sinclair out back and kill him.
He can't be allowed to breed.
He's identified a major problem with our story content. That is, Sinclair is too much of a little bitch. We're killing him, I'm afraid.
And then the thumb IDs came out. What's the most replayed part?
I, Kim Ji-hoon, don't have the mental capacity or the ability, even if we have a lot of money, which we have a lot of.
I have a lot of boys, I don't think I can.
Oh, wait. Is that a trauma dump I see?
But I do want to explain. Sure. I, Kim Ji-hoon, don't have
Hold
the
on.
mental capacity or the ability, even if we have a
The
lot
media
of
literacy more than clairvoyance. Oh, that's me correcting you like a bitch! Nice money. Nice flex LMAO about having a lot of money. No Froggy, it's just job security. I love you though. You can tell where this came from. Oh my god.
I have a lot of employees, I don't think I could handle it.
Then why don't I hire a middle manager? Yo, middle?
Never played Limbus Company up to this point, by the way.
Putting all this aside, like all jokes aside right now,
I think there was really good chemistry.
strategy of this.
And Froggy said it's really pulled this together.
I think it's
I got them a lot of assets.
instead of creating terrible patterns over
We got to this part too.
What?
Yep. There's the announcement.
Hi.
They remember Merceau exists.
Okay.
This goes on for almost 10 minutes.
Whoa.
This is the most vocal.
Never
moment
mind, I
yet.
get it. Never mind, I get it. Never mind, I
Alright.
get it. It's everywhere.
Oh.
Or speaks for itself.
Stroking it a little.
Yeah, Froggy ended up getting a crash course of what it's like to be in the creator community. I really... Oh, and we asked we fucking asked Froggy to rate the fit.
I just need a little bit of visual stimulation, if you know what I mean.
Alright, so anyway.
Hey Froggy, rate this man out of 10, please. If you use decimals, you're a coward.
What the fuck do you want me to say? Compared
I would go on to abuse this privilege, by the way, of telling Froggy to do stuff. More on that later.
to all the other outfits I've seen of this guy, this one stands out to me by being good. Like, this guy gives off huge main antagonist energy, while this guy gives off the vibes of someone who would hate crime me on sight. While this guy... The gold highlights really make
That's really funny! From someone who's not familiar with Limbus is really funny!
Oh, sells it even more. Now all he needs to do is get a haircut because... Really? A fucking mullet? 8 out of 10. Pretty good.
I like how there's always at least one several-minute incident that slows down the stream. Last time it was Kim Ji-hoon trying to resize an image. This time he's taking a fat piss.
People are saying...
I think that's all I gotta say. This had some really good energy. I think there are many reasons why I think this video was more well-received than this one. Holy shit, the difference in views is staggering, quite literally. No, doesn't actually hate crime because they hate equally if you're not family. Hey, don't worry! Froggy went on to edit a middle video. So they learned. Don't you worry. But yeah, I think with that in mind, where did I put that video? Over here? Nah! I think I'll put it... I think in retrospect, I gotta put this one right below the Gregor one. This one feels like a mainstay. But this one feels like it had less effort only because it was a highlight video where this was the full bomb-ass essay and it needed effort to even exist. That was it. Hello, Ahab Cheqama. Hello there! Then we get to the kit reviews. These, I think, are going to be rated on a curve because I started making these, this one specifically for fun, but around this time it got to be August when I started saying, screw it, I'm getting into content, but I can't only do lore because that takes too long for you to make. I need something that can come out more often. Kit reviews. They're unlike lore where it's like, it's for business.
I usually lose money on it to some degree, but I want it to exist and I know my channel will benefit from it. A lot of those are more intrinsic value, right? These are about equally intrinsic, equally extrinsic. They're equally for business, equally for pleasure. It's interesting that a genuine challenger community is building up for P-Moon. I like the draft race idea being thrown around. There is actually a collab I was invited to that I'll be joining on Sunday. It won't be streamed, but you might see a video on it by someone. I will not say who in case things go wrong, but we'll see. We'll see. This breakdown, though, I don't remember how it went. I remember it doing well financially, and I was just dipping a toe in kit reviews. I will say I've gotten a lot of questions about why I handle the kit reviews the way I do, and the long story short is that I have enough time to justify juicing all the information I can out of a kit, not all the information out of an ID. If I try to juice all the information out of an ID, it's gonna get in the way of making lore essays. But kits are fine. They're in that nice middle ground where I can give it my full attention and still have time left over to do other stuff. Plus, I've learned to really appreciate them. I've come to really love them. It makes me happy. But let's see how this went. I don't really remember how it started. This one wasn't even for business, it was just for fun.
Well, Purgus is back, and dear God, Kim Ji-hoon wants to make money this go-around.
True.
I mean, I get it. He's got to pay for those employee mortgages somehow. But between putting Dawn back in the spotlight and choosing one of the most popular and, let's say,
those audio pops, though.
friendly abnormalities to put on display,
Mm-hmm.
they really
Code for
want us to
fan
know
service.
they mean business with this new update. So, considering the occasion and the fact y'all really liked it when I made a wall
On the second channel, by the way, I don't think anyone who watched only the main channel really knew this video existed.
drop breakdown on the second channel, I'm breaking down what the new Queen of Hatred and Knight of Despair drops have in store for us. Sure hope you like playing with bipolar disorder. And if you're
Okay,
one of my
okay.
viewers that has it IRL, I don't know, man. The funny subscribe button's right there.
If you have bipolar, subscribe. That's a wild take. I think a lot of these kit review videos are going to be weighed based on how creative the intro and jokes are, how well it was executed, and then if there was anything majorly learned from it. Fire, thank you. What was the most replayed part?
Causes Dawn's kit to change to either being a positive coin kit at 0 or positive SP, and a negative coin kit at
For information,
negative
I feel.
SP with respective statuses to match.
Yep.
And while
Okay.
her negative skills will cost her SP on use, don't worry about accidentally corroding.
Does anyone here... Okay, genuine question. Does anyone here watch the kit reviews? Like, no shade if you don't. I think they're for some people and not for everyone. How many views did this get? 7 months, it got 70 views. That's how much I got for Rien's song. We have evolved. Yeah, first stream, welcome. Hope you're having a good time. It's definitely an unorthodox one, but it's a good one, I feel. I do sometimes, yeah, it's okay. You don't have to be religious about it. It's not church. I mean, if it were church, I wouldn't be showing up every time. Do you guys feel like they've gotten, like, they're easy to follow? Like, you understand how the ID works by the end? Or, like, has that changed over time? Has that gotten better or worse? This isn't really much to do with the tier list. I'm just curious. I'm genuinely curious. I usually watch them as a podcast. That makes sense. Generally helpful, but I look at them first. True. Sometimes briefly. 20%? I do beans. I feel like I do for the most part. Me, they're pretty useful. Okay. Okay, people seem to find them useful, or at least entertaining, which is what the idea is. I tend to try to parse some stuff. But I'm new as heck around here, so it helps have the walkthrough on how likely the ID work. I do? Okay. Can I understand how much we're sinners this game, so you're locked the explanations, like voice I usually put them on as background, they're entertaining. Okay, cool. I have found the target audience. This is what it was meant to be, either explanation or entertaining, but very casual in nature. That is good. I think most of these should fall in the... do I want to make a kit review tier? Do I want to make another row above where it's like, hey, not trying to be great, but funny and helpful. I think I gotta put some of the videos in here. I think I gotta put this video in here. I gotta put this kit review in here. And I believe that is all. I believe that's all the ones. But I think most of the kit reviews are going to go in here, and we'll rank them based on that. Interesting and informative? I'm happy. The kit reviews should have their own tier. I want to base the tier off of the purpose for watching. And if something else happens to fall into it, that's fine. And if it happens to be all else, it's kit reviews, then that's okay. And then we'll just assume higher up on the list is higher up on the list. Okay. So, the day's kind of blurring by while I'm watching this. I'm really engaged. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. Frey, they're fun? Good! Kind of how this live stream, I've been watching it like a vid. Alaric and Zen 5115, I see you in my chat. I mean, I used to put solo runs as background podcasts during season 3 or 4 of Olympus. I'm an auto player and I have to use my brain. Until I have to use my brain, I respect that. Respect that. What's your favorite ID? I mean, the new Ring song is really fun. I love the index in general, but it's really complex. It's OP, but they made an OP ID I really like. Or Devyat Roja. Anyway, moving on. We'll have more to say about kit reviews later. Then we've got the Sin Shin Mong video. This was the video that convinced me. Well, okay, you know where this is going. This is one of the best. Easily one of the best videos, dude. This was the video that convinced me I had a chance of becoming a creator. And that it could be actually a better idea financially to be a creator than to be an editor. This is the one that gave me that hope. Holy shit. By the way, I have a really fun story to tell about this video. This is the last video. I posted this video right before I went out to see some of my friends IRL. I went out to see Minty, Beanie, Yokumi, and Lucian, who you will not know other than being mentioned. And we had a call with Ezgu and Emmy, not at the same time, just separately. And we hung out, and they decided, when we got to Yokumi, and, you know, it was their turn to be introduced, that we would just chill for a second and watch this video on a projector while, like, chilling on a couch in a bed, because it was that kind of room. And we just hung out, and I felt very flattered, because it was very sweet of them. But we just chilled and was like, man, seeing this come out, it be a financial success, it be an emotional success and a risk, and like lead to being hopeful. That was the first time that year I thought, wow, maybe things are gonna be okay. This video gave me so much hope. And it was the first big project Sun and I worked on together, like first big project. It did really well. I like the boards Frey uses to help deepen our understanding of the ideas. Oh, you mean the vision boards? I'll get to those in a bit. We'll be talking about those in a bit. How many times to listen to String Theocracy? A lot. It's on my Spotify. But this one had a lot to enjoy. For one, as you voiced again, that was funny and cute. Another, we finally got to talk about Shin. We finally had the Hohenheim reveal where we knew it was time to talk about sins and what they all meant. And I got to have fun with taking ideas that were presented in the last sin video and saying, wait. We're not just going to define the sins. Let's see how they might evolve, or let's see how they've been evolving and what it means. I wouldn't understand sins nearly as much without this video. That's great. I love Shin. I think I might need to make an update for Shin just one more time. But one thing I really liked, and Sun and I spent a good chunk of time on this, was the intro.
Sounds unbelievable, then clearly to
also this is the first time I feel like we went the extra mile and did data mining.
An update, since there's plenty more to go over with Shin and how it's related to the 9 sins worth of dressing. And if
we just outright said 9 sins because of the 2 that were data mined. And I remember, and this is when I started thinking, wow, some people are weird. I got comments saying, actually there are 7 sins. And then I just learned some people comment before finishing the video. That's still a wild thing to me. I will never get it. That sounds like a failure to have restraint, in my opinion. Unless you make it very clear you haven't watched the video and that you could be wrong about it. But still, we were kind of daring with it. There is one part that I really liked that Sun and I worked on. I need several passes to get right. It was a strive of communication.
what's important here is that the pipeline goes...
Okay, yeah, we took like 3 minutes to explain how the distortion ecosystem worked, because it had to be addressed, but we didn't want it to be a whole video. That's for later. But I love how this part turned out.
to you after you distort or manifest ego. But all that's important here is that the pipeline goes human plus trauma equals Carmen. Carmen plus yes equals distortion. And Carmen plus no equals ego. And human plus trauma plus Carmen plus no plus clown plus yes plus blue plus you give me light, me try eat light, me give orange, you give me sunbath, give me fill-in. It's just that simple.
I really like just saying it's just that simple after some whack-ass shit. It feels good. That was good. That was probably my favorite moment of the entire video. God. By the way, inspired by Noodle. If you watch Noodle, they make some really good shit too. Something I could never really hope to become unless I really change my setup. But I think this is really good. I think it balanced insight with jokes and actual info on what was going on. Also, I'm going to show you guys this call to action because this now has more context after, this now has more context after the conversation with Froggy.
Can you guess how many YouTube videos I've posted in 2025? Time's up!
Sun did not have to do this.
Counting this one, it's 20! And yet, only about a third of those can be found on this channel.
Oh, that was a vent. That was a vent if I ever saw one. 13 videos came out. 7 of them were made on the channel. It was July. That was an average of like 3 videos a month. Granted, not the worst in the world. But still, with the amount of effort that would be put into them, ooh.
Why is that? Because while I love my moods, they ain't living with what I like to call rent and bills. So most of my time goes to being an editor for other folks, with the stuff we get here being a second priority. But now's the time I
no longer the case, by the way.
Want to change that. See, the reason I even started editing for other people in the first place was to afford to be a
I feel like the Gregnancy one still shows up in some GIFs. I really wish that turned into a video. I still remember seeing, I think in a way this put me on the map, and the folks at Wildcard saw it too, and had many questions. I didn't get in trouble, because why the fuck would I? But I was asked by the team, by the, like, channel manager, Bobby Wasabi, about this. It was a good challenge, by the way, one of my most thought out challenges ever.
It turns out that ship gets rocky. If something happens, like
I forgot we were this blatant about it! Oh shit! Froggy, you here to see this? Ollie, you here to see this? Oh, I'm lightheaded. That's so cathartic.
like, say, the company that paid your entire living wage shuts down.
Oh, we just say it. All right.
It means spending 4 to 5 months rebuilding that boat from the ground up. And after going through this slump twice now, I ain't exactly keen on doing it again. But there is some good news. YouTube is actually helping me out a lot more than it did a year ago. And that's in large part to the folks that,
Oh, yo, son, we're glazing you. Yo, what up? Gumdrop Kimmy, that's Son, that's our editor. Son, we have definitely been glazing you throughout this.
liked the video.
There's gonna be a part where I give, like, not criticism, but it's a time where something got fucked up, but it's not really criticism, it's just a learning experience. Welcome.
Subscribe to the channel, and especially those that became members or joined the Patreon. Hell, I'm even making more perks for those members because that's legit the best way a person can not only—
I said I'd have stream emotes for members. I haven't done this shit. I had to get on that.
support me, but the editors I've taken on to make
That's you!
Most of the videos that came out this year.
Also, yeah, my editors are allowed to pull this shit. I love it. I want mac and cheese, boxed, not homemade. I love it.
Even possible, and I really want to keep doing right by that.
Is the fuck up gonna be on the one kit review? Yes, but it's going to be something I want to tell as a lesson for other creators and editors alike. So it's a learning experience, and that's why it's valuable. We'll get there.
I know you want to get back to the video, but I ask again. Do you want to see more? Because if so, any of these 3 things will help make it happen.
True! Still the case!
Supported this channel, even if it was through.
I think this art was made after the Velmori incident, by the way. I don't know if you can tell. But I always thought it was. I didn't ask her this. This was made by... Oh, fuck, it's so late. I'm forgetting the name. God damn it. If this becomes a video, son, you gotta make me find the name. I've gotta put it up.
watching for only a moment. Making these has brought so much joy to my life, and now that we've addressed that, let's talk about the Thief of Joy.
Good transition! One last thing I'm gonna glaze Sun on for this. Glaze Sun on for this. We talked about this sloth section a bit, where Sun wanted to make this bit about, hey, I want to do really lazy editing on this part to reference sloth. And I said, no, yeah, fucking go for it. That's really funny, and it saves you time. It's a win-win. Your face looked like Speed? I have an actual emote and asset named like that.
They are directionless and unmoving.
Oh, hi, Ezgu!
Completely surrendered to inertia.
And they really said that our job was to kill them as quickly as possible, huh? Sloth. Proof that Luigi winning by doing absolutely nothing is a one-way ticket to eternal damnation. On the surface, Sloth would
Okay, I'm gonna skip ahead.
Law. Yisong mentioned
Oh, here we
its
go.
meaning seems to evolve with every class.
There we go.
In Class 2, Yisong mentions that in the P.E.K.K.A rooting itself to the ground, it's made itself willing to change. But it stays as lazy and barely cognizant even by P.E.K.K.A.
I think it gets lazier than this.
And Yisong comments that the combination of that willingness to change for the purpose of remaining lazy
There we
is
go.
a form of resilience it chooses to have. Then in the class
This is so ideal indeed.
P.E.K.K.A's fully ingrained itself into no
Is there
longer
more? Do we lean into it more than that?
and as a result, stubborn up event. Well, here.
I don't know. I don't think so. I think you kind of got out of it when there were other visuals to go through. And what's the most replayed part? Is this about Mong?
This company, the sinners have only been able to beat a guy who could barely manifest a single Mong after using a golden bow power.
Wait, did I say anything that aged poorly here? Hold on.
Users in Limbus Company, the sinners have only been able to beat a guy who could barely manifest.
Hold on.
Lunas and Leviathan, Mong is one of the most potent weapons in a Shin user's arsenal. To put it into perspective, of the 8 known Mong users in Limbus
I'm pretty sure it got
Company,
worse.
The sinners have only
I'll
been
trust.
able to beat a guy who could barely manifest a single Mong after using a golden bow power. Meanwhile, most of the furry community has been shown using 2 Mong.
I'm just gonna end the video there. I can't top that. Wow, so that was intended when I first saw Sloth reaction. I was like, damn, the editing turned slothy. Yeah. So also, I feel like, considering what happens in Kanto 9, we definitely need an update. That being said, I feel like this was a damn solid video. It was funny. I got Ezgu to say, my salamis! Which I just want to find real quick. Which is an inside joke for us that we really keep up.
Slices be upon thee.
My salamis.
That's always gonna live rent free in my head. That's joy. All right. I've glazed this video enough. It's one of the greats, easily. My salamis. Lord of All Hay Show, this kit review. I'm gonna put this at the top of the kit reviews for now. Was anything interesting done in this one? Was it that good? My gut is telling me it wasn't that good. Like, as far as kit review standards go. Lord of All Hay Show. Let's see. How did this play out? By the way, I should say, so this was uploaded, I think the day it was released. I think this came out the day it was released. So you might have noticed a lot of my recent kit reviews come out like Wednesday morning usually, or Tuesday night. In some cases, they came out Wednesday night. But this, when I first started doing the kit reviews, I was able to get them out like maybe Monday night. I think this came out at like 9 p.m. on Monday, so it had been less than a day before the IDs kit was released.
After almost 2 years of being the laughingstock of poise teams, turns out all that Honglu needed to crit was a man watching his back. And now that he's got an entire ride-or-died polycule, it's becoming everyone's problem. I joked for so long that the first time Honglu would get poised would be his bad end ID, specifically so it would be symbolic to his character, and boy did PM deliver on that. Yes, that soda may have been soured by the fact that Walt beat him to the punch, but let's be real. Nobody cares about the poise or the rupture on this ID, and you sure as hell don't care about my personal grudges.
That's a good bit. Oh, that's solid. Like, a lot of these kit reviews are carried by the confidence. Like, the confidence in the bit. the confidence in this is entertaining to watch, because it is, because it's good scripting. It's carried by, I shouldn't say just confidence, I should say it's good scripting. I like it.
Cut to the chase. TLDR, if you've got at least 4 of the following drops on screen,
I used to be so specific with it.
Automatic get. If you don't, then there are better IDs to get than the Jade Cyclops. But no matter what, it's still a bad end ID. Chances are, you'll find a way to fit this sucker into a Rupture or Slash team. But if you want to know more—
Okay, no, he's easily the best ID of Season 6 and before. That part, I'm not gonna say aged poorly because I feel like that's a meaningless statement. I feel like, damn, really? Nah, man, I think you could warrant getting this one as a starter before any others in the Hey Show with what we know now. I'm gonna say this one goes above this. This is effectively a 6-minute video plus some theorizing. That's how I see it. It's probably gonna be lower than any of the kit reviews. Can someone convince you to play Roblox to... Wait, can someone convince you to play Roblox? Can you play some games? You're gonna have a very hard time doing that. I'm be so real. Uh-oh, buffer. My lag? Oh, is the stream finally crashing? It promised it would do that a while ago. I've had a whoops, OBS has crashed display up for a long-ass time. Oh, right, actually. You can see it. It's right here. Oh, well. Oh, well. Oh, well. Oh, well. Let's see. No, it's not. Let me double check. Let me see. Let me go live. No, it's... Let me click live. Let me click live so it shows up. I think we're good. Seems like we're good. Stream health says we're good. I would be surprised if we were not good. Regardless, I think this kit review is fine. It is the fine of kit review. You open it or that be end of the stream, I'll reopen it. I'm not gonna unfinish this tier list. It's a fine kit review. It was out, quote unquote, on time. But I don't think it had the polish that others had. I think it met expectations, and that's okay. Next, we have the first dedicated sponsor video. I say first because there will be others. There's probably going to be one in March. I will not say who, I will not say how, I will not say when, but my gut tells me I have a chance of getting one in March, and that's going to be very helpful for keeping up the budget. Oh, your audio crashed? Let me just check my levels.
I've been trying to expand my
yeah, okay.
horizons and...
So this one, I got sponsored by Reverse 1999. Sun edited this one. Oh, there's Professor Goo. Good for you. Sun edited this one. And it was supposed to be a chance for both of us to make some money. What I thought would be a 10-minute video that was explaining some stuff going on in their crossover with Assassin's Creed ended up being me trying to do a challenge run of the entire event while incorporating 3 other creators into it. So I got Apollo, Tone Rep, and Kamui involved. It's a fine video. I think effort-wise, it had a similar level of effort. Let's say not similar, but comparable level of effort to the Sinclair video. Also, I need to check on something really quick. Just to be safe. Just to make sure the dogs are fine. We are still good and everything is fine. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay. Really good gameplay art style was? Oh wait, I just now realized this is a tier list of your vids. Yeah, it is! I thought it'd be fun. I saw Doug and Don Schnack do it. Let's see.
Lately, I've been trying to expand
so we put a good amount of effort into it.
Some new games when I've got the time. So
I think I did find this frustrating though, mainly because, what the fuck is this? I found it frustrating though because this video got way longer and larger than I thought it would be. And I kept wanting it to be over, mainly because I feel like I invested too much. It was worth the money, don't get me wrong. It was worth the money, it wasn't a bad deal for me. But we definitely were grinding on this for a long-ass while.
Reverse 1999 was near the top of my Steam
and like, it was a deal.
And the game's own team let me know about their now-released Assassin's Creed collaboration. I'm gonna be honest, that was eerie as hell. But
that's funny. That's funny.
That as an editor, I would often act as a sleeper agent for whatever game I was super into.
Uh-huh.
Hey, now I've got a chance to do that again by annoying some of my mutuals. And since, you know, I'm partnering with Reverse 1999 to do this, not only did I
Feeling
download
the
game, but I checked out the
legal
special
news.
trailer they had for the Assassin's Creed.
So yeah, this was
crossover,
sponsored.
and found out there's a talking golden apple you have to protect.
Kinda
It's
wild.
official. The stars have aligned. I'm giving this a fair shake. And by the end, I'll try to get...
I think there's enough genuine energy put into this.
If I can get at least 2 of them, then that's a win. But before we dive into...
By the way, I want you to know that I got Tone Rep to download and play Reverse 1999. He played it for a good while. He might still play it, actually. To be fair, he did get me back into Reverse 1999. That's cool. You know what? I'll take it. I'll take it. I think with Apollo... I think Apollo's one was the most interesting. It went with, like, Apollo was... Apollo and I were, like, on the same level. Like, we wanted to play a game with it. We wanted to have fun. We already had rapport, so... We wanted to screw around with each other.
Cheqama.
So I totally didn't just give...
Kamui was like... Kamui was usually high energy with stuff, and it felt like Kamui was yes-anding me a lot with it. Where I felt like I was kind of being sold to with it. And then Tone Rep, I said, you know what, fuck it. I've already tried to sell people on this. I'm just gonna let you know I think it's a good game. And that's it. And then I said, by the way, I'm sponsored by it. After I got the footage I needed, and he says, you fucking sell out! Which was really funny, but then he played the game and he liked it. So I guess, like, was accurate. Was accurate. Here.
You all of the delightful information about this game and forget to start the recording. Because I am a professional.
Oh yeah, we tried to record this and the first attempt went bad, so we had to reenact it.
Yes, not, yeah, no, that never happened, yeah.
So, you know what? I have an idea. In order to make...
I'm not gonna go through all these, but I think we were creative with it. It was ultimately sponsored. I would not have done this if it wasn't sponsored. So the motivation wasn't quite as there, but I will say... I think this goes above the Honglu video. Not trying to be great, but funny and helpful. I think it was good. I think it was really good. I think because the intent was different, I can't feel as attached to it, but I think it was good. Next, we've got the second tier list. The one that, for whatever reason, popped off. Ranking all of the abnormalities. This one, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know why it does this well. Is it the concept? Did I perform well? Was it because I made Froggy go back and count how many times I said something was fine? I don't know. I don't know why people liked this one. I really don't. But maybe we'll find out.
There are over 200
Similar format to before.
in Project Moon. Most of them come from either the most expensive therapy session ever, or the longest series of terrible family reunions
Good
ever.
intro.
Sometimes the book spire. These
Good bit.
things are like the toppings on your mermaid ice cream. They're not the headliner of any story, but are colorful and vibrant enough that you still want to put them in your mouth all the time.
Yeah, Froggy, this was good work. This is the kind of shit I like seeing. This is like, if you have to ask why someone would make this, and you can just explain what a video is with a frame, this was probably it. This was stressful. Okay, go off. Go off. I'm pretty sure I stressed you out with the remake of this, though I wonder. I don't think I ever grasped the full amount.
Here's how that went. Begin. So, starting off here, we've got
Queenie was on the thumbnail? Oh, you're so right. Queenie was on the thumbnail. That helped. I'm kind of using that same principle with the ID one too, because it's kind of like Index Dawn is on the thumbnail with Yuri Faust, like or Labadi Corp Remnant Faust rather, who is Yuri, and Wild Hunt Heathcliff. Yeah, I was still finding my style. That's pretty much it. Okay, I got you.
Perfect. We know that's a part of the entire franchise. Archangela rank means that they have been steeped into the community, or at least were inspired by Archangela, the creator that's made an entire wave of new Project Moon fans.
True.
Something to like.
Okay.
Shaped by my own bias.
Let's check on the highlights.
I did have it. And I know it makes mushrooms appear and like can possess your employees, but like until we see more from Demion, which to be clear, if my theory about Tiferet B, Enoch being Demion is correct, we will probably.
Yeah, I never made a video on that because I didn't feel most confident enough for it to be a priority. But I feel like if the Moses whole whatever Diaz deal was like a 95% certainty for me, that was like 85%, and I think it's gone down since. see more of it. I just don't think it's that interesting. Think about the potential at Sinclair. It's potential right now. It's not up there. However, it does flow well, though. Shelter from the 27th. I get that the shelter can be very meaningful and can be very funny. I think what's more interesting is the fact that it's connected to P-Corp. Well, this does let you cheese Gabura's fight, doesn't it? Fine, it goes up here. Fine, it goes up here. Fine, it goes up here. Fine, counter. Fucking kill me. Yep. I said fine like 53 times, I think, and we wanted a sense of flow to go up to keep it interesting, so I said, honestly, just count how many times fine goes up after the first pass. And I think that brought it together pretty well. Don Quixote's like tenure as the main character in Limbus Company, I think it's around blue star level, in fact. I think so. Thank you for the correction. Centaur. Or maybe I did that because I recognized that sound effect. Just give me the ego gift, bro, if it weren't for the fact that it's almost certainly going to be in a part of Otis's Kanto, and that means doctors are going to be a theme, and I'm excited. This one is just give me the ego gift, bro. Rattle me bones! Ew. Just give me the ego gift, bro. At least I'm more happy to see you in a dungeon than these guys. Child in a Flask, I like it because the Child in a Flask is so much more painful now after Kanto 9. And it did not take much for that to happen. Child that's out there just... Someone said take a shot for every time. That might have been in the video, actually. Or at least take a drink if you want. Wants to be put back in, and I think that's cool. Oh, right, this was a mistake! Because the child that's out there just wants to be put back in. No, I was rushing. I was rushing near the end to try and finish this in a suitable number of hours. And I had to go off in my final pass and say, holy shit, no, it does not want that. Glad that happened. And I think that's cool. I don't think that puts it too high up, but it makes me think that it's going to be involved with Faust. If not, someone probably corrected me in chat too, justifiably so. Inertia to go with it, which makes an interesting kind of tremor. And the Clockwork Time Rolly. I think this was just a fine video, a fine highlight. I don't think there was anything too special about it. I guess if I had to say it, and I don't... Froggy, I'm not trying to dunk on you with this. I feel like the first one had so much sauce put on it because it was your first foray into Project Moon, and you just can't recreate that. Afterward, we get into like a process, and we start cutting the fat of what can be omitted, and it gets easier, but somehow this went well. This went well, right? Play tab, stream it. I actually have in the past. Long time ago, but it did happen. So I think with this one, I personally feel like this is the most overrated of the tier lists. I think it goes this one, then the Abno, or this one, then the Ego tier list, then the every character tier list. But I'll still put it under... With the standards I have now, I can't put it under great video. I'm gonna put it under top of not trying to be great, but funny and helpful. I'm really feeling like that's appropriate. The other also like 2 sentences per ad. No, this is true. This is true. Like a lot of them, there weren't much, and I was rushing. It was different circumstances for both of us. I guess that kind of bled over, didn't it? Trickle down. Then we get to the kit review that I don't know how I managed to do as well as I did. I think I released the... Wait, this is in the wrong order. This is the wrong order. I'm pretty sure this video came out first. This kit review came out first. The Heisho Sinclair and Yi Song kit review. I remember this one being bad. I remember having to learn a lesson about this one. I guess I can go with newest now. I think we're closer to newest than oldest. Right. So, this one was 14 minutes. One of the shortest ones, especially for there being 2 IDs. If I have 2 IDs, they're not going to be that short. I don't know how I condensed it that much. An act of inexperience, I would say. Video itself was certainly tears, but Froggy was doing full Saitama no limiter. I respect the editing. So do I. So do I.
Sinclair a lot of flack on this channel.
First thing I saw of your channel, is it this one or the tier list? I get if it was the tier list. That's cool. If it was this one, I was surprised. If this one made you want to stick around, to be real. Not really it. Stream lobotomy? I didn't. I beat it. We're not going back.
Fully justified in grabbing the
Also, genuine question. Were you telling me to do that now?
horse, tarnishing the rooster's blood, and then frying. I may give Sinclair a lot of
Let's see how this started.
Channel, but if these 2 IDs are hanging off a cliff, I feel fully justified in grabbing the horse, tarnishing.
Yes? Oh. Okay. Understood. I am going to teach you a lesson. Put user in timeout for 24 hours and confirm. Don't do that to anyone.
the rooster's blood and then frying him up as a meal
Anyway.
to usurper. Consider the rest of this video as my self-defense plea. So,
Okay, I'm back again. Can you stream one day FNF Dusttail? Well, you asked. And you're joking, so, no, but you're good.
it was only 2 days away. And while I've got my own thoughts on how that's gonna shake out, I can
Yeah, so this one I feel like was very bare bones. I think this one was not very good, mainly because I was way too optimistic about Sinclair. I was way too optimistic about how Sinclair would do, and I think that's from inexperience. I think that's absolutely from inexperience.
of soloing with him. I mean, this idea was made to say the words chicken's chicken duh.
He would get, he's a burn rupture, he benefits from those. I think I remember saying that he would benefit from having high SP, but also would benefit by dying after he supports Honglu. Also, yeah, I can see why Heishu fatigue really started coming up. And I was just thinking, wow, if he kills an enemy, he's gonna get like a good chunk of SP to keep him at the top, or better power. And he got like 3 SP.
Both LCE Faust and Tarnished Blood get their
I way overestimated how good his values would be. And this was an ID where I was really putting a lot of value in the analysis in the values. You should stream base Dante, floor 15 MD solo now! Maybe I will kill myself. That's a joke, YouTube.
But on the other hand, he's an event ID. So I'm sure a lot of y'all are gonna get him without having a full Heisho kit. And if that happens,
I should have known he would have been worse because he's an event ID. I should have. Hello, Batty Stardust. I'm not gonna stick with this too long, but it just left a bad sense in my gullet. What's the most replayed?
his line breakers charged up. If we're ranking these IDs, I'd put him third from the top, just below the Shinless Wonder and his Keeper. And then I guess Sinclair can go to the Cluck chair with an iPad while the C units wait for parole. What do y'all think?
Okay, that's funny. That was a good bit. It's not gonna save this video. I think this is one of the worst kit reviews, but I think that was funny. The Cluck chair bit was funny, and at least I put him down there with the C units. I should have put him below the C units, but that implies it's tied, which I think for the context is fine. I'm gonna put this one right above the ring video. Can we get a hint on your next big video? I want a hint on my next big video. You guys think that I know more than I actually do about when I put something out. That's because I think I know more than I do about when I put something out and when it's gonna be. I've been taking a break from essays for a bit because some of you guys are coming in. This is gonna be a little jarring to hear. 2025 was a very traumatic time to be alive, and I've spent the last month experiencing that. And now I'm getting back into essays like starting in early March. My best guess is don't hold me to this. Either the next one is going to be, and the roadmap could very much change this, by the way. Relics, Shinmong, and other side power systems as a video, or explaining all the departments of Limbus, or how it feels to Ryoshu. That last one's very unlikely of the three. It'll depend on what comes in the roadmap and what I feel is possible. That's really it. Inspiration comes and goes. It's not even inspiration. It's like, I have to be very strategic about timing. Once the roadmap comes up, there's going to be certain topics that will become very apparent, will be important. Let's say the sweepers are important again, or the middle's important again, or the pinky's important again, or Gregor's important again. I'll want to reevaluate some stuff. Like, if we get an interval where Gregor's important again, deadass, I'm probably making a follow-up to the Gregor video. That feels like it would have to be done way in advance. But I really can't know. It is rough because you want to do whatever feels right and what feels essential to the lore of Project Moon to get people a baseline. But that also has to be balanced out with, okay, is this your chance to really hit on a topic? And that changes with the amount of time it takes to make those. And I'm not complaining, it's late, so my tone is going to sound that way. With the amount of time it takes to make those, since updates come like every 2 weeks, it can often feel like you really don't know if you're going to have time to make something in enough time for it to be relevant. That's about it. Let's see. Cool videos? Thank you. That's very sweet of you to say. I'm going to start crying when we get to that one specific kit review. It's okay. Listen, we'll get through this together. We always do. I've been glazing you up to now, by the way. I think you deserve it, and I'll probably glaze you again. Anyway, next review. Or next video. What's that? I got second win now. I feel good. Next one is I'm not doing the members only video. Next is the kit review again. I don't know how the fuck I did this in time. But oh my god. How did I get this out when I did? This is the most popular kit review easily. It is a 28-minute kit review that I edited myself that was about the ego. And I had fun with it. I remember having fun with it and grinding it out.
You know what? I feel like
I was still doing... By the way, this isn't at a time when I was doing like 16-hour days to get these out immediately.
Nice today. So let's start this off with some good news. That Ishmael ego? Yeah, that's an event ego, meaning that you ain't got a pull to get it.
Nice.
Congratulations! Now you only need to wail for 600 pulls and...
There's some point where I just liked making the viewer feel bad, man. I went from like, oh my god, they're killing children in Project Moon stories to... Dawn, you have a funny laugh when you're hurt, to, yeah, I dare you to fucking comment. You think you would do better? To, hey, by the way, you're gonna go bankrupt with this. Enjoy.
Instead of 800. But these new
Hi, I guess.
are
Hello.
pretty good. Well, I can say one of them almost certainly is, but let's be thorough. We may only have the kit info, but this is enough.
I think I just like antagonizing people, and I need to get better at handling the consequences of that.
Well with, and how they square up against similar existing ego. So if you only got 200 pulls, or less, bless your heart, and a Sophie's choice to make, allow me to be your Ryoshu and tell you which child you can let die. Oh, with the new context. Fuck, that hurts. Oh, see the strays. The strays are so. Maybe these are worth watching after a while, cause that hits. Okay. Also, I'm pretty sure I said that Unbrilliant Glory and Faust Ego were better. And Hong Lu's was lowest priority. Age like a full stop bullet if it was good, yeah. That was a massive prediction? It's not a prediction! It's not a prediction! So many things people say are predictions and they're not! This was a joke! This was me thinking it was Sophie's Choice and a reference to... Hellscreen, because that's what the main character does! 4 of these have in common. And loose as it is, all 4 of these ego merge 2 of the 7 strats into themselves with their own flair on top. That is... This is good! Bleed and charge, because if you do, well, I've got nothing for you. Just wait until next Walp and look for the Spider Beater or something. Instead,
True.
We'll dig into Ishmael.
Okay. This was good. I like that as a start a lot. It's for people that really needed to know what to pick at the time, so there was a real functional purpose to making this video, which I think is why I got so many views, plus the hype, and of course the hype. The script was really good. Not the best framing, and I mean that in a literal way, like I've seen better, but it was really good. What was the most replayed part?
I'll vouch for Heisho Faust as a solid first, 7 Faust as a decent second, and 5 Faust as a distant third.
I was specific!
Where the ego stands, it'll certainly make...
Oh god, this was when I got really specific with these. This was like, I was overconfident in some things, so I would be willing to make calls that I would not be willing to make now. And when I was wrong, it sucked. Because I don't want to give misinformation. I accept that some things will not be correct because you don't have all the info, but I like to at least rely on what is important and that we can trust and emphasize that. But then I just said, yeah, this will be good with these IDs. Which I guess it's an ego. It's an ego. So it's not like you're saying, hey, this will be good with this ID because you're already doing an ID. Which we haven't gotten a lot of, if I'm making sense here. I guess there is more leeway to saying this goes well with this ID when you're talking about ego. Never mind, it makes more sense.
With any ID. And I can respect that, because personally,
I just realized this was a stream and not a video.
After getting both
Hello,
married and divorced over the course of 5
XD-DP1CO.
minutes last July, I took a punch to the stomach from
This is a real picture of me being punched, by the way.
the minister that ordained my marriage before he flipped me and my other friends to the ground.
True!
So, in order to atone for wasting his time, I've given up my rights to my ex-wife Beanie Bun. And yes,
Oh, this is an
I have
ad.
rights to my image. So,
That was a good
that's
sticker
the way
design,
this
too.
Looks, or how her style looks on any of the Sinners, Uma Musume, or Marvel Rivals mains, then head on down to
That's sweet.
etsy.com/shop/Beanie Bun Cafe.
That's
This
sweet.
video may not be sponsored by Beanie Bun since she is not paying me a damn thing to mention it, but if you mention the word Frey in your customer notes with any order...
When were people... Okay, yeah, people stopped watching it here. That makes sense. That makes sense. That was a good shill. A very sweet shill, a very funny shill. The ghost just looks so cool. Yeah. Sucks I missed this event. It's okay. It's an okay event. It was a fine event. Actually, it's just late, so I don't think my energy's lower. As far as this one, I'd say it's the best of the kit reviews so far. Not as good as the tier list, though. Let's not kid ourselves. Ooh, but we've got a good one. We've got a tasty one. This video's existence has given me so many ideas for the future, Froggy. This, I think, barely is below the Sin Shin Mong video. Oh, but it's close. It's so close, man. The middle video, most popular one I made since committing more to YouTube. Froggy, oh my god. So, dude, you suffered on this one. And I felt so bad for you. Because we had a sponsor deadline and you had to crunch hard and that sucked. We got up to it like hours before, but the video itself was so damn good. This was a video that swung for the fences, like it itself was from the middle. Was a really good breakdown of the middle. The scripting was fire. The ad integration was pretty damn good. The biggest middle propaganda ever, at least if you only watch the first 2/3 for sure. And it gave me a lot of ideas. First pass was asked and I clutched the second time. I'll be real, I don't remember the first pass a lot. But I feel like you clutched it. I generally don't remember though, you could be right.
Not a safe place. The oldest fellow we
Also, this framing by talking about the ages of Project Moon was really interesting. I'm glad I did it this way.
canon age for is 54, and any named character that looks older is either high on whale fumes, clinically thirsty, or on borrowed time. Living to the age of 60 is a privilege very few people can expect, and if you live in the so-called gated community.
By the way, I always loved your stock characters. You had so much fun with those, it was clear. This guy's smile is so uncanny. I hate this person. I want this person to get away from me. They barely look human to me, and it's because of the smile.
We call nests.
But it's great for this.
The back streets and like the feeling of air in your lungs, it's worth considering some additional measures, like say organized crime. And among the
Really good lead-in. It took 30 seconds to get there. Great pinky shot. It's trademark Froggy at this point. That's true.
Not every finger is made equally, nor easy to join. The index and the pinky here are clandestine as hell. The ring will make a portrait of your entrails if you fail their art class, and the thumb gets off on
What was
tongues out. But thankfully,
what was the biggest part? So with a lot of this, it was not just classic Froggy editing, but I think the ad integration was pretty good. I got custom assets made for this, and we even taught some people about the real lore.
Or even a plane crash can take away from them.
You were right on the money with the analysis in the middle flaws in that last third, considering Kanto 9. I'm gonna be honest with you. I feel like Matthias was more of a bad egg than anything, but it might be systemic. I think that's just more. I think it's more the middle thinks they're really good and they're better than Matthias. But even still, that can be true of all of them. I don't know why I'm disagreeing with you. I think I need to keep going.
Here's what they'd be going up against. Wait, what the hell is a plane? Like, I think I've seen those mentioned exactly once. The only time we've seen it is in a mirror world for like a second.
That's a fun fact. Planes don't exist in our version of Project Moon City. Which was a really useful deal.
Hold on, let me check something here. Yeah, that explains it. Cause this video is
We're going to the sponsor, which is about planes. That was nice. For the first integrated sponsorship, I think that was nice and tried to keep things like really interesting. And then at the end,
Many thanks again to War Thunder for their assistance here, and now, let me just collect my thoughts. I gotta stop smashing mirrors with this thing.
that is now canon to Frey lore. Hitting your head with the bat means that you're aware of sponsored content. And that is not a joke either. I think that was really funny. Miss Matthias was a disgraced middle member, right? Yeah. Yeah, but I think there's some things that are common to both of them. But no, this had some really fun ideas. I think deciding to turn Frey into an enemy of the middle midway through, was a good choice, and Froggy executed on that well. And then, like, where is it? Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Give him to me. I must see him. I must set my eyes on him. Is that the middle big brother I see? Come on, wait, genuinely, where is he? Genuinely, where is he? I need to see this part. This is great, brother. Was it around 11 minutes? I feel like it was around 11 minutes. Because we got a special someone to voice Ricardo. Some of y'all already knew who that is. Extrapolations, which means we can move on to the fun one.
So luscious. So
God.
Man, it's a peak hair day for me.
Perfect hair day. Don Schnack VA.
When I wake up on the luscious side of the bed.
This was where I learned that I could just ask people to VA stuff and they normally like it.
Beat down, coupon thieves.
Like, I gave him notes. I gave him revisions to do. And Froggy did. And he was happy with it. He had fun. I got the confidence to say, hey, if I think a person's good for a video or a part, I will just ask them. And he did fantastically. And he seemed to have a good time. And then, of course, we go into how to escape. And this part, oh my god, this part leads into so many things I want to follow up on. If y'all seen this video, you might want to watch Citywide Tour again, and there are implications of a timeline here. I might try to make an actual Frey SA universe timeline if things go well enough. Still very much far off, but I want to.
Winer's theme music 3 seconds before they get to you. So all you gotta do is make an escape in that time. So if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna talk to a rogue artist about buying a corridor. Speaking of which, thanks again to
Yeah, War Thunder, whatever. You had your time in the spotlight. I'm not gonna give you more attention than you need.
PlayStation, Xbox, and mobile.
That's awesome. That's awesome, Shill.
Both my time and the bonus packs offer are limited, so those
Good integration, though. That was a good line.
Won't last forever. Come on, man. I'm burning daylight over here. Can we make this quick? Open the door now!
I am turning your jaw into a fine-tooth comb!
Yo, big
That was such a good delivery, man. And I feel like Ricardo might say that if pissed off enough, too. I really wanted to draw a line between what was feasible for him. God. The only thing I know about this game is that classified military records keep getting leaked. Rip Frey? No. I wouldn't say that. But no, did you die? Use context from this in Citywide Tour. That's all I'm gonna say. Have a little fun with that. I'm not saying this to be obtuse. I'm saying this to give you whimsy. But Froggy had to do this on such a tight deadline with so many clients. From what I remember, they did this with like 2 crunches, 2 all-nighters almost at once. And somehow they pulled it off. Both for the sake of the sponsor and for the sake of me. I almost split that into 2 videos, by the way, because sponsors are very strict on deadlines. We got lucky with one that was a little flexible as the first one with the company that I was working with. But oh my god. Yeah, the production was hell and it worked out. It doesn't always happen like that, but it did. It would have did. Okay. Next off, we have the other essay that hit the mark. The T-Corp video. I think this one goes right below the gameplay video, the Limbus criticism video. Not because it's bad. I mean, clearly it's one of the best. It's one of the best. I just feel like the subject matter doesn't reach this echelon. I really don't. And not at what we were at, though. I wrote the T-Corp video in August. Like, the TKT Bobcat came out at the end of July. I made the T-Corp video at the end of August. Or I scripted it by the end of August. And it came out in mid-October. Because the lesson I got was twofold. One of them is that when you hire editors, unless you're paying them full-time, they don't work only for you. And one thing that came out after I assigned the T-Corp video was a little game called Hollow Knight Silk Song. And, let's actually put this up here. Someone that Sun worked for, and still does, decided they would really like to make a highlight of Hollow Knight Silk Song. And in case you're wondering, that video, it was kind of long. It was kind of long, 9 hours and 13 minutes. So, we definitely had delays, which are very understandable. I want to be very clear about that. Very reasonable delays. Just kind of long. Where was I? But like, with this one, I genuinely struggled to write the script for this too. What the fuck? Yeah!
Let me ask you.
It was mad! But with this one, I struggled with it. I struggled with writing the script for this one. There was over 60 hours of footage for that project, by the way, split across 4 to 5 different editors. Okay, it was split across 4 to 5 different editors. That makes so much more sense. So you handled like maybe 2 hours of it. Got it. That makes sense. That makes sense. Are they okay? They're in chat, if that makes sense. Gumdrop Kimmy, that's Sun. So for this video, though, I struggled a lot with it. I struggled with knowing how to end it, because I felt like, despite all the stuff with W Corp, with TKT, with Kanto 6, and everything else we had mentioned on T Corp, I could not give anyone a full foundational explanation of how this worked. And eventually got to a point where I genuinely don't know how to end this. I don't know how to end this other than saying, yeah, that's unsatisfying, oh well. So, I decided to say, yeah, that was unsatisfying. And it turned into a professional crash out.
Supposed to assume that
You handled like 15. Well, the stuff in the final video was like 2 hours. Okay, 15 hours and 2 hours in the final. Yeah, that makes sense. So, unironically, I asked Ezgu to review my crash out script. And so I could get advice. Because he knows how to strategically do that. And I followed it. To be clear, I mostly did it. I mostly did it on my own, but I got a review a second pass. I just think it's funny to say that. That the crash out was indeed by design. In fact, where do I show that off? Where did we start with this?
today and tell my editor what she should be putting here. Well, any explanation I have relies on T-Corp making a whole bubble around the entire district.
There we go.
That either puts the entire place at near light speed or only allows in low light frequencies, neither of which I can say make any lick of sense with the evidence we have, and I have standards for these theories.
That's true. That's true.
So I guess
God, the wheeze was real though.
Reddit. Surely
asking Reddit was so stressful! It was so annoying! I gave them so much to work with!
No.
And I get nothing back! It's like talking to people that think they're know-it-alls in tech support. This comment was so assured that they knew what they were talking about. And it was totally irrelevant. The peak of arrogance without actually reading. Go to your TV watch program 25 fast forward and see what it looks like. Irrelevant.
Down a waterfall that I could get
it's a good crash to come out with actual good research, essentially.
Being smarmy and just
this one I will say is the few times I was actually frustrated. One of the few times where if this was rage bait, I got baited. Probably wasn't. I just don't like Reddit. I just don't like Reddit outside of PM stuff.
Answers. Please don't go harassing people. Nobody
Your first mistake was asking Reddit. True.
Single lick of sense.
But it really did help with the acting. It felt good. It felt good to try something new.
I don't know. Maybe there's a tiny frog inside of the
crash out helped, yeah.
That loves eating colors.
It's Reddit, it's probably not rage bait, true.
He beats the frog with a stick and says, "No, not this one." Maybe the T-Corp color frog theory will.
It's so dumb.
Or maybe T-Corp, just like the wing itself, is propped up by some nice ideas.
Okay, let's skip ahead.
We're at 20.
Just times like this, I feel listen, there's a lot of introspecting and a little bit of self-glazing here, but man, I feel like a damn good actor.
4 hours as well?
I want to do more of that.
If I, a 96-hour bitch, grab a 4-hour hamster and shake
it
wildly onto a canvas, can I use it as a vomit paintbrush as the legs slowly move like a viscous paste?
That's good. That's
good.
good.
To sink in yet, or do I have to give more hypotheticals to you and make my editor rapidly create more and more shoddy visuals to go along with it? None of this makes sense.
That was my message to Sun, that you can really start to ease off here, because this is a lot, by the way. The unfortunate thing is that Reddit is kind of go-to place for info now that Google is hot to do now. Yeah, I don't mind I don't mind searching on Reddit. I just don't mind having to ask anything that requires people to play in my space. That's it. There's just so much reward for like saying, no, you're wrong, ha ha ha, here's why, when it's actually something useful.
What are we doing?
It's good
here?
method acting, good actor, thank you, that's
out of this.
Again, pointing towards the viewer. I need to continue making the viewer uncomfortable and keep that strategic. That's clearly something that's a lot of fun to do.
Because despite
Within reason.
Here, so much of T-Corp lore is held up by fun concepts and minutia instead of most other parts of Project Moon.
True.
Is this really what you want to see? Because if so, screw it. I'll play. First, I'm curious about something. So how about you follow this rule on screen right now?
Yeah, I gave a lot of hearts from that.
If this colorless video that's mainly about accounting, bureaucracy, and
Dead eyes,
I'm
yeah.
gonna get some armchair partisan politicians in the comments talking.
I really thought me talking politics was gonna get people to like get weirdly political in the comments. Thankfully, I was wrong. Very glad about that. By the way, side note, one thing I didn't talk about but also put into the scrapped 2025 video, this was the year I really started studying up on politics a lot more. Like, I stepped it up. I was always aware, but now I'm like, okay, I'm out of the partisan shell. Or at least, mostly. I know what's about pragmatics over any kind of party. All I'll say is that I know things happen slowly then all at once, and leave it at that.
About how I'm misrepresenting a dangerous idea really is something you want to see, then fuck it. Get this video to 100k views before
November.
do that. I'll make a video
You can tell we rescheduled it.
on Herbert, his history, and his plans, even if that relies more on theory than.
Yeah, so, about that Herbert video, we did not reach it before November. So thankfully, for me, I guess not for y'all, I'm sorry. No signs of that happening. I really thought we'd do breakdowns of all the other fingers, but Content and I didn't give us much of the pinky. I'll probably do one of the index and probably the thumb at some point, but yeah.
Any other videos
So glad I caught a stream.
Or fuck it.
Welcome.
Maybe I'll just do it if 10 people sign up to my Patreon.
9 did it, by the way. We were so close.
Call that a deal too, because frankly, any person that goes over there is helping me to keep these videos coming out.
True!
That's been a genuine help to putting more effort into falling down this eternal abyss and dragging the rest of you down with me.
True. Okay. Enough just enjoying the scenery. I think that this video overcame a significant challenge that was hard to deal with. But this one overcame a harder one because it was both because of life issues and because I had to deal with learning how to handle talking about gameplay. But they're both really, really good. So this is easily in one of the best. I wish I could rank it higher, but there's a significant gap between these two. I'll leave it at that. Very good work there. Alright, politics feels like a rabbit hole. I got into it and I see it everywhere. That's because it is everywhere. That's just how that is. Just ends up making me sad if I delve into politics too much. If you learn what is and is not in your control, and focus on pragmatic solutions over moral ones, which sounds terrible, but I do genuinely mean pragmatic over moral, like focus on pragmatism, then morality, instead of the other way around. You can have both, by the way. I found it helps, at least me. But that's enough on that topic. We've got, I think, 10-ish left. Here we get into... Wait, what happened to the She Association Faust review? What happened to She Faust? Wait, She Faust has been skipped. The fuck? Okay, let's go into wrong one. Let's go into She Faust, because that was important. That was a fundamental one. Hold on here, let me do something real quick. Because I gotta fix this tier list. YouTube Studio. Actually, screw it. No, I'm not gonna add it. We're too late in. We can just have a reference to it. She Faust isn't real and can't hurt you. Some people I bet wish She Faust wasn't real and couldn't hurt her. But yeah, She Faust. This was an instance where I feel like I did better at gauging optimism, but fundamentally my videos were not good enough at stemming optimism. let's see how this played out. It was the shortest kit review as well.
For years, the She Association has remained in the shadows, waiting desperately for their time to come.
Uh-huh.
Or more accurately, well, they've been chained up in the basement living off of scraps and expired hype.
I think this was also the last kit review I edited too. So this is the last video I edited all myself.
Oh, now that we have a new She ID 5 seasons later, is the team back? No, absolutely not.
Okay, cool. Expectations were appropriately set. Great.
What do you think this is? Uptype 5? But don't hold that against this new Faust ID. She's
Okay.
actually looking pretty good and still fits into this
no,
assassination
wait, no.
playstyle. The real question
No, maybe not.
is, should you get her? Well, let me get you the TLDR. She
Okay.
Association East Section 3 Faust is
Where
a
does it
voice
go?
that gains poise for business and
Where does it
inflicts
go?
bleed for charity. The Pequod Trio, especially
Okay.
Ishmael, will help her, and the Blood Fiend commune loves the bleed she brings him. In other words, if you have a team that's good at sharing poise around, or a bleed team that perhaps needs more generation,
Right.
I'd say give her a look. But if you want to know how she works,
Okay, give her a look isn't
well,
a
we got
pure-
little She section. First things first.
She section is
Faust
fun.
here is an ammo
So far, I'm not really trusting this one. I feel like, do nothing to do fortunes, do 400 damage. Yeah. I think this was under the idea, when I made these kit reviews at the time, I really liked the idea that a kit does not give you the numbers, but it allows you to see the vision. It allows you, does this perhaps count as misinfo? You could argue that. I don't like that, but you could argue it. I want to explain this one though. When I made these reviews, was trying to make it so that since we didn't have the exact numbers and I wanted this to be quality and not just, ooh, guess, it would be, hey, here's what they're going for. Here's the vision. If you want to play with it, play with it. I wasn't expecting this to be a real meta-focused deal, but when you have currencies to work with, that's kind of what you invite. So that was the audience I was getting for it. Is educated speculation more than anything else? That's a fair way to put it. While I do feel like there is a language to learn with this, you're not avoiding educated speculation by any means. The issue here was that I was focused on having fun. I was focused on having fun with making these and seeing the fun in the ID, so much so that I framed this in a more positive manner, that I wasn't considering that folks looking into this for the meta's sake and were trying to save their shards would want it. When I said that it was going for, the blood fiends with bleed, and what did I say?
That's good at sharing poise around, or a bleed team that perhaps needs more generation, I'd say give her a look.
Right, okay, so poison bleed. That would be the best fit for her. You see the issue with that. That doesn't mean she is the best fit for those teams. That was the issue. I needed to combat that at the other way around. That was the main issue here. Let's see.
Truly rewarding to get maxed. We're just saying we need 200 total damage up at minimum for this to be acceptable. 300% for it to be good, and 400% for it to feel truly.
Okay, hear me out though. I think it was just in the presentation, or rather the structure of the video. The original inspiration of the video. Clearly, I was trying to say that this needed to be this much to be acceptable. Trying to meta limits is still insane to me. People found a way. People found a way, and I gotta live in that world. And then I started doing it, and people said, Frey, try not to be meta for a change. Like, you know nothing about my habits. 444, yeah, exactly! I see what the info we had, 400 is pretty good. But, saying acceptable to be good is, important.
Max target aim. And if 400 sounds like a lot, may I direct you to my dear friend and terrible former roommate, Encore Brioshu.
That's based on nothing.
That is precedent.
True! This is where precedent was used! Wait, this was evidence!
Like her,
wait.
Unit wants to strike a solo
Hold on.
Glimmer because
Hold
it works
on.
with the other two statuses in this kit. Faust will inflict lodged arrow.
Okay. So, this is what I'm saying. I think it was the premise or the attitude the video was taken with that was not cognizant of meta players or people with limited shards. It was the presentation of the info, not there was no, intent to ignore. I personally think the info was there and just thought as oh, hey, this is what's fun to present the same information as, but it really gave off the idea that this was better than it was.
That means that even if the half jacket
Meta slaves, I can't stand them sometimes. Just let me be garbage and learn my own pace and peace. That's what I'm saying. I gotta live in a world with them. And sometimes I just get rid of them. Kanto 9 and Northern Light taught me that.
up all of her arrows, you've got.
Oh wait, also that drip.
That means that even if the half jacket hero here, great drip by the way,
I would
uses up
buy
all of
it.
her arrows, you've got
Project Moon,
half
make
your
it.
skills
Make it.
Still scaled up to try and get them back. And what can I say? I like that. It means you're rewarded by swapping between Brain Rate Windrod and actually playing the game. Blessed be, we've got.
That's a little bit generous.
The last of which are the skill 3, Glimmer.
Okay, I've seen enough. Because what's more important is that in here, I got a lot of comments. I wanted to... Also, other people said, should you get her? Hype moments in aura, so hell yeah, I guess. I want to get feedback, because I was trying to make these better. Because these were blitzed out over 48 hours. I would like to make sure they're more than a flash in a pan for the first day or so. Statistically wise, like interest-wise, that's just not going to happen. They can be changed over time to keep in what's valuable while having some more love put in, which is what happened. So if these have helped you post-release or haven't helped with using new units, please reply here and let me know. I wanted to make sure the time goes where it matters. Thanks all the same. So I got feedback. I wanted feedback on these. And a lot of the feedback I got was on something that I just couldn't accomplish. Review the kit. At least consider waiting until the ID. They like the humor voice in a cohesive way. I don't think it messes up too much, which was like, it's fine. And they just like it. So it was either... Well, with the exception of this one, though. Let's read this out. Because I asked for this. The reviews are pretty misleading. They don't really do much units actually do in play. I remember Lord Harling and Chicken Sinclair were pretty confusing for me. I think this person really hit the nail on the head. The main issue is the emphasis on positivity. His talks of downsides with Ultra Numb here and opportunity costs help things grounded. Keep things grounded. The quality and they don't help explain the basic mechanics, so it's not all bad, just a grain of salt thing. Let's pour one out for Ferris F. Falsis. Probably one of my best references on how to change this. Very constructive, very helpful. This is what inspired the vision boards that would come up. Because now I would include vision boards after this video, and how the ID could be ruined. So, like, there were methods on how this ID could be ruined that were presented, like bad damage, if it would take a long time to get the turn up. If it used 4 arrows, or you needed 4 turns. They were just not highlighted. They weren't explicitly given a section so people could, like, have their expectations weighed. This was the major turning point with how these were handled. And I think, as far as it goes, that puts it, above the Hayes show here. Or we'll put it below the Reverse 1999 one, in theory. But whatever, that's it. Good constructive criticism, I know, it's nice! Alright, it's 3 a.m. here. We gotta finish this up, man. Next kit review, Wallop 7. This is the first one I got help with Sun. This one, I'm gonna start speeding through these. I'm just gonna start telling a story. This one was, I think, right below the ego breakdown. Because, I lied, I'm not speeding through these. Who am I kidding? We're at the last 10 videos, so fuck it, we ball. It's 3 a.m. for me too? Yeah. But no, that was the GOAT. I wouldn't say it's entirely their fault things changed that way, but they helped. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that very much. Why am I awake? Why am I awake? I'm not making money off this.
Whoa there!
This was a big Spampton reference. This is the first one Sun edited, so we got to have this juice in kit reviews, and it was great.
Whoa there, buddy! I couldn't help but notice you were all alone on a wall.
The fisheye is such a nice touch.
Purge you for the dregs you are. Wish power gone down the drain. Living in Confucius's garbage, man. Well, now's your chance to make a blood clot. Season 5 was about
That's so dumb.
To an arranged marriage. Then season 6 is about Rupture getting a divorce and Tremor going into their slut era, minus the only sinner who may have a living wife. Both of these WALP IDs keep up the trend of merging Tremor with another status, and love it or hate it, they already look promising from their kits alone, with WALP being all the insurance I need to vouch for the rest. But if you must...
Okay, that's a solid endorsement. And this had the first vision boards!
That was available, but not used.
Let's go!
She killed the enemy with 1 coin while at 3 bright, she'll have 2 now.
And I think this helped a lot with helping people understand the IDs. God! Also, hybrid IDs are fun, yeah.
Either way,
Still though,
core of the ID. Do all you can to use the same sin over and over.
this felt like it helped them get so much more educational. And then Sun helping made it so that I could focus on scripting and making the vision boards and understanding the ID, and all she had to do was edit it, and I had to give her context, and that was it. Oh my god, this was the answer. Because I recognized I couldn't keep doing this. I was so damn tired of making these kit reviews, because I was doing all-nighters basically every other week, or trying to and getting frustrated when I couldn't. And I just said, screw it, increase the editing budget, let's try this for a bit, and see where it goes. Only issue with this was that it took some time for us to get used to it. So Sun, again, has other people she works with. She had another client. I'm not going to talk about that client much, but they had to juggle that video, and since this was the first video that she did on kit reviews, we thought it'd be really simple. She thought the other project would be really simple. Didn't happen that way. It just didn't. So she basically had to juggle 2 videos at once from the 24 hours that we were expected me to get this to her, from her to her getting it out. And this video came out during maintenance for Walpurgis. This video came out 2 hours before the IDs were released. It got over to her at the same time, and Son, if you're here, this isn't to shame you, of course, because it was circumstantial. But the lesson was, don't expect things to go well when working with an editor for the first time, especially if it's a new format and you have limited time. I couldn't even review this. I just slapped on the outro and we went, and luckily nothing happened. However, I can't say the same of this video, which is very unfortunate. So I bring this up. Son, I know you're dreading it. I bring this up because this video has a major mistake in it. Hey, dude, you are enough and you did enough. If you want to come on and explain what happened, you can, but I feel like I can do a good job explaining. If you feel like you want to add more context, you can. But this was the second one we worked on. Lesson learned, don't work on another person's work with this. Good lesson, but this was the first time that it was done without any other stuff going on. When did I pick her up? We started working together in July. Her first video was the Sin Shin Mong one. But it was still the first video under regular circumstances, not extenuating circumstances. And it led to pulling an all-nighter, which sucks for everyone, because you never went out to pull an all-nighter. It's what I'm doing right now, and that's going to suck for me for tomorrow, but still. This video, I'd say, was pretty good. But it does have one flaw. It also came out right during maintenance. I couldn't review it.
To say I'm feeling Heisho fatigue, the fact that we've either drugged or killed 11 units in this mirror world, and then the 2 newest furries give proper sinking to dawn and burn to heath, screw it. Let's go whole hog. Shove an Ox Bolus in Merceau, give a new charge unit, and complete the zoo. I mean, since Lei Hang
That's
is
fair.
scattered in this world, we'd finally get to see if having a full 12 center faction's worth the hype. Because somehow, Spherical Dawn absolutely is.
This is true. The IDs were really good. However, there was an issue. I'm trying to find where specifically. With how we handled, I believe, Heisho Heathcliff. And that was in... Fuck, where was it? I think it was here.
Enemy on hit based on
Let's see.
The simplest of the bunch. The skill 2, mutilating.
Okay, no, that's the skill 2. It was when the skill 2 also was up again. I believe it wasn't this one. Pretty sure it wasn't that one. Did go into the skill 3. When was it? Let's see. Maybe it was here.
And we'll give Heathcliff some burn count while applying rupture count and burn potency on the enemy. This counter has 3 other effects that are
Sure, not the counter.
At 30, he's lost. Speaking of, Sinclair's buff from
There's a specific part in this kit review I'm trying to find.
needed him to lose 90%.
It should be very evident once I see it in the
while I doubt
preview.
we should expect this buff to be super powerful. Anywhere
Holy
from
shit, it's
30
3
to
a.m.
60% feels reasonable, especially since the man knows how to lick his wounds.
Oh shit, I think it's here.
Skills, which, in addition to
Okay, here we go.
coin power buffs,
There's just pointing at nothing, by the way. I didn't even notice that.
He wielder has burn, low HP or blood flame.
So here we go, here we go.
To the target and himself,
Sure, details on what's common between all of them.
First off, there's the skill 1, Peckham, which inflicts rupture.
Sure, Peckham.
Skill 2, mutilate, deal X.
Skill 2.
And you can reuse for mentally based on how strong the coins and
Trying to find it.
So you should be able to, so hey, the massacre. Like what's you've got the meteor skills, starting with the skill 3, Blood Flame Massacre. Like what Sinclair.
Ah. Right. Okay, so we pulled up the wrong skill for this one, basically.
Flame Massacre. Like what Sinclair.
Or was it? Was it this part?
Starting with the skill 3, Blood Flame.
Rooster's Rampaging Blades. So yeah, I think this was it. I thought it was the skill 2 coming up when it was the skill 3, but oh well. But the idea was that we basically had the wrong skill up. It was an all-nighter. Got really tired when editing it. It was a new project. Yeah, it's a skill 3 too. Okay, maybe I thought skill 2, not skill 3 too.
Massacre. Like with Sinclair, this beauty has
and the quotes
that our boys gonna be swinging wildly at random from
weren't quite correct what was going on.
Also give him blood flame, but having blood flame
that's what hold it. Yes, you sold me on the car. Fantastic.
Which is great since their effects are pretty damn good and don't need to be uncracked to proc. All 3 of
Just
the first
shit.
coins will add burn to himself and the target by default, and cause
all 3 of the first coins.
Proc burn damage on himself, helping him get below that 50% threshold. Finally, the last coin will inflict count and make like the S.
Ooh, that's rough. That's rough. Yeah, I'm so sorry, son. The all-nighter hit. Basically, yeah, this first attempt without any other project did go better. Actually, I'm sorry, I can't even say that, but we did learn. We did learn, it was a learning process, and basically, all that held it back was editing issues. That's what was unfortunate about it. Yeah. And we still what you meant? Yeah. You got that? What made it a little too fine a point, though, was I didn't watch it, so I didn't know this, and then I made a comment. This is another one I didn't watch. We're uploading due to the time limit, so if you want to reply by lying to me about what my editor put in, go for it. See you in the railway. And then people started pointing that out. Frey told you all the lie about what I put in instead. It's actual errors that I missed before sending it to Frey. I will bear this cross. You've been a great sport about that, by the way. And then people were still good sports about it. People were very sweet and good sports in general. Peter the Horse is here. They put Ramadan skill up. Oh, so it was Ramadan skill. So that's probably what that was. It was less than 10 minutes, entirely Martin Sonic kissing if necessary. That was great. But no, like, I belabored the point long enough. It was unfortunate. It sucked. But then we learned, like, hey, we can do better than this. We can move on and try again. The lesson was let people need time to learn things. Don't expect things to go perfect the first time or even the second, because it really paid off later. It really did. And we'll talk about this at another point. However, this is the most underrated tier list that currently exists. This video, ranking every ego based on how edible it is. This, I think, is above Philip. I'm putting this video above the Philip one. Sorry, not sorry. This is unique. This had really good bounce back. Only issue is Philip is better in its execution. Philip is better in its execution. God damn it, I can't deny it. I can't deny it. This tier list video, I'd say at least rivals the Philip video. Actually, I should be doing newest. We're at the, last 10. If you haven't seen it, you really should watch it. I feel like this is the most underrated video on the entire channel. It is sponsored, which didn't help. By the way, for no reason at all, I just want to say, sponsors can ask you to delete comments that tell you when the ad ends. Also, sponsors usually will tell you to put the ad like 2 minutes into the video, or like in the first third or first 10%. So that happens to be a lot, but I feel like this concept did not reach a lot of people, or they didn't like it. I watched it live while grinding Silk Song. It's a good tier list, yeah. That tier list is wonderfully unhinged. It deserves to be a classic. Yeah, I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. And we leaned into it from the get-go. I even made you guys crying children, which I might do again. I don't know. That might be a little too far.
Hold on to your mouths, chat, because this is the
Yeah, imagine they would do something like that. Yeah.
Ego ranking tier list. Sure, there are plenty of
We'll still say Raid Shadow Legends, one of the better companies that I've worked with. And leave it at that.
guides out there about how well ego can serve you in a fight. But if these juiced up skills are gonna come at the cost
But that's as a partner, as a sponsor.
I'd rather see how they could serve
That's
me
exactly in that context.
So today, we're finding out just how easy every ego in Limbus company is to cook, how some of them can help with cooking, which ones are only good in the cannibalism district, and by the end, which ego makes for the best.
God.
Because my recent stuff has made some folks think I'm a step away from distortion. I gave in to the buddy system and invited
I leaned into it so hard. Oh God.
we were, you know, shooting the shit at the bar. I'd just throw back some wine every time we moved on to an
Yeah, so for context, it's not just that the concept was we ranked all of the ego by how edible they were. I invited Apollo, who's basically my drinking buddy. For reference, Apollo and I like have drunk conversations once every few months. And it's like, it lasts hours, and it's one of those things where you catch up after a few months with some brewskis, and it's so fun. And I guess we're streaming more often. We might do that podcast we did again. I think it'd be fun. But we were getting progressively more drunk throughout this stream, and it showed. The Valentino Lucio allegations will not be beaten is all I'm saying.
Clearly, there's no way that could go wrong.
Are you gargling the wine?
I gotta let people know that something's in my mouth. So, first thing.
Yeah, this is the most tame part of the video. Let's see. Here's the thing about it. This video had such a good concept. This video had such a good performance. Unfortunately, this is the first one where, I was telling Froggy mid-stream because I was so damn drunk to make so many damn things. They understandably just cut all those out. I don't blame them for it. But B, I also told Froggy midway through the stream, I don't know if I'm not gonna find it, in the video, that they need to smoke weed if we're gonna be drunk while doing this. And they did. Unfortunately, that meant the video came back barely edited in comparison to the others. And I was like, did you really smoke weed while doing this? They were like, yeah. And I was like, alright. So I polished it up. I made an intro. I edited the intro we had there. I made the little glass tinkling sound effects and I added a lot of flair to it. I gotta admit, it was stressful. But this could have been such a good idea. And I'm gonna take responsibility for that. I'm the one that said Froggy should smoke. Thinking it'd be like a Doug deal, but it wasn't. Yeah, look. I directed you this way. Dead dove do not eat dog. That's the way I see it. But as time went on, I started finding like more and more ways to own it. And around the 40-minute mark, we start to get into it being a fun time. Around the time Ishmael gets here. So let's see, I used this little animation every time I took a sip.
Probably is, actually.
Anything's edible once.
It's the eye, it's me. I'm putting it at the bottom of doable, though. Fuck this. I'm gonna bestow-
Oh wait, I gotta talk about blood sausage, don't I? The blood sausage bit was very natural. It was very organic. We basically tried to make an argument that a lot of things that were dripping with blood, like Mirkaya, could be into blood sausage because technically that is blood moved into a sausage form. And people got really confused with why I was talking about blood sausage so much. And then I realized midway through that, wait, if I said this was Hemo Bars, you guys would get it. You guys would get it if I made it a Project Moon reference and not actual food.
Show some real wisdom on you, Paul. We're on to Ishmael.
The violent gargling.
Snagging they harpoon.
Yo.
Oh, I'm sorry I keep bouncing around, but I need to show you guys one thing in particular. We roped Sunil into this. and he was here for just a little bit, but it was a perfect amount of time. It was a perfect amount of time. There were a lot of really fun moments. This is probably the most fun tier list ranking. It's also the one that, because it went so unhinged, and Paul was good with it. I asked Apollo by the end of this recording, like, hey, are you okay? And she said, oh yeah, that was a lot of fun. Because she was method acting, she was yes-anding to high heaven! And I'm so proud of her for that. She did such a good job. And then we just took Sunil out of playing Satisfactory.
Let's see if Sunil's awake.
Blood Sausage is now an ego gift exclusive to Frey Cheqama for the event. Kinda, yeah. I saw this video after staying awake for 33 hours editing, and I genuinely up to now thought I made this video up in my head? No fucking way, Baz!
Let's annoy Sunil about
That's
this.
really
He's
funny.
the Arknights expert himself.
So we got Sunil in here to talk about the Arknight's ego.
Wait.
Yeah, let's annoy Sunil about this. Let's consult the Arknights expert himself.
And he and Lucian were playing Satisfactory, so we kidnapped him.
There he is.
Hey! Hey, buddy!
Hey, Sunil, so we have a question. Do you think that monitor, like the thing that Called Sit uses, do you think that could be used for as a cooking tool?
This is a creepypasta type video?
stabbing?
Yes.
Maybe some cutting?
I think you could do more than that. It could be used for cooking, because it also has an energy beam it could shoot out.
I also refuse to call this creature anything other than monitor.
Process. You'll never believe this. It could be used for every single step of cooking cookies, because Monster also has a human form.
Oh, that kind of fucks, actually. That kind of fucks.
Wait, while Sunil's here, we should grab him for the other egos as well. That might be a good idea.
Okay, we stay on this for a little while, but all I remembered was that the end of what he was here for.
If you eat her, you die. Touch the
It tastes good. Eyeing for the hour. Gregor and his
horse.
You're bringing.
Yeah, that.
Oh my God, and pick it clean. Brilliant
Wait.
glory. We're gonna eat every man in Scabbard on this guy and pick it clean.
Yeah, somehow this became the most edible ego.
Maybe. Oh
because
my
it's
God.
a horse with
Here's the
buffalo
thing.
wings.
Horse meat kind of
That was great.
We would get some giant ass buffalo wings, Apollo.
Mhm.
Both of those are more conventional food than like skinning Faust as a fish and making blood pudding. I think that's
True.
S tier.
We're putting him in S, yeah.
I think that's our first S tier.
First S being Gregor is just what we needed, man.
Excellent.
Bro would taste good.
Okay, Sunil, you know what this calls for?
What?
Oh yeah, they've
Are
been
you gargling balls?
gargling. They've been gargling the wine for some reason. Well, I just sip. Cheers.
Cheers. Let's go. I think that's all we needed you for, Sunil. Thank you so much for participating.
Thank you. Get back to Satisfactory, okay? Play 8 hours of it for
Tell
us.
Lucian we said hi.
Seek therapy.
Yo!
That was a good ending. But now I gotta show you how it ends. I gotta show you how the video ends, of course. Wait, Bagbass, when you imagine this video, did that ever lead you to, like, make me do the Ahab voice with this in mind? Or was that just a funny coinky-dink? I'm sure it was a coincidence. But I think it'd be really funny if it wasn't.
Hey, it's me. I'm putting at the bottom of 5 sinners remaining.
Snacking they harpoon.
I think we got midway through here. Oh, wait, yeah, no, we got midway through here. Here's why I asked about it. Because we covered, this was Butcher Vanity. Source of flame conductor than the stones of Don Quixote. Do you agree, Apollius pornography VA?
No one knew it's called. They call me Paul.
Oh yeah, no one knew why I called her Paul Porn. They just thought that was up there. They didn't know her job. Anyway.
There. I'm putting the whale in.
This VOD is about to be 10 hours. I fucking hate it here. So real.
Food. Better food.
I think we're.
Okay, here we go.
Ishmael, rank now. 5. Agree, Apollius pornography.
All right, we'll just play through.
It's called.
It was 100% vibes type. Nice.
Capote Ishmael, rank now. Fire, 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 meat, fire, 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 meat. She has less meat than Merceau, so we're gonna put her under Merceau. Blind obsession Ishmael.
There we go.
You do not.
There it is.
Polonius pornography has nothing to fear, for within the whale all of our questions are answered. She will provide
An alcohol hit.
blubber and hair. Orange. This is a whale.
Oh my God, that was fucking Ahab for a second.
I'm putting the whale up there. I'm putting the whale in food. Better food.
I think we're eating the whale for sure. Yeah.
I'm gonna eat the whale. I'm gonna eat the whale today. I'm Apollo VA. I'm gonna eat the whale today. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm gonna eat the whale today. I'm Apollo VA.
It went from like frat bros to whatever.
Jesus Christ. You wanna know what my dream body is as I age, Apollo VA? Oh God.
I'm so sorry in advance. I don't know what's happening, man.
So anyway, when we talk about dream bodies as we age,
This
when I
was-
get, like,
this
50 or
was-
60, I
this
look like
was
this. You ever
nothing.
seen No, I'm Not a Human?
Yes, we both watched Lucian play it.
That's so true, bestie. I want to be the cat lady. I
Nothing
wanna
prompted
bend.
this,
I
by
wanna
the way.
dance. I want to do so much shit. I want to be creature.
You scare me.
You are Apollo VA, and we are talking about wing beat.
We were talking about No, I'm Not a Human.
Oh god, it just keeps getting worse from here.
Now, and they're both green, are they not, Polonius? Would you snack 'ems on this body? This
was so good!
Look at that face.
I was drenched in sweat as I was working on this. Hey, I give you an exercise plan.
Scary.
Can I be honest with you, Paul? Honestly, Paul, this is the first ego I'd say would to.
You can tell how far down we are. Never before or since.
It's over.
It's over.
End the stream. It's over. End the stream. It's over. That thing's terrifying. What do you mean?
Okay, but in the right light.
Okay, I think that's it. You guys should watch. If there is one video you should watch, it's this one. This one is so fucking underrated. It was so good. It took a lot. What do you think? What do you mean? What is Project Moon? I don't give a shit. It's this late. This list is over. It's canned. Don't ever call me again. Can I leave? God, everyone was uncomfortable. It was so good. Oh, shit. I also see the vision. That's great. Drunken with your content team when? That's not a bad idea at some point. But no, I think this video had a lot to offer that unfortunately didn't do well, and I also think the Raid Shadow Legends sponsor didn't help. I genuinely think this was so unique. You know what? Fuck it. It does go above Philip. I'm making an executive order on that. Philip was played very safely. This one was all risk, and I think it was executed really well for what it was. It was good. It was good. Just the clicks having me laughing out loud. Yes! The only issue, I guess, is that it could have been polished more. But even then, I think what came out was solid. And I just think the concept didn't go over well with people. This one, Froggy, I'm curious to get your thoughts on this. This one, I think... it goes above the sponsored video. I don't think it's that good. I don't think it's that bad, though. I just think it's fine. This video was made for the Project Moon anniversary video. Not to be confused with the Limbus Company anniversary. This was the Project Moon anniversary stream. And I feel like this was the one where by the end, we were kind of tired of Season 6. We were kind of tired of it. Hold up. I liked making it, but the chemistry definitely was different. Found the PowerPoint login again, and you know what?
So I think what happened here is we had like 4 more people, which was like almost doubling it, which means there was a lot more talking over each other. There was a lot more, only the easiest to make jokes came to the front. We were also like really tired of a lot of what was going on with Season 6. That I think there was even, and despite what I said about Reddit before, an understandable Reddit post made about us not liking the game. I am very confident that it referenced us, at least in a part of it, either by the OP or some comments. Where it sounded like we just weren't having a good time. I want to listen to a few of these parts. I guess this one was the most watched. Let's see.
So nice.
The next info is Kanto 9.
She is beautiful.
For reference, this is what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? 10 people in voice chat. There were like... yeah, I'm gonna say it. 6 or 7 in the voice chat. I unironically think I made a 6-7 joke Froggy put in, and then I cringed at myself, and I took it out. I'm pretty sure the me that was streaming was happy with that joke being in there, too. But let's just watch.
Okay. Oh, I'm going to nut all over the place. I love this.
Okay, Kumo no Ito in Filipino means how is this?
Filipino.
Okay, that's funny. I was mad? Why were you mad? Wait, you were mad that I cut out the 6-7 joke? Wait, what? Oh, that's funny. That's so funny.
Google Translate.
But Frey, what does it mean in American?
Oh, Yuzuki is dead. Her daughter is dead. Yeah. Dead.
Yeah. We said it was. Yes. Oh yeah, the biggest relief I had throughout this entire ordeal was that the release date would be on December 31st. So I would, well, you'll see. Oh my god, yes, thank you.
Technically, it's still dropping this year.
No, that's the best date. That's the best date. That's the best date it could be. My team gets to rest. I get to rest. We all get to rest. I was genuinely concerned that we wouldn't be able to rest enough, and that I would have to make a hard choice to either skip a video or see if there was a way I could make it work. I was scared, man. It was one of those 2-second bits that got me cackling like a moron. Man, I'm sorry. It's one of those rough moments where I have to reserve the right in my position. But I don't know. I think that one just hit me more. I think November was also the time where I was willing to get the most unhinged I've ever been. Where I was okay with being very grating, very abrasive, to a point where that I wasn't before. And I think it seeped into it, and I eventually thought, okay, we've gone too far, let's pull back a little. We don't have to work out some bullshit!
Merry Christmas, everyone. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year.
Oh my god. Okay. And that was it. That was the most viewed section. Let's see if there are any other spikes. Most replayed, okay.
10. So I'm
Wait, it's John Limbus? Are you talking about Ezgu in the video? Okay.
That's
that is an optimistic time frame. I was thinking
It's
11
not
or 12.
It's not possible, but it is very optimistic. Oh god, Threadspin 5. Yes. After season 6's events, we were talking about Threadspin 5.
Can't wait to see how hard some of these ego Threadspin 5s are gonna hit.
Hard.
This entire community is just sex!
Okay.
That is a fair call out. I saw this and I thought, we need to diversify our humor. Oh god, I want to be better at this, but I'm one part of a collective. And that's in part why I cut out the 6-7 bit, by the way. Truth nuke. That was so right. That actually made me start out my drink. Froggy carried a lot of this.
Don't need any more animations. Just do it 2 times speed.
Oh my god, what is this is also in part why I think when we're gonna do the next roadmap stream, we're gonna try to do a few things different. Cause we had like an hour-long conversation after the events of this video ended. It was half conversation, half debate, frankly, about the state of Project Moon and like how optimistic to be about it. I think I was on the more optimistic side of some things, and it was mainly talking with Sunil and Ezgu. And Rie was also there, but I think she was just vibing and playing, which was really funny. I kind of wish I kept some of that in. I think what happened was we had a lot of our reactions in there, which were more negatively geared because we were exhausted with what we're getting in season 6, which I don't think needs elaborating. And then being told about Uptide 5, release dates being the biggest deal. It just didn't feel like there was a lot positive to latch onto that was cool and easy to make a funny time joke about. Which sucks. I feel like it's part nature and nurture, right? Environment and actor. I think what I want to do is see if we can get fewer people in the call this time. And it might just be focused on the creators. It kind of sucks to do that because these are legit, like... These are the people I trust the most in the community in general. Like, if we go back to the venting for a bit, there are 11 people who know about what I've been through and that I spend time with on a near daily basis. It is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people here. There should be more. Wait, that's Kim Ji-hoon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people here. Minty, our friend Lucian, and Bean. And it's gonna suck to have to not have everyone there. I'm not really sold on whether that's happening yet, but I think we gotta find some way to make it not so cacophonous and borderline incomprehensible. I think a comment literally said it was borderline incomprehensible at some points, which I think they're right about. But also I want to have more substance. Also, Doug video. I want to have more substance if there's something that feels important in like a scripted segment and not just leave it to what we said at 3 a.m. Funny thing is I'm saying that at 3:41 a.m. So that's why I think this one doesn't quite hit the mark as well, and why I think it's fine being above this video. That being said, Ego, Distortion, Avno is one of the grades. It's a capstone video. It's gotta be. It's an essential. It's essential watching. That one has to be there. It's not topping the Moses video, by any means. That one is basically the point where I could look up from what I was doing and see like, oh shit. Why do I have so much attention on me now? So I started on this video at the start of September, right? Yeah, I started studying this video at the start of September. And it took us working through October to begin starting on it. And then several delays throughout November. This was a Sun project, by the way. And then Sun getting money from the Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship, because I like to alternate who gets sponsorships. And all my editors get a percentage value of it, because I think that, fun fact, the more the channel grows and the more average views you get, the more money you get. So I think it's a nice little bonus and reward for the channel growing, because otherwise it's a fixed like hourly rate I try to keep to. So it was like, hey, this is a chance for me to really show my appreciation and get the money. If I did not get the money from Raid Shadow Legends, I would have had a much harder time paying Sun. Her being paid for the Raid Shadow Legends ad avoided a major issue with handling this video. It was great. This is one of the videos where I did get a lot of criticism, both justified and not. I think the most justified criticism and unjustified criticism can be found in this part. First off, I just want to say, a lot of really good bits. A lot of really good bits. I feel like I was a little too jokey in some areas, but it was interesting and entertaining. This was Sun's first foray into doing a cinematic cutscene.
Everything that is in me.
This is Lucian, by the way. Oh, Paulu.
It is to become a self unbound by the eyes and standards of the city.
So I should disregard.
This is Lucian.
Everything that is in me.
That's right.
He's voice acted a few things now for us.
Have you always been?
And by I mean me and other creators.
Trying to reawaken down another path.
I simply ask questions others have never given thought to. And usually, we understand each other.
Anyway, this was Sun's first foray into doing a cinematic edit, like one of these, similar to the Distortion Detective or Don Quixote ones. And it took some time. We had to, like, do up another pass or two, but that's just because we're going from funny sophist, Hollow Knight Silk Song meme edit video to I kind of want to make people cry. The voice acting was great, though. Who do you think has the strongest ID with now Randy Song? Yi-Song. Because of that ID. But then, like, there were some justifiable criticisms where some parts were too jokey. I think if I could find the best example of it, it was... Oh, where the hell are you? Let's see. This was a really good bit. I just kind of wished I phrased it differently. But I loved how this turned out. Visually.
To make use of it is the low pro.
Yes, here it is.
Panic attack. Allow me to demonstrate. Use of it is the.
Okay, here we go. I basically framed Distortion as like saying you had a really bad day. I was kind of intending this as like the Joker interpretation of we're all one really bad day from becoming monsters. I don't think that came across though. It could have been clearer with that.
Moon's ego and distortion power system.
But this was
and
funny.
Allow people to wield their light to give their mind physical form. All it costs to make use of it is the low price of a single panic attack. Allow me to demonstrate.
So, let's say you had the worst day of your life.
That was such a good transition, in effect.
Two of your friends died, you
It was because of an actual glitch, by the way. Premiere glitched out and it worked that way.
forgot how to make fried chicken, and your long-lost brother came back to steal your house. At some point, your poor mind just can't handle that. And all you can see is utter darkness in front of you before a colorful...
You get the rest of the idea. Some of this leaned a little too far into jokey. Again, it was November, and I was really trying to lean more into personality to figure out where I was, who I was, how that felt. So with that in mind, I don't know, I might, if I could do this again, I might pull back a little bit, but not by much. There were some things that I feel like were controversial. Like, I called distortions from Golden Bows different, like golden distortions, and my messaging was a bit mixed on it. Where I said, it's not quite distorting, but kind of is, but then I called it a golden distortion and made up a name to, like, differentiate it as, like, a category. There are many chances to say, well, I did mean this, or I didn't mean this, but it just wasn't clear. Also, I didn't factor in that one of the packs for Cromer mentions the word distortion in it, and it's like, okay, that's a pretty good sign. Talking about aberrations and talking about what happened with the terminal stage of distorting in regards to Jump Soon, I was surprised at how many folks thought that Jump Soon becoming Schadenfreude, they thought he was an aberration of Schadenfreude. This, like, was really the first sign to me that either Project Moon stuff is less communicative than before, or I'm sorry to say it, I lost faith in the reading comprehension of some Project Moon fans. Or I just got way too good at it, and my standards increased. It's one of the two. It's one of the two. It's one of the two. But I don't know. I think a lot of people really thought that Schadenfreude coming from Jump Soon was a sign that, oh, there could be several Schadenfreudes. At least outside the explanations I gave, or like, maybe it's from another dimension. Maybe technically that could work. Or is it an aberration? But it's an exact clone, so it couldn't be an aberration. Sorry, I'm a little rambling right now. Let's just keep going. The one part that I feel like this video showcases where I took on something big and I made a couple of mistakes, but also the community is very prone to misunderstanding things, is in the Fuse, Ego, and Red Mist section. At the start, I sourced this as Kali's page Library of Una, and basically say verbatim what happens in it.
With a lot of power to back it up.
Media literacy said sometimes, kinda, yeah.
She was able to stave off the thoughts coming from
Kinda.
this mimicry sword and make use of it to both...
But one of the top comments on this video is someone saying about Kali. She gained her ego before the White Nights and Dark Days, and it's been stated explicitly that the distortion phenomenon exists because light wasn't fully spread, first because of Angela and because Roland interrupted it. That's why Kali didn't hear Carmen. This doesn't acknowledge why this could still happen and why the Red Mist could still exist with Ego. Like, I'm sorry, but this means ignoring your eyes and the source. Where
Virtuous eyes she always were.
Kali specifically knew Carmen. She heard Carmen from being in person.
Kali was already told from the get-go that if she let...
And I feel like the fact that this is one of the top comments really made me lose faith in the reading comprehension of Project Moon fans. I hate to say it, I really do. But it made me sad.
Mocked for her vision, or how much those around her would fear.
Where the source was given very clearly...
To lead them all the same.
It's very clear that this still happened with Kali, and it had to happen somehow with an explanation. And I explained specifically, she said that it was the... She already knew Carmen.
And before she knew it, she was no...
I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe I went outside my audience, but I feel like that was in the audience. That part just made me realize, damn, maybe I need to lower my standards and expectations. Or maybe I just need to be more critical of it. Who knows? One or the other. One or the other. Either way! Carmen's not the only way to distort now. I mean, there are monoliths, but Carmen was involved. This just happened while Carmen was alive. It's not because of Carmen, it's because of the ego gear. But them saying that she couldn't have heard Carmen's voice when literally she was talking with her at the water cooler at this time? I feel like that's an intentional ignoring of the facts. That's about it. That's about it. It's negligence. But then again, it's a fan, so can I really be too hard on negligence? I can just be sad that a lot of people got behind it. That's all. That's all. Think we just have some of the Abno? Maybe. The Abno's representations of laws? No. Oh, that's a very wrong reading comprehension. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm literally saying. I was gonna say Red Mist relied on ego gear and didn't manifest it. No, they did. No, she did. She had ego gear and then manifested her own ego. That's how it works. Read the key page. Read her key page. Read the source in the video. Okay. This one is a good video, and I'm gonna stand by that. This kit review is probably the best kit review that will ever exist. This one about Drifting Blade Ryoshu is important. She has both, kind of. No, she has both. It's a very unique scenario, but she does have both. This kit review is the best kit review I will ever make, and it's unfortunate that it was on an ID. It is unfortunate that it was on an ID that was not received well. That is when I learned two things. One, no matter what you do, if an ID is not hype, it's not worth it, especially if it's a one-off ID and not a two-banner. And two, I really should just skip some IDs if it doesn't feel like it's going to be worth the time. It's some of the most comprehensive kit review. You know what I'm talking about. Because I did the one thing that I'm never doing again for kit reviews, maybe. Well, maybe I will. I guessed the numbers. I was tired of people. This December through January was very much I'm tired of people, man. I'm tired of the attention. I'm tired of like the folks that I can factually prove are wrong about things, just saying shit, and me being able to notice them more. Also, the thing I was wrong about with the Distortion Ego Abno video was that fused ego is not an official term. The content of that section was real. All correct. The name wasn't. We kind of addressed that earlier, though. Night Drifter Ryoshi. Yeah. So, she mentioned manifest ego from hearing voices from the prototype ego, and plus no, and she manifested. Yes. And she also heard Carmen because she was there. I'm not saying she manifested ego because Carmen had a one-on-one conversation with her while she was having voices. I'm saying it is factual that she heard Carmen and she was in her thoughts, and her words were in her thoughts at the time. That is in the source. Sorry, it is late. I'm gonna move on from this conversation. I can recognize the lateness is getting to me a little bit. But yeah, Gabrur's an interesting case either way. Let's just see how this one starts.
There are no wrong reasons for wanting to get 90.
Already setting expectations on this one.
Whether it's because they're your favorite character, or they have a story that you're interested in seeing, or it scratches some gameplay itch an ID just hasn't yet for you. However you choose to spend your time and whatever resources you have, no one's really fit to judge that. But on the other hand, if you choose to pull or shard based off of that, well, you've already made your choice on
This
whether
was cute.
you should get this ID, haven't you?
Yeah, this was the start of like, oh hey, people are already saying yes or no to whether they get the ID before they watch the video and decided that that's the answer. And I think I'm not really annoyed by that anymore. I think I was letting it get to me because it was new. I think I'm more used to it now. And it's like, this is just a fun thing viewers do. It's fine. But I was trying to say like, hey, the choice is up to you. Don't consider my answer to be gospel. This is a way to help you decide whether you should get something. A title that only exists now because it's categorically the thing that gets people to click the most. I tested it several times. Every video that had one of the three options in an ABC test include should you get, far outperformed with that title than any other one that was trying to be cute or informative. Should you get is now just the title format now based on stats.
Why my job is to compare.
The current thing right now is why do you keep making these before the numbers come out? Don't worry. Don't worry. The Randy song one didn't have it. It might be dying out too. We'll see. I do like the fact that you're noticing that too. It's okay. We'll see where it goes. The main thing is that if you're a creator, you get annoying things often. if I'm going to put it bluntly. Other times I put it very kindly. I'm going to put it bluntly. You get messages over and over with the same joke over and over. You hear it often. And then you just learn, like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Life goes on. The studio is the reason I clicked the video? That's sweet. This is me, like, starting to complain now, so I want to move away from that energy.
New kits to existing IDs to see if, by the numbers, they're worth everyone else spending resources of any kind on. And based on that metric, this ID is a rough sell.
Okay, setting your expectations, though.
With this drop than with any other kit review so far. So, TLDR, the best case to get this ID is if you want—
Wait. This is a good question. I like giving context. I'm not a creator. What is annoying, Frey? I like people being annoying. So... Oh, this is your first stream? What a time for you to be here in this stream. I don't know if it's going to give you the first impression, but I'm glad you're here. It's more like... I talked about this a lot more in the podcast of the Palu. You'll probably get a better answer if you check that, but if I do my best to explain now... Eventually you start to realize that a lot of people just comment to say the same thing, and you notice that there is a version of you they have and that people can easily get in your head from very minimal information when you become known. Sometimes that's positive, sometimes that's negative. But then when you get the same answer over and over, that you know you can prove is wrong, but it's very exhausting to have to say it over and over and over, and you know it's still going to happen no matter how many times you say it, and in fact the act of saying it, you're uncertain if it will encourage more people to continue doing it, because it's either a doth protest too much or this gets a reaction. It starts to become it's more than just having thick skin and picking your battles. It's knowing people literally are just saying this because they want to hear themselves talk. They don't want the answer. You gotta recognize a lot of people just don't want the answer, or they don't want to put in the effort to find it, despite the fact you put it out there. You cannot prove everything wrong about yourself when enough eyes are on you. That is a paradigm shift that every creator has to understand when they reach a certain point. That is the idea. Frey, I know I should expect this, but I'm shocked you're still here. Hi, Esgu. Honestly, I'm shocked I'm still here too. I really should have thought through how long this would be, but no. Bro Speak answers, Frey, I think that's a nice fair answer. You know, you're very sweet. I like your questions. I think they're very investigative in a good way. But yeah, that's about it. We're nearly done, though. Watch Northernlight for examples of annoying chatters. You know I did. I have a question. Since we can't start the C-level IDs, could we get color fixer IDs like Red Miss Rodion? It's my first stream, by the way. Congratulations. Welcome to the stream. Idea is potentially yes. I don't know when, though.
MD without Sankum or So's 15.3 limitation.
But yeah, let's get back to this video. The one thing I did that convinced me that if an ID does not have hype, it is not worth making a video on, is that I did the one thing people really wanted me to do. And that was address that we don't have the numbers yet. So, because there was only one ID and not two, I took it upon myself.
Inflicts at least 2 rupture.
Where are you?
If that's the case,
to guess every number. Are streams usually like this? Only recently, not really. Well, being very long, yes, but I'm trying to reduce that. You can see how well that's going. I guessed every number in the kit. You can also realize some people get paid to rage bait now. It's best not to interact with obvious rage baiters. It's learning to identify them too. It's learning to identify them. I do think some people just are tourists as well, and they're just here to say their piece and go, and that's fine. That's the way it goes. We like Limbus name every number, and that's what happened. I named every number on this, and I thought it was fun for a bit. It was a good time. It was a good time. It's nice to see people complain a bit. It's good to see people have popularity without needing to fake constant positivity. You know what? As long as it stays within the realm of being real and being constructive or like productive, I'm here for it.
Zone protector's stance, where instead of getting 2 protection,
but yeah,
extending it up or down to.
I gave reasons for a lot of these numbers.
Aggro, again, 5 to 8 because it's based on Lin
and when we got to the end, and like the vision board was still here. Vision board was still here. You got the process and all that. And I think I said, hey, don't expect it, but here's how this could be good. It turns out I got 42 of the 60 predicted numbers. I got 70% of them right first try. 70%! And then this still resulted in people saying, I don't really know why you care about this or want to do this without the numbers. This was the point where I just admitted people do not care about the value you have to add. People do not care. So, I just kind of live by acknowledging, you know what? Screw it. I'm just going to go about this based on business and what makes me happy. That's all there is to it. That's all there is to it. So did I get a little cynical from this one? Yes, but I think it was a valuable lesson regardless. Whether or not it left a good taste in the mouth, this was still the kit review that put in the most effort for the ID. Hands down, I gotta give it that credit. And there we go. There we go. Very much sad. What the hell did Starbucks say? I don't know. Maybe granted, c'est la vie. But we move on. The vision board is fun, though. I like the vision boards. 4 more videos to go. Everything we know about Ryoshu. I want to put this one in one of the best. I'm kind of disappointed with how it turned out. I just have to understand more ABID so I can get a better understanding. So, yeah. I get it. I get it. I am learning to appreciate the audience that I know enjoys it, rather than the people that are more, to be pejorative about it, tourists. I think that's like putting a name, kind of a quasi-derogatory name to people that are just there because they want to watch a video, which is perfectly fine. It's not an issue, inherently. But, like, because no one has to understand the creator, right? That's mad to make into a rule. But I'm still going to keep my thoughts about it. It's a balance. It's a balance. But yeah, this video I feel like is unfortunate. To answer the first question, no, we didn't know until it was too late to change it. We didn't know until it was too late to change it, I swear. I swear about the thumbnail. I wanted it to look like this thumbnail, except it was definitely a scared smile, like with Queen of Hatred here. I asked Bean, and we went with this angle, and I remember saying, oh, damn, this is a different angle. You know what? It can work. Fuck it. Was that pleased that Oracle Brodeon's release? Yeah. That was such a good mindset about it. I remember that one guy said, Frey still focusing on reviewing Ranger Ishmael teaser video, only for you to later find out you could the skills sin color. Yeah, right? It was nice to learn. Learning was valuable. Let's see. Right. This. Name every number. Reminds you of a Sunil moment. Second, like the number that comes after 2. He's told me about that. That was really fucking funny. Either way. Thumbnail still peak. That's very sweet. If it's constructive, it can be valuable, I guess. But if it's mindless negativity, there's no use. I agree with that. Unless it's cathartic. But your mileage may vary on that. This video, I think, had a lot of good effort put into it. But there were many unfortunate things about it, like the thumbnail. I think the intro was a banger.
Ryoshu is a misty, nicotine-flavored breath of fresh air.
Tone setter. I love that as a tone setter.
I think it's very easy to say that being a professional...
Is there a problem with the thumbnail? I'm not sure what's wrong with it. People think it's Ryoshu looking up at a dick. Because there's a shadow of something long, which was meant to be the carriage, and like the wood burning. There were so many jokes about that.
Artist is a hard job, especially these days. In an industry...
I honestly didn't see the implication until it was pointed out. Hey, I feel like I'm not alone.
Value is tied greatly to how marketable they are, either on social media or to paying customers. There's this constant draw to make what you make as approachable, understandable, and appealing as possible to the common person. And it's a trend that we can see in the clean and simple styles that came
this felt like a rewarding intro. This felt like a really rewarding intro. Why is she French? No, the Ryoshu VA who is Japanese kept getting questions like, why is she French?
Your celebration day for this
hello.
milestone is going great. Smile.
Oh, thank you, Josie Nakamura. Thank you for your celebration for this huge milestone. It's going great. It's going nice. It's going longer than I expected. But honestly, if I can get this off my chest, I'm here for it.
Prone to being stolen and...
There are no gods. Credit for joy comes from man. What created these is neither and deserves neither. Fucking AI, man. I remember telling Sun in the notes, put this verbatim in there. It's what it deserves.
Fed into generative AI tools. It gives this idea that what we should
God.
value in art is an experience that's sleek, familiar, and most importantly, comfortable. And that is why I am so glad we got this line in Ryoshu's Limbus Company promo.
Other Resa painters are such mediocrities. They have no way to recognize the beauty that lies in ugliness.
There we go, there we go. I don't know why people thought this was French. But, yeah.
On June...
friggin... I'm forgetting the name right now and I feel so bad. Kuripa! Kuripa voiced this. She voiced Ryoshu in Yokomi's Lomcom as well. And I think she did a bang-up job. We got a voice actor for this that was from Japan that spoke Japanese and gave her lines, of course paid her. I think what's unfortunate about this video is that, and I feel kind of like I'm blaming the material rather more than myself, but I know some of it is just myself. One part that was really unfortunate is that a lot of the emphasis that was put on Ryoshu for all of seasons 1 through 6 makes it sound like art is something so important to her. And Kanto 9 was not that at all. And all the stuff I did to break down her stuff, this is the first video, I hate to say this, I feel sad saying this, where I feel like we genuinely did not have enough information, not only to try and predict Ryoshu's Kanto, which that's my problem. That's my problem. I need to learn that game better because that is just a game I like to play with Kim Ji-hoon. I like to play with God. See how close I can get. Does he sounds like it's French? I can see that. She's Russian, guys. Yeah, it's so true. Who doesn't have French at all? She didn't even sound it. It was literally based in Japan herself. Yeah. Listen, it's an American issue. More than anything, I feel. But I feel like, unfortunately, we did not have enough information on Ryoshu from seasons 1 through 6 to even understand her. Or at least what was important to her. To an extent, I feel like 60 to 70% it might be enough. But like Sangria... what? Oh yeah, I made some theories about, like, her memories, because I felt like I could not say with confidence this was what was going on. So the best explanation I could give on why she was like this, unlike with Don Quixote, had to be framed as a theory. Which is fine, that's a good cover your ass moment, sure. What was this, though? I think a lot of the other stuff went well. It's just kind of weird that art didn't come up as much. I mean, I can get why. It just feels like, why build up that as a topic when that seems so central to her?
With the
It's not going to come up in Kanto 9. It's not really complaining, but
a lot of their fixers act with this whole
it's just a question.
friendship,
And it just bit me in the ass, and that's ultimately my problem.
Ryoshu basically lives in the gym to hone her skills and gets frustrated at their friendliness. The only reason she even stays there is because she respects their idea of training to burn their hearts and bodies like flames. Now, she doesn't even care much for the fire effects or any kind of magic for that matter. And that's because instead of respecting intentions, morals, or social norms, Ryoshu respects power and results.
Okay.
Hear the quote where she says she doesn't listen to anyone weaker than her, and yeah, this means that the sinners she's most likely to take any orders from are these two. And
True!
worked well enough for the
Okay, I don't know why that was the most viewed, but I guess it was useful to people. That's nice. Ishmael AI's Evil Return. The length is a nice surprise. I'm glad. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoy it. The other part of this was, remember when I said we worked on the Distortion Ego Abno video starting in early September? That's when research started. That means it took about 90 days for it to finish, because it was the end of November, November 30th that this came out. Basically, start of December. So, yeah, it took like 90 days, 3 months. I started researching this video in the start of November, and we got it out right before the Kanto came out, which means it had 60 days for something that was about the same length. About the same length. And Sun and I felt that crunch a lot, and I still feel bad for her being involved in that. This was the video that made us say, holy shit, we're doing 1 hour long videos on a monthly basis, and we can't keep that up. Stop. To put it very bluntly, it was a kinder conversation than that, but this was the sign that this can't continue. Hit the brakes. Please. I think that Ryoshi's actually pretty competent. I think Ryoshi's competent for sure. But yeah, that was one part was unfortunate in the thumbnail. One part was unfortunate in people's fixation on the voice. One part was unfortunate in just the lack of information on a lot of things, especially with Sangria. One part I definitely fucked up on though. It was unfortunate, but the cause comes down to me. You might be able to see it.
There's a chance you've already seen another essay on that topic. So because
There was replaced with the blindsidedness of revenge. I like it in that way. I'm not saying the content was bad for that. I just feel confused.
And the two other source materials, Uji Shui Monogatari and the Spider's Thread, so that you know what happened and how relevant it is.
Footage from Hellscreen is the 1969 movie Portrait of Hell. Anyways, clips are being used for the other two. Despite being an adaptation, don't expect the visuals to be one-to-one. Fuck it, shit happens, is the anagram there. Or acronym there. So here's what happened. With this, I read, all of Hellscreen. I mean, I read Hellscreen, it's not too long. But, like, I read it outside, on my phone, the full story, and I took notes in a little notebook. Because I wanted to have that kinetic experience. I feel like that helps me memorize stuff better. And you might notice when we go into it.
Yoshihide's oath, and with a slight foam at his mouth and a booming cackle, he agrees to not only burn a carriage in front of him, but to put a woman inside so that he may get exactly what he needs. Realizing the implications, Yoshihide feels a
I think I should go back for this.
The floor, and after enough time passed, he became so obsessed with
I think we need to go here.
Company. So first, let's break down Hellscreen.
Okay.
Originally published in 1918, Hellscreen follows the actions of four main characters. Yoshihide, a genius but ugly and insufferable painter, the Lord of Horikawa, who is often described by the narrator as being both benevolent and practically a god in man's clothing, Yuzuki, Yoshihide's much kinder daughter, Alice, and Yoshihide,
that wasn't meant to be taken at face value, I learned.
Is named after her father as a joke at his expense. But to avoid any confusion,
at this point, I was thinking, you know what? There's a lot of things that people who are well-known get misconstrued about them, and the narrator really says, hey, people who are spreading rumors about this, don't believe it. And I was thinking, you know what? I can kind of relate to this after the Abno ego distortion video. People do spread rumors, and they don't really listen. That's true. You're truing. I will. Thank you for that clarification. And in my defense, and I say this not because I'm upset, because I think it's a funny defense, and it's true. And I giggle every time I think about it. In my defense, they said he said he was God himself. Now, I grew up in Texas, and I was kicked out of the church at 4 years old after being too loud because I wouldn't shut my fucking ass up. And I learned the story of the bonding of Isaac and Abraham. And I learned that God at one point told Abraham that he had to kill his son. And then he just stopped him at the last minute, said, nah, I need you to believe me. And then he also flooded Earth at one point. And I thought, you know what? If people can genuinely look at a God that makes people do that and say, yeah, you're the creator of the universe and I should revere everything you say and your every order and thought and belief, then I feel like I can believe in this character if he's being called a god and he truly is infallible. Maybe I'm just illiterate on Bible lore as well. But also, like, I don't know, man. I feel like that's a good case to make. I think it's a good case to make. Either way, Frey, do you think you would stream you trying to beat hardcore Minecraft, or have you done it already one day? No. I don't think I want to do that. At least not for a good while. I have nothing else to add. I don't feel the need to give a reason. I think that's just it. Anyway, and no, and then beyond that, I think all of this kind of made it less enjoyable for the viewer to listen to the predictions, because they were already at, I don't know about this, especially if it was after you played the Kanto. I usually like to make these as like an appetizer before the Kanto so that you can enjoy it. I love video, to be honest. You do make a good job explaining things that may be confusing to understand in your lore-related videos. I'm glad that it helps. And yeah, they're unreliable narrator. Like, I still ultimately think it's my responsibility to understand these things. I'm gonna have to go away from my rule to not look at synopses of stories after this. So when I read The Stranger, after that I'm probably gonna read a synopsis of The Stranger, or not afterward. I'm going to watch a synopsis after I read the book and take notes, so that my views can still be my own. But it was a learning experience. It's just that I feel like we did our best to do everything right. And it was just unfortunate that whether it was due to crunch or due to stuff being missed, and maybe if we had more time it would have been caught, it could have saved a lot of quality in the video, but I think this was just unfortunate. It was very unlucky. Very good video, very much purposeful. Unfortunate though. But I'm gonna keep it there because it's earned its spot. And then 3 kit reviews. Alright. So... we've got the Dawn ID. I feel like... Oh, this is up there. I feel like this has to be second of the best kit reviews. That sucker... We were in Theory Town at that point. I had no choice but to be a theorizer. Believe it or not what I want my reputation to be. Frey, the chat is delayed, right? By not that much. Sometimes I'm just talking and I need to come back to chat. Sometimes I just gotta look away for a bit. This one was the incomplete Don Quixote ID. Also the only... Alright, let's get this out of the way first. Also the only kit review that I can categorically say was better without the should you get title. For Vibes players, if you like Index Faust and want a stronger Index ID, just like the Index in general, or want a transforming ID like Wild Hunt Heath or Dawnglare, then yeah, go for it. You should get it. Have fun. For meta players, this is shaping up to be a damage first ID with SP or Glass Cannon shenanigans, and pays off if you can follow your little pager mission. So do with that what you will. Got it? Great. Now the rest of this video is for the folks that enjoy the journey. You can tell right here, I wanted to get all of the, hey, here's your question. Now stay if you want to be here and just enjoy the ride. A lot of the last few months, and I'm coming off of it now. I'm coming off of my genuine frustrations now. A lot of the last like December through January was like coming to terms with, oh fuck, this is frustrating. And you can start to see it either very vaguely in videos, and then eventually come down. What is this most replayed part? Let's see. But I think this was really good because you can see from the thumbnail, like, the latest ego ID. This was released before we knew she had an ego. The signs were just there. I feel like it was one of the better examples of saying, yes, you can use precedent and the language of kits to predict kits.
Every 20, meaning that with the level to gradual conversion,
the voice tone changing between transformations is done so well, I agree.
If you really just want her to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. Thankfully though, the prescripts are nice enough to spare your efforts, if not your vocal cords. So if you try to do your little crewmate tasks and the enemy you targeted is absent due to death or phase changes, then they'll know you tried. And
oh wait, where's Imberg? We had a little fun with this.
From getting that bad karma too. All the more reason to do your job.
I asked Apollo to voice something in this.
Except
is it
you're
this?
only gonna get credit if you actually hit them.
Let's see. I don't see She Faust in there. Is it not there? I forgot to get the thumbnail.
Skill 3.
Oh, there we go.
So you better save that up. And prescript 4 is to burn and salt the earth of all that lies before you get another DM. Luckily, you won't have to worry about that one since you're basically tenured when you get past prescript 3.
Hold on.
And the reason I say this can be found in the next passive, Will of the...
No. Show me the cutscene. Show me the scene.
And we carry that over to make a real world joke about, well, yeah, I'll admit.
Oh yeah, the Epstein files also just came out, so that was where we got a lot of jokes. Imberg. Oh yeah, I felt the need to explain shit at that point.
So today, we're breaking down.
This was vindicating though. Getting this right was vindicating because I knew people would think that it was useless to try. I don't care about being right about things until it feels like the only justification for me having fun. Which shouldn't be the way it is. So I don't dive into it. It's also like 4 AM, so I don't know.
Adds more onto that foundation. And for those that aren't, don't worry, we're gonna explain it.
Where is Berg?
That this ID is built off of the passive prescript
Hold on.
for a job by text, and you've got the hitman and getting all your every target.
Hold on. I know we went through one Imberg cutscene. I'm sure there's another.
And
Thankfully, those instruction example, prescript 2 is about the awakening, you save that out. And prescript 4, luckily, you already this can be found in the maybe I might find it, I might not. Price of the prescriptory conversion to either way, you get the idea. The prediction was right. Kit reviews can be used for some stuff. I made the point I wanted to make. Ha 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 ha. Vindication, vindication. There isn't much else other than that. This was unique in its own way. I don't want to linger too long because the answer is very simple. That's it. Let's see. I think the next song's animations are amazing. I agree. I think they look really cool. I just don't like the Uptide 3 art. I think it leans too much into being fan service. I'm not saying that's egregious like other gotchas. I'm saying like, hey, we're a little further down that slippery slope than I'd like. Can we do something about that? But yeah. Then we've got the next one, which we skipped Ishmael, middle Ishmael, and went instead to Gregor and Sinclair. And I think this one goes right below the ego breakdown. Because it was fun. Sun and I were at our stride at this point. We had been getting used to this. Sun had been getting this one out 12 hours beforehand, which I think is perfectly acceptable for the level of quality we're doing. And I think I really leaned into making jokes that were just fucking mean. Because it was funny. I think it might become a crutch for me soon. If I'm not careful. Well, let's see. What are some timestamps people threw in? A big bird and an insignificant egg walk into a bar. Oh, here we go. The egg cracks and the bird gets survivor's guilt so strong he invented a new dazzling way to panic. How about we talk about that? Now that Kanto 9 is very simple, very to the point, 13 seconds. Are there any like timestamps on this? I want to see timestamps for moments. A brilliant glory is burned. Sorry, that's okay. No, that's corrections, which are fine. Oh, right. This one actually had, I underestimated the value of Gregor in this one. I said his extra damage buff would be like 20 to 30%, and it was 80. It was massively different. That's a learning, moment. Just for reference. I don't know. I think this one starts to blend into the others where we've basically got the math down on it. We basically know what's going on with these kit reviews. And it's like, the format is here. Anything creative here? It's not the flashiest tool, but I can see the value here. But if you're not a diehard Heisho user, then this fella is a better fit on than off the field. Phase 1 is to build a lot of poise. People liked the vision board. Satisfactory and an actual job all at once. Cute. No matter what skills you use, he'll be better served by getting pride resonance every turn. So for the sake of example, friend, show me your channel and help me get really getting in Olympus. Thank you. No problem. I'm glad it helps. I'm very glad. Welcome in. Poise and pride res without stepping on each other's toes too much. Okay, the fact that the vision board is one of the most replayed moments feels so validating for its existence. I'm glad people get use out of it. I think this is a functional kit review. I don't think it's the funniest. I don't think it's the most unique. I think it's when we got our shit together and said, that's it. It's functional. It does the job. Good shit. Good shit. Also, and then that leaves us with one final video. The song kit review, because we haven't gotten back to essays yet. That's going to start, once again, late February in March. I guess basically end of February into March. This one, I want to say just above it. Middling as a video. It does the job. Actually, no, this one has like, this was the first 2-page vision board. I've got to give it a little more credit than the Arknight's Ego, which were comparatively easier. Because, like, this one? Oh, Sun and I were on lock, dude. That's the minimum stat, no matter how mid a poise gain is in a mirror dungeon. Okay. Usually watch full reviews. The vision board just helps, like, a linking sentence conclusion in an essay, I suppose. Ties it all together nicely. Yeah. I mean, that's nice. You get whatever you want out of it. As little or as much as you want. All valid. There is no wrong way to watch a video or to enjoy media unless it's hurting someone. But I hope they won't nerf Rian's song. I hope not. This one actually has one of my favorite intros. I really had fun with this intro. I was kind of not feeling making this one because I was tired. No other reason. But I knew that, oh, I really liked this idea. I really liked the idea of this idea. This is a really cool idea. Let's just bring the effort. Let's find a way to force it a little bit, just so that that momentum stays and it's fun. Boy, welcome on down to Frey's Barn of Potential Men, where we've got more promises than promise, and somehow not a Rodion ID. That's cute. I got a beaut for y'all today. That's fun. On Sun Shower She and Hohenheim's, there is a spanking new washed up freeze tagged finger. Woo! This baby can fit. I literally hit my desk for that one too. Coins, and today we're going to do exactly how you can get a juicy like prescription to access all of them, so that by the end you won't believe he ain't the black silence. And then you should get this ID. Oh my god, the prescript effect. If you're one of the folks that already commented that this was the answer, please subscribe now to continue, because we both know you're here for more than just the answer to a yes or no question. Chat call out! Commenter call out! The call outs are so pristine, so common, so necessary for the culture here. And even then, the pinned comment. I'm seeing y'all's comments. Everybody be clicking the funny button if you said yes this early. Did they? Oh, someone's waiting for Philip part 2. Some things never change. But no! Oh, let's see. Like the GUC, it's so fun. I love the voice in this intro. I got comments. Because of course I start by saying I got comments. I got a lot of comments saying that I sound like a used car sales bitch. So I thought, fuck it, let's lean into it and have fun with it. I wasn't even upset with that at all. It's true. They're right. I do. And I thought it'd be fun to like make something out of that. So you know what? It was nice. It was nice to lean into it. I think I did a lot of funny deadbeat dad jokes. Finger father. Oh, there's one bit that Son and I did a lot. I sent Son a picture and said, do whatever the fuck you want with this. Do whatever the fuck you want with this. Hold on. Unopposed attacks, much like his namesake. And while it's a pretty fine piece of porcelain, it's more the inside that counts. Hold on. Because his third buff on deck is made of face fajitas. We just kept throwing in the white man's When the Fajitas Are Sizzling by Jack's Films. And just ran that into the ground. I actually removed a couple instances of it because I felt like it was too much. But it was so stupid and funny. It was so dumb. It's technically a meme, but it's like, god damn it. I like the idea of people associating his face with fajitas. So we kept saying face fajitas. Sizzling when passive hacking the fajitas killed me when I watched it. Good. I mainly like people discussing Rand's character as opposed to just, is it the Black Science, since I think he's quite interesting on his own. Yeah. When you guys come out sizzling! Yeah! And then, of course, we don't have enough time to see... Like, it hasn't been out for long enough to see whether people stayed for there. But the vision board... Yeah, I really didn't took so long for this. Than it needed to be, so, now we got vision creep. First things first, we got vision creep! Yeah, this is a 2-pager. Not much else to say. It was complex to make. For once in his either way, but it was satisfying. It felt like a rewarding experience. I don't really know what else to say. Top comments. Should you drink water? Question. That's why I made this part saying they should subscribe. Probably rage baited and got a lot of attention for it, which is really funny to me. But doesn't replace Spice Push or Solemn. Silence user. You are speaking in Furiosa replica range. That's funny. Should we get? Yes, you should. Yep. Should you buy this juicy steak? Project Moon fans have one joke. Sometimes. I'm not upset about it, but they sometimes just have one joke. Sometimes that's it. Oh yeah, the Roland Stray. Hold up. This skill will not reproduce. Hold up. This was it. The wind was strong today? Yeah. I think this is the last thing I have to say about it. If I can maintain this level of quality with kit reviews going forward, I think I'll be a happy camper. And then keep up any gaming videos and, of course, essays, because those will last significantly for a long while. Qualifies as a slash skill, even if the coins may say otherwise. It's got 7 attack weight and is limited to a single copy on the dashboard because, like Roland, this skill will not reproduce. It also... I like taking every chance possible to remind people that Roland almost had a child and then didn't. It's really funny. It's really funny to me. Oh, God. Maybe I have a joke I make too much. Maybe it's time to look within. But I think that's it. We're finally here. I can turn off desktop audio and go back to stream deck audio. We've done it. The tier list is done. We have videos that are okay and made before Frey Cheqama existed, to pretty good works that are worked on, to videos that were made basically for a moment to exist, to videos that truly felt like they were inspired in some way, to those that didn't just have inspiration but I feel like hit the mark pretty well, and then just damn fine pieces of work. These are the 8 best videos out there on the channel right now, and I look forward to having many, many more. I think we can all agree these are the 8 best. Close ninth. Close ninth. Easily the best out of all of them. There we go. This was a very good time. Despite the way the year happened, I'm glad to have gone through it. I'm gonna go to sleep now, but I look forward to getting back to essays. Again, I'm gonna need to re-up the bank a bit, so don't expect necessarily, but don't be surprised if there's another sponsored video coming in to help do that. Might get a deal, might not. And we'll be getting back on track soon, because the hope is that by this time next year, it's silver play button hours. I need to double the channel if I want to maintain my livelihood. That's how this is. And by Jove, we've gone this far. Let's keep it up, y'all. Thanks for joining in. Stream is over. Thank you for popping in. Have a wonderful night. We'll be doing the pre-script run of Refraction Railway tomorrow. Link to the Discord in the description. Bye! OBS has crashed. I forgot about that.